The Invincible War was one of the biggest events of Season 2, right behind Conquest arriving, though if I'm going to be honest with you, I'd argue that the Invincible War might have actually had more of an impact on people, especially meme culture, considering how many Invincible War type memes ended up popping off with different series, leading to several more Invincible variants being made, and one of the most popular ones is of course GDA Mark. Now, if I'm being honest, I don't know where this idea started from, but if some of you guys do know where the idea started from, because I spent a while searching this up, please link in the comment section down below. I'm going to link a bunch of people where this idea originated from, but I sadly don't know the exact source, so I can't give them a shout out like I want to. This is a variant of Mark where Omniman started his plans early, he ended up killing Debbie, but as a result of that he felt an immense amount of guilt and left the planet, leaving an incredibly young Mark to be raised by Cecil Stedman as the ultimate warrior of the GDA, which is the most common variation of this story, and I want to explore that story in depth today, with some of my own little spins on it too. After all, I don't want to just be a copy and paste of a bunch of the stories. So welcome to What If Mark Was Raised by the GDA. Our story starts with a regretful Omniman looking at what he had just done. He knew he needed to take over the planet, and his son had shown no signs of awakening their powers. Right now, he was the strongest hero on the planet, so he knew he'd have the best chance at doing it right now. The first thing he needed to do, though, was eliminate his one biggest weakness. The one thing that was changing his very soul. His wife, Debbie. The only thing that he actually cared about on this planet aside from his son, Mark. Which led to him eliminating Debbie. However, even though he managed to succeed in doing it with relative ease, he felt such amounts of emotions, such turmoil. He didn't know why he was feeling this way. After all, he shouldn't be feeling anything towards Debbie whatsoever, but yet he still was. And he was holding out his communicator for a second, debating if he should call the Guardians, doing that in order to try and eliminate them all at the same time. But right now, he just couldn't bring himself to do it, as someone else began to come downstairs, his 6-year-old son, Mark Grayson. But when he came downstairs, he saw something that completely shook him to his core. His dead mom with his father standing there. As tears began to come down Mark's face, he had first thought that maybe somebody broken into their house. After all, their father was a superhero. There was no way they could have done this. However, before Mark could even approach him, suddenly Omniman took off, flying through the roof and flying into the sky, before flying out of the planet's atmosphere, never to be seen again. Leaving Mark stunned, confused, and scared. He was alone. He was alone in his own house. And by the time he started to realize that it was already far too late. However, suddenly several people began to appear inside. GDA agents all struck in their black and green armor, as well as Cecil Stedman himself. And Cecil, seeing the clearly traumatized kid, he decided to approach him, trying to be as warm as he could. As he told him they worked with superheroes, they weren't here to hurt him, but right now they should go to a more secure place. That was when Mark had a sudden outburst. And in that outburst, he ended up awakening his powers, destroying the very floor they were standing on. He blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being able to awaken his powers earlier, because if he did, he would have been able to save his mom. But more than that, he questioned why. Why did his father leave? And despite all the tragedy, this is the first sign of something for Cecil. Despite Mark being so young, he had awakened his powers. And if he was this young right now and could already do stuff like this, imagine his potential. He was the son of Omniman after all, and Omniman was their strongest hero on the planet by far. Which led to Cecil approaching Mark again, as he told him, "How about I give you a chance to make sure this doesn't happen again? You don't really have anywhere else to go anymore, Mark. So, come with me, and we can make sure that families won't have to die like this ever again. And I'll make sure you'll be able to avenge your mom." The young, grief-stricken boy decided to agree. He needed that revenge. He needed to avenge his mother for what had happened. Leading to Cecil Stedman becoming the official and legal guardian of Mark Grayson, as now his training began in order to become a strong enough superhero to avenge his mother's death. And Mark's childhood quickly became a non-standard one. After all, he was rather eager to train. Of course, Cecil knew better than have him start fighting on the field immediately. He was still only 6 years old. But training on top of an education, that was something the GDA could definitely provide. The GDA was also rather quick to tell the Guardians of the Globe what happened with Omniman. How Omniman wasn't their ally anymore. That Omniman killed Debbie. But his son Mark Grayson was still alive and now being trained by the GDA, so they had an important request from the Guardians to help train Mark Grayson when the time comes in order to make sure he is prepared to be able to help fight to protect the planet. And the Guardians were pretty unsure about this. After all, they had just learned that Omniman was a traitor and that he left his son behind. However, the Immortal was the first to speak, as he told them that they couldn't really blame a kid for the sins of the father. Besides, this was the perfect chance to rectify it. Mark Grayson was still a human, so for all they knew, he could have ended up better. It would be their job to make sure he did. And the other Guardians agreed to that as well. This was still a kid at the end of the day, and their jobs as heroes was to guide the next generation, to make sure the next generation of Earthlings would be prepared for anything. And Mark was still a born Earthling. Even if his father was an alien, he was still from Earth. So they were going to make sure to help him as best as they could. Mark's training was rather eventful. During his time training, he ended up training with the Immortal in order to control his powers. After all, the Immortal was the closest thing he could have to a Viltrumite. He had spent his time between training with several heroes, several martial artists in order to learn his skills and how to control his powers better, and finally using whatever GDA tech they could possibly find in order to make him stronger for training. On top of that, they also created a superhero suit for him, using both a mix of GDA technology as well as technology from Darkwing to make the suit as strong as possible, leading to Mark picking a black and green type suit. After all, he took inspiration from the several GDA armors that he had seen across his lifetime. It was one that stuck out to him, even picking a helmet similar to the armor of the GDA soldiers. During his time there, he also ended up making friends with one of the people who worked with the GDA, a similar orphan to himself, a boy known as Rex. One of the people there who truly treated Mark like an actual person, not a child that needed to be trained, not a potential weapon, but a true friend. Even though he was a little bit of an asshole. But through this training, Mark had managed to become incredibly strong, all with one goal on his mind. With the goal of being able to surpass Omni-Man and eventually be able to kill him and avenge his mom. Something that he never forgot, but he also had a secondary goal, one that Cecil was sure to raise him with, which was the protection of Earth no matter what. Mark Grayson had now become Earth's greatest weapon. 11 years had passed until we finally arrive at the start of the timeline, with the Mauler twins attacking the White House. And this didn't just end up going smoothly for the heroes, but ended up going even smoother than normal. After all, this was the debut of a brand new hero. Though he didn't give himself a name, he just got to business, assisting in the defeat against the Mauler twins, having near perfect synergy with the Guardians. Before the press could arrive in order to try and interrogate or talk to this brand new hero, Mark put both of his hands onto both of the Mauler twins, and in a green glow all three of them disappeared, teleporting all three of them back to GDA prison. While Mark Grayson wanted to be Earth's protector, he didn't really care that much for the press. He wanted to be the planet's shield, and he saw no purpose in announcing himself like that. He didn't really care what he was called. Also, if he was being honest, it was partially because he didn't really have an idea on what to even call himself. He had been so focused on trying to protect the world that he kind of forgot about that part, but he decided he would just take whatever name is the most common one the world decided to give him. And as he watched the Mauler twins being taken away, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if those guys turned good. After all, they did have some potential. His thought process was a lot more like Cecil, trying to see what people could be turned into weapons, what evil villains could be turned good for the sake of protecting the planet. And he brought this idea up to Cecil, who Cecil told him that while he did want to do that, he wasn't too sure how he could potentially recruit them yet. He did want to find a way, since the Mauler twins were geniuses on another level. Geniuses who had managed to crack the code on cloning, so if they could figure it out and figure out a way to replicate that, it would be amazing. But they tried their best to no success, so the best way would be recruiting them, but turning them good was going to be a lot harder. Still, Cecil was determined to figure out a way to do so as well. That would be invaluable technology to have on their side. But that left Mark to return back to his training. By this point, Mark had already begun to outpace several of the biggest weights that they could find on the planet and even make. There was nothing left on the planet they could really use to push his lifting strength. He was also reaching a similar point in training by this point for when it came to his physical combat. They had some kaiju that they used for Mark for sparring against, as well as the Immortal from time to time, but they were starting to become rather useless to him. We're even inventing a power suit for the Immortal to utilize in order to try and stand a good chance against Mark to push him was starting to have diminishing returns. Fortunately, at least when it came to lifting weight, there was a fix, and that person was Adam Eve, a superhero that they were coming to know, who was around the same age as Mark. She had the capability to create anything so long as she had enough food consumed dinner, as well as the ability to manipulate matter, so she had been a lot of help for this. But it's also led to Mark and Eve getting to know each other, and Eve talking to him about how he should probably try and go for a normal life at some point, which that slightly confused Mark about why she was bringing that up. As she told him that he didn't look happy just only being a hero, only like he was just getting it done for the sake of getting it done. Well, he didn't really have much of a childhood anyways, considering everything that happened. After all, by this point the hero community was more than aware of what had happened to Debbie, which even led to her recommending that Mark ended up joining them in high school. Sure, Mark was already more than smart enough to be able to graduate and go to any college. He got the best education the GDA could offer. But it wasn't about education, it was about having a normal life. And Mark honestly considered this for a couple of moments. He was really considering if he should do this. He had been so dedicated to being a hero and protector for the planet properly, that a part of him wondered that maybe he should enjoy some time as Mark Grayson. So he decided to bring this up with Cecil. After all, he felt if anyone would know the answer to this, it would be Cecil. Though Cecil's answer actually ended up shocking him, which his answer was yes. As he told Mark that he believed that he was more than just a weapon. He believed he was an actual person, and the best part about being a hero was their humanity. He didn't want Mark just to be a gun that could be pointed at a problem. He wanted Mark to actually be a person and hero. Though this was also for another reason. He knew that having people he could care for, he knew that having people around him to humanize him would make him a lot stronger as a weapon. Something that was humanity's greatest weapon and gift was having people they could care for and want to protect. And an emotionless, uncaring machine would not have that. Not to mention the fact that Mark by this point was the strongest hero on Earth by far. Cecil believed that by this point he was about the same level as Omni-Man. Maybe he was even stronger, but he wasn't too sure about that yet. But he couldn't help but wonder how this was going to go. So Cecil sent that order off to some of his guys in order to prepare some paperwork for Mark to be able to transfer to the same high school as Adam Eve. That way they could have at least one friend. However, while that was happening, suddenly they all got an alert. A massive amount of aliens were invading the planet, a group from an entirely different dimension, that being the Flaxons. And Mark Grayson was the first on the scene, teleporting there immediately. As the aliens were attempting to fire lasers on civilians, but before it could hit any of them, they were suddenly all moved out of the way in super speed. And when the Flaxons looked, they would see someone standing in front of them, a man armored in some high technological armor. As the man then spoke and said, "This will be your final chance. You either can leave now or you will die. We can negotiate and come to a peaceful resolution for why ever you're here, but if you choose to stay here and fight, then each and every one of you will die." Now Mark Grayson doubted this was actually going to work, but he was still a hero at the end of the day, and he wanted to at least try his best to see if he could resolve this peacefully. But as he expected, each of the Flaxons pointed their guns towards him and fired immediately. Maybe it was because they couldn't understand him, or maybe they were just that violent, but either way, the result was going to be the same. They were clearly not here for peace, and considering they came here and immediately started firing and attacking, peace was not an option. Though to his surprise as he was starting to dodge the blast, one of them did actually manage to hit him and stagger him. Now it didn't do any damage to him, but the fact that it could stagger him at all was rather impressive. Mentally noting that down, as he was going to make sure to be as careful as possible to not destroy any of their tech. After all, if that could be rebuilt for Earth, who knows what that could do. But Mark Grayson released a sigh as he said, "Well, you guys asked for this." And in a quick burst of speed, several parts of the army were completely dismantled. Hundreds of Flaxons all at once were completely torn through without mercy. The only thing that was merciful about this was that each of Mark's moves were precise, made to kill someone on the spot. They seemed to have similar enough biology to humans considering their shape, so he figured this might end up being able to kill them instantly as well. Mark didn't really enjoy killing if he was being honest, but he made sure to learn how to be able to kill as fast as possible so that the people he was killing wouldn't have to feel that pain. That was the best he could offer them as the hero and protector of Earth. As he blitzed over to another group of soldiers, blitzing again to another. He was dismantling them with the efficiency of a Viltrumite, yet at the same time the care and mercy as a human. And it didn't take long for the Flaxons to realize they had no chance against this whatsoever. Maybe if they went back and started to advance their tech they could do this again, so they needed to retreat for now, as they all started to run backwards. Starting to head right back into their portal. Seeing they're now starting to run away, Mark was a little bit more optimistic, but at the same time he was going to be cautious about this. He didn't chase after any of the Flaxons that chose to leave, allowing them to escape. As now littered across the battlefield were several Flaxon bodies, as well as some of their tanks that were destroyed, or at least partially destroyed. A lot of Flaxon technology was left there in order to be analyzed by the GDA, as several soldiers from the GDA teleported in alongside the Teen Team, and when the Teen Team arrived, Invincible recognized Adam Eve, as well as Rexplode. After all, he had met both of them already, though he was curious about the other ones. They were all rather surprised to see though that Mark had this handled. Earth's strongest hero really was something else. That was when the Immortal decided to approach Invincible. Besides Cecil, Immortal had taken on the other role of being Invincible's parent, though he was a lot more like an uncle and mentor figure rather than an actual parent like how Cecil was. But Immortal told Invincible to take the rest of the day off. After all, he definitely earned it. The Guardians could handle it from here. And Mark gave them a thumbs up. He was going to do that. After all, he did want to get to know the high school he'd be going to soon a little bit better. So he teleported back to GDA headquarters and changed into a more normal-like outfit. During Mark's time there exploring the school, he ended up meeting with another student. Or well, more so another student ended up approaching him. This student of course was William. After all, I did find Mark rather interesting. There was something off about Mark. He felt almost a little bit distant while he was here. So that naturally made him curious about him and he decided to approach him and talk with him for a bit. And they started to get to know each other better, which showed Mark he was going to have at least more than one friend other than Adam Eve. Though he wouldn't call him his best friend or something crazy like that, no. They were just a random person that they knew right now. However, Mark did have a good feeling that he was going to like this place. Eventually, he did return back to the GDA to get back into his training. After all, his mind was laser focused on being able to defeat Omniman one day, as another day would pass. Or during the second day, the second attack of the Flaxons would begin, where this time around, the Guardians of the Globe have a different plan in mind. They decided to follow after them. After all, they were able to deal with the Flaxons relatively easily, even though they did advance their tech a little bit more than they had to in canon since they were fighting against a stronger Invincible, it wasn't enough to deal with the Guardians of the Globe, which left the Earth a little bit weaker than normal defenses for a bit. Fortunately for them, they had an incredibly strong hero, one with the speed of Red Rush, the amazing combat skill of War Woman, and finally the endurance and tenacity of the Immortal. Quickly, Mark Grayson was also gaining quite a lot of fans. A lot of people have been wondering about what to call him, and a name had been spreading around. He was by far the strongest hero on the planet. Not to mention, they genuinely couldn't see anyone who could really beat him. So the name a lot of people were sticking to was After all, this guy really did seem invincible. He was able to deal with any of the threats that were coming his way with relative ease. And that was a name that Mark Grayson decided to keep. He didn't know why, but just some part of him felt like it was natural and it just worked well with him. However, while this was going on, the GDA was also working on the new Flaxen tech that had been given to them, trying to work on remaking it, amplifying it, and adding it to their own soldiers, and potentially making a super amplified version to add to Mark's armor. After all, Mark's one big weakness right now was the fact that he didn't have range. So if they could potentially enhance Mark's range even further, then he would become an even greater hero than he already is. But during the time they were working on those upgrades, suddenly they saw something entering into their atmosphere, another alien. And they were worried at first that this might have been Omniman. After all, they hadn't seen Omniman in years. Over a decade by this point, though they were able to tell that he had orange skin as well as one eye, so there was no way this was Omniman unless he figured out some way to shapeshift, which led Invincible to flying off into space, preparing himself to battle against whatever could be. Though when he arrived, he couldn't see anything around him, making him a little bit confused, until he felt a fist slam against his back, pushing him a little bit forward, but not by much. But what was even more confusing was that he heard a voice in his head, telling him that he arrived earlier than expected, and he was digging the high-tech aesthetic to him. It served a lot better than that look without a mustache that he had. Like, that beard without a mustache aesthetic did not go well for him, and Invincible was able to immediately recognize that he was talking about Immortal. However, Invincible quickly closed the distance, grabbing onto both of Alan the alien's hands, with Invincible mentally saying, "Surrender, I do not want conflict with other aliens. I am not the one you previously fought. The one you were talking about is the Immortal. But I am the current guardian of this planet, and I will not allow a threat to Earth to stand." And hearing that caused some surprise to rise on Alan, as he said, wait, hold on, did you just say Earth? Oh my gosh, man, I am testing the wrong planet and I've been going to the wrong planet. I'm supposed to be testing Uraf, not Earth. This made a look of confusion rise on Invincible as he tilted his head a little bit and said, "What do you mean testing? And what do you mean you went to the wrong planet?" And Alan realized that these guys had no idea who he was or why he was even here. As Alan asked, "Do you have a place that we can sit down and talk? Like, I don't really want to be in space doing this because floating around and talking sucks." And Invincible nodded, especially considering he had someone else who he knew would want to hear about this even more than he did, Cecil. So the both of them flew back down into Earth, as Invincible contacted Cecil and told him that this alien seems to at least be somewhat non-hostile. He's not too sure yet, but they want to talk, so he's going to bring them to the GDA if that's fine, or if he has a better talking place in mind, he'll bring them there. Cecil sent him the location of one of the GDA bases, not the main one because they didn't really know if they could trust him yet or not, but at least one of them. And once they landed, several GDA agents had their guns trained and ready to fire on Alan in case he did try and fight back, though at the same time they knew they wouldn't be of that much help. Still, if they could be any support at all to Invincible, it would be good. He was going to be the main hero ready to fight against him. Though Invincible was pretty confident in himself. He was kind of significantly stronger than Alan the alien right now. After all, Alan wasn't able to break out from his hold, which is the Cecil teleporting in and them beginning their talk. As Cecil said, "So you're here to check if the planet is ready to defend itself, but what are you checking if they can defend themselves from?" "I'm the head of the planet's defenses, so I need to make sure I know what threats might be coming my way." Leading to Alan responding, "Oh, you know, aliens, monsters, Viltrumites mainly, that's our main threat." And it was almost like a light went off in Invincible's head as he leaned a bit closer. Now it was his time to speak, as he asked him, "Why are Viltrumites a threat?" After all, he knew what a Viltrumite was. Omniman was a Viltrumite. But he knew nothing about what Viltrumites actually were. Sure, yes, Omniman had told him a story, but with what he had seen so long ago, he had no idea if he could really believe it or not. He had no idea if he could truly believe if Omniman was just a bad Viltrumite and the rest of them were good, or if all of them were bad. Unfortunately, he found out it was the latter. As Alan told him about what the Viltrumites truly were, they were planet conquerors. They destroyed planets in a claim to make it better, but mainly for their resources. An empire that wants to take over the galaxy and universe, and so far the Viltrumites are by far and away the most dangerous and powerful threat to the entire universe. With him making a comment that they strangely look a lot more like humans. And that was when Mark took over, as he decided to do something that he wasn't too sure if this was the smartest move or not, but at the same time, he felt this was necessary. As he explained to Alan, the alien, that he was a half Viltrumite. He wasn't on Omniman's side though. No, he was going to protect the Earth from any and all Viltrumites. His father was a Viltrumite who had killed his mother, and then they went rogue and left the Earth. He had no idea where they went. But if this Viltrumite empire was what caused all of this to happen, what caused the death of his mother, then he was going to be certain of one thing. No matter what, Earth would prepare themselves to take on the Viltrumite empire. No matter what they bring. And this was all rather shocking news for Alan. After all, he could tell that Mark was definitely a good person, but more importantly, what was even more shocking was the fact that Viltrumite, a full-blooded one, raised in the Empire, chose to leave. They chose to leave their station. Sure, it was already a big shock that a half Viltrumite was rebelling against the Empire, but that could be explained by just simply being raised on Earth. But another person broke away from Viltrumite programming. But Alan told the both of them he needed to report this back to the Coalition of Planets, and he'd meet up with them later. This conversation was most certainly not over yet. And with that, Alan the alien took off, as Invincible and Cecil looked towards each other and nodded. They now knew what they were really up against. And while Invincible was most definitely strong, he knew he was going to need to get stronger, much stronger than he was before. He was right now the Earth's only defender. The Immortal was the Earth's second strongest defender, and even then he didn't know if the Immortal would be enough. So they were going to need to see whatever they could find in order to keep getting strong enough to take this stuff on. Leading to Cecil developing a brand new project, Project Anti-Viltrumite. A couple days later, the Guardians of the Globe ended up finding their own way back home, forcing the Flaxlands to make a brand new portal for them in order to head back home. They surprisingly figured out that even though this dimension had accelerated aging, that didn't really affect them, and when they told them that while it was days for them, it felt like years for the Guardians of the Globe. So they were all just really happy to be back finally. Which it seems they were going to have a test for something that could be added to the GDA's arsenal pretty soon. After all, there was a kaiju on the loose. A beast that was standing on all fours, having tentacle-like appendages that hide its mouth. And Invincible told them that the Guardians deserve some rest. After all, they have been fighting for what's basically been years now in their perspective. He'll handle this. Though before he left, he did tell Immortal that his new superhero name was going to be... He flew off to the scene. They were currently battling at the shore of an island. Most of the people had already been evacuated by this point, as Donald and several GDA soldiers were already here, as well as some of the heroes here to try and at least hold it off. Said heroes being Robot, Frobolt, as well as Kid 4. But despite all of it, all they could really do was hold it off and distract it for now. They were barely doing any damage to the kaiju. Until suddenly at full speed a punch lands on the kaiju, sending it rocketing backwards. The kaiju released a loud roar, staring towards what could have landed the blow, as in front of it stood Invincible, flying in the air, with Invincible telling the other heroes that he was going to have it from here. And the other heroes not in agreement, though Frobolt did tell him that this beast did have a little bit of a weakness to electricity, so if they had any way to take advantage of that, they should. Robot in particular was rather interested. After all, he had heard several things about Earth's greatest hero and seen him fight a couple times, but he was still trying to get information on them, leading to Mark using the scanners in his helmet in order to scan how powerful this beast was. And he was actually kind of surprised. Now sure, it wasn't going to be as strong as him or anything like that, but it would definitely be able to give him a challenge. And if they were to add enhancements to this thing, it could definitely become something that could rival Viltrumites. As Mark Grayson raised both of his fists, and thought to himself, time to tame a beast. As Mark and the Hail Mary rushed right towards each other, the Hail Mary attempted to slam one of its tentacles right into Mark, but Mark midair spun around it and avoided it, before flying over to its side and landing a hard punch on its side, causing the Hail Mary to let out a roar of pain, and then launched one of its feet out, trying to slam it down on Mark and slam him into the ground. And Mark contemplated for a moment if he should dodge it, but he decided to let it hit, leading to a crater being formed where Mark landed. However, Mark quickly lifted up the beast's foot, before pushing it by its feet upwards, launching it high into the air. And Mark had something that he wanted to test for a little bit now. He did now have a ranged option that he had recently been working a lot on, but in order to perform it, it would cause quite a lot of damage to the area around him. That was why he didn't often use it in combat, as he lifted up both of his hands and clapped them together, launching out a massive wave of wind. And that ended up launching the Hail Mary even higher up into the air before it landed on the ground, making an even larger crater in the process. And Mark stood in the air with his arms crossed as he was waiting for it to get up, as the Hail Mary launched out several of its tentacles to try and wrap around Mark's arms and legs. Using it to slam Mark into the ground, it was now even more angry. Before Mark forced the tentacles off of him, however before they could retract back to the beast, he grabbed two of them, yanking the beast right towards him, before he spun around midair and landed a hard punch right on its face. And before it could be sent flying backwards, Mark grabbed onto the tentacles again and used it to slam the beast right into the ground. As Mark couldn't help but wonder if it would be possible to tame this thing like a dog. He did always want a pet, and if this thing could end up serving as that role, it would definitely be a fun thing to spar with and just have as a pet. But that would take a lot more training and probably a lot more time. Either way, he was a little bit more determined now to put the time into doing that. Those thoughts were suddenly interrupted as a foot slammed into his face hard. Or well, not just his face, but his entire body. To Mark Grayson's surprise, the Hail Mary was still standing, as he was then flying into the water for a second before he flew out. As Mark dusted himself off while he looked towards the beast. And he said, "You definitely will make a good sparring partner once I'm done, but I can no longer allow you to cause potential damage. I'm ending this battle right here and now." As Mark clapped his hands, launching out another shockwave right towards the Hail Mary, before he rushed right towards it. After the shockwave landed, it didn't take long for him to close the distance, and he began to rapid-fire punches right on the Hail Mary. He was relentless, not letting the Hail Mary have a second to breathe. This was a fun fight for him, and definitely one that was allowing him to test his strength, but more importantly it gave him a sparring partner in the Hail Mary. He just needed to figure out a way to tame it. and with that barrage he was able to knock out the beast. As he contacted GDA to tell them it was done, Cecil told him that several helicopters would arrive later in order to pick the beast up, but Mark told him that he could probably carry it back pretty easy on his own, especially considering that would definitely save them a lot of time. So after he dropped off the Hail Mary to one of the GDA's lab sites in order for it to be experimented on and put on ice for now, he decided to return back to his home. During this time, the Immortal was also sent out alongside the NASA agents towards Mars, in order to make sure it would go smoothly. Leading to it playing out pretty similar to how it did in canon. I don't see the Immortal just letting some humans die, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. In this timeline, at least for now, a lot of the machine head stuff is going to generally just be avoided. Invincible is not as open out on the streets as he was before. He never had an encounter with Titan, so I don't see Titan trying to reach out to him. And with no Guardians of the Globe, that means Robot does not meet Monster Girl, so he's not going to try and steal Rexplode's DNA to try and make a clone of himself either, meaning the Mauler twins are still going to be in prison. Up to this point, Cecil had tried several attempts at trying to recruit them properly, but each of them always had led to them being rejected by the Maulers. The Maulers just didn't want to work for a government like Cecil, and they're starting to run low on ways to get them on their side. It was really starting to seem like their only option was going to be Invincible himself, though they now had a new weapon in the Hail Mary. Not to mention the other scientists are starting to make some progress in trying to make themselves stronger and make weapons to counter Viltrumites. New weapons to properly upgrade Invincible's suit, new ways to maybe upgrade other heroes as well. However, now Cecil had a different approach in mind for how he was going to approach the Mauler twin issue. They have been able to figure out quite a bit about the Mauler twins. One of the main things that they have been able to figure out is the Mauler twins absolutely hated authority, and now they knew what they were up against, he had an idea. As Cecil entered into the cell where the Mauler twins were, and then one of them told them that they already knew what they were here for and their answers still hadn't changed, and there was nothing that they could say that would change their mind. As Cecil decided that he was going to be straight up and honest with them for once. So, as you guys know, Invincible is the world's strongest hero, by far our strongest person that we have. What if I were to tell you there's an entire species of those types of people? All people who could be as strong, maybe even stronger than Invincible. Millions, maybe even billions of them that exist, that all have the same purpose and intention. To take over planets and make them part of their empire. If you think we're bad, imagine what that might end up happening to you once they find your technology, once they find you. That's what we need you for, what we've been preparing for. We need your help preparing to take on the Viltrumite Empire, and you're the only people who really can help us right now. After all, we only have one true defender against them, and while we can make that defender as strong as possible, having multiple would still be much better. And the message immediately became clear to the Mauler twins. They had two options right now. Either work with the GDA to help resist against an empire coming to their planet, or potentially be subjugated and have to deal with that empire. Now of course they could try and just sit back and do nothing, but at the same time that would just worsen their chances. However, Cecil could tell that there was something different this time. There was a shift in their mentality. They were thinking it through. As Cecil decided to teleport away, leaving them some time to think about things. He knew they weren't going to immediately say yes, but now the idea had been put in their head, they might actually think about it just a little bit. This one just felt more successful than all of the other attempts at this. All the while, Mark was beginning his normal school life. The first day of school for him had arrived, and getting adjusted to this was probably the hardest thing he had ever done. After all, he was trying to return to being a normal person after spending the last 11 years training to get as strong as possible in order to take out his father, in order to take out as many Viltrumites as possible. But now he was trying to at least balance that out with having a normal life. And in the process, he was actually starting to just realize how much of life he was really missing. As 7 months would pass, 7 months of a normal school life where Mark was starting to get more and more connected with the people there, mainly getting connected to even William. He isn't really trying to start anything romantic with Amber in this either, or even getting feelings for her. After all, he's so focused on being a superhero, and he kinda knows by this point that his best option is likely going to be getting in a relationship with another superhero. Considering how focused he was with training, and even though he did start a school life, he actually isn't behind on any of his schoolwork. After all, even though this is technically his first year in public school, he had been tutored by the world's best. That was what the GDA had done to make sure Mark could be as smart as possible. So he had been able to consistently keep up that training. And he'd also started to make some progress with trying to tame the Hail Mary. Now, it wasn't going to be that easy. Even after 7 months, it was still pretty angry at Mark, but it was starting to calm down and warm up to him a little bit. Though either way, the Hail Mary most certainly served as an excellent sparring partner for Mark. It wasn't very often there was anything on the planet that could really push him to improve, but the Hail Mary was the closest thing that he could get. But by this point, he was certain of something. Even without his armor, he was certain now that he was stronger than his father. Not to mention his armor had been upgraded several times over, adding in the flaxen guns and weaponry to his armor and enhancing them even further, thanks to the help of another scientist who was working with him on the project, one Scott Duvall. Somebody he had gotten to know pretty well over these past few months. After all, he was a brand new addition to the GDA, but he was surprisingly pretty smart. He also had an interesting power. At least interesting in Mark's mind. He had the power to convert kinetic energy into electricity. However, it was on the lower end and it didn't really have that high of an output. Maybe they could invent something later in order to make him stronger. Who knows, he might have a lot of potential. But that was for time to tell. As an interesting time ended up coming for the students to be able to explore the potential college they would be going to in the future. And Mark decided, why not, that could be a lot of fun for him to go through. Probably being able to see what college student life was like, it would be rather interesting for him. He told Cecil that he was going to be off for a little bit, unless they needed him for like some big colossal threat, he wasn't going to be there. And Cecil decided to agree. Mark had more than earned enough vacation time for himself. Which leads into the encounter with the Reaniman happening. However, he was able to basically foderize the Reaniman. I mean, this is a Mark Grayson who is stronger than Omni-Man by this point, so yeah. But it was still rather interesting to him that human enhancements could be going that far. Sure, one of them was no challenge for him, but if there were several of them, that would certainly make things more interesting. Mark was able to recognize this as one of the university students, so he decided he was just going to handle this right here and now. He didn't want something else to get in the way of his vacation. As he told them, "Do not worry, citizens. I am here and have things under control." Leading to Mark beginning his search, and when he was starting, he figured they were likely somewhere on campus. He didn't really have any place other than that to start. Fortunately, his helmet did help him in identifying who this person was and the fact that they were a student at this college. Eventually, this did lead into him finding DA Sinclair underground in the sewers. He took less time than Mark did in canon, but that was because Mark spent a lot of time just kinda goofing off and only did it at night, in comparison to this Mark who just immediately got to business. And with only 3 Reanimen there, it didn't really stop him. Though Mark did remember how that one Reaniman chose to end their own life, and that they still had a little bit of human emotions into them. So maybe there was a chance that these 3 could end up being repaired and turned back to normal human society. However, what Mark was a lot more interested about was DA Sinclair. After all, he managed to reanimate a bunch of people and turn them much stronger, so maybe there was a chance they could do that for their own soldiers. Imagine that, GDA being filled with several super soldiers. That if enough of them came together, they might even be able to take out a Viltrumite. Maybe this could also enhance him in the future. Who knows? Just because they felt DA Sinclair would definitely get along well with their other scientists that they recently added to the team. That being the genius Mahler twins. It took quite a bit of time. They had only recently started to agree to work with them around about a month or 2 ago, but still, they had been working with each other, and now that they had DA Sinclair on their side, who knew what they could get done for the planet? Or well, DA Sinclair in custody. He knew that it would take some time for them to properly get DA Sinclair on their side, but if they could succeed in that, then who knew what the good they could get done was. And while things were going pretty peaceful on Earth so far, we now transition back to space. During time Mark was in school, Alan the Alien eventually did return back to Coalition of Planets. And he reported to them about Earth, the fact that there was a hero there that was significantly stronger than even him. But more importantly, they were a half Viltrumite but not loyal to the Empire. If anything, they actually hated the Empire. They had dedicated the last 11 years to training themselves up to become strong enough to take on the Empire, so they found a potential ally in Earth. But more importantly was something else even more interesting. The original Viltrumite that was posted on that planet had abandoned their post. Both of these things were rather interesting to the Coalition of Planets. This also leads into Alan the Alien getting jumped by the 3 Viltrumites a bit earlier than in canon. After all, just as a reminder, this happens before Mark has even fought Omni-Man in canon. That was how important finding out about Mark Grayson actually was. And while the Viltrumites do want to track Omni-Man, finding him would be a lot harder. After all, Omni-Man had been on the run now for over 11 years. They had no idea where Nolan could be. For all they knew, they could be all across the universe, so they'd have to definitely send out some people to look for him. Though what was a little bit more troubling was the fact that Mark Grayson existed and was stronger than Alan the Alien. Something that they found out through their spy on the Coalition of Planets. And they weren't too sure who immediately they wanted to send. After all, this son now had the duty that Nolan did to carry out. But at the same time, they didn't really know how strong they were truly. But because they had no idea where Omni-Man was, General Krieg decided he would go personally to talk with Mark. Alongside him, he would also be bringing Anissa, for 2 separate purposes. They didn't know that Earth was a relatively strong planet. Of course, it wasn't going to be any issue for a Viltrumite, but with a Viltrumite there that might have had time to prepare, they needed to be cautious. But it was also to test the strength of the surviving Viltrumite, that being Mark. To test if Mark was going to be a worthy part of their empire or not. With General Craig choosing to send out Luke and Vidor as well as Fula out in order to try and find Omni-Man. They couldn't have a loose end like that around. And with that, they all took off in order to begin their next missions. As we now return back to Earth, and it was currently a pretty normal day. Mark was getting in some training in like usual, making even more progress of taming the Hail Mary. But now he had an additional thing added to his training program, which was sparring with the Reaniman. Now granted, sparring with the Reaniman wasn't for himself to train. It did help with his abilities, and it did also help with him being able to manage numbers better, but that wasn't the real purpose of this. No, the real purpose of this was to give the Reaniman more practice for fighting against Viltrumites, as well as more importantly giving D.A. Sinclair and the people in the lab more experience when it came to fighting those Viltrumites. It was also an interesting experiment for Mark because he had to control his power quite a bit in order to make sure he didn't cut through them. These Reanimen were also quite a bit more durable than even the normal ones, as D.A. Sinclair had figured out a way to replicate the Flaxen technology and add it to his Reanimen. using the notes from Mark's suit in order to add it to his own Reaniman soldiers. Now, of course, it wasn't as high quality as Mark since most of them were expected to die, but it did at least add additional reinforcement to their durability. But with Mark there, they were certain that each Reaniman was going to be better than the last. It did also make the Mauler twins get an idea as well. What if they were to make some of their clones that had died in the past into Reaniman? Though that was a little bit messed up even for them. Granted, it wasn't like they were going to produce new clones for them to turn into people that could be reanimated. It was just going to be using the old ones that already had existed, and there were a bunch of them that were already dead. The thought had come to their minds of using soup bodies in order to make Reaniman as well in the past, but at the same time, while they were desperate, they didn't think they were that desperate yet. There's also one more scientist who had joined in on their science team in order to figure out how to counter Viltrumites, this being the hero Robot. He wondered what his genius could help to apply to the others. And with the Mauler twins here, it did also give him an idea. After all, maybe this could potentially give him a new body. Though, right now we didn't have a need to get a new body yet, but maybe in the future, who knows. Currently, the four geniuses were all working on a brand new project together. While the project was certainly simple in nature, it was definitely going to be probably the most difficult project for them to pull off. But if they were able to do this, it would certainly give Earth an advantage. And that plan was making a clone of Mark. Mark was by far the strongest hero on this planet, so if they could get a second Mark on their side, it would be incredible. They already knew thanks to the Mauler twins they were able to clone the mind. But the bigger issue was actually figuring out a way to clone Viltrumite DNA. While they did have a near endless supply thanks to having a Viltrumite on their side being Mark Grayson, it was still rather hard to figure out, considering how resilient Viltrumite cells were. But if anyone on the planet was going to figure out a way to do it, it would be them. Now of course they weren't planning to make an entire army of Marks. That was excessive even for them, but they were planning to have at least a total of 3 Marks on the planet, counting the one that already existed. And once Mark had finished up this training session, somebody else decided to walk in. One of the heroes he was closest with, and someone who was actually pretty involved with his team, that being Adam Eve. Adam Eve was one of Mark's only few friends. Sure, of course Cecil cared for him, but it wasn't really a friend like this. And she also made a comment on the fact that the only thing she really ever saw Mark do outside of school was training. Almost teasing him about the fact that the only thing that he did in life was train. Though she chose not to, mainly because she also knew why this was the case, before she decided to give Mark an invite. For the two to hang out for a bit and just have some night where they can enjoy themselves and have a bit of a break from everything. And Mark thought it over for a couple of seconds before he decided to go. He already knew Cecil was trying to push for him to take more breaks more often. He wanted Mark to be as mentally healthy as possible, so he already could tell Cecil would want this for him. And this was also something that had worried Adam Eve quite a bit, which was just how serious Mark actually took the job. To the point where a part of her had to wonder if Mark just thought that this job was his life. And it was also part of why she wanted to do this. She wanted to know what the real Mark was going to be like, and just honestly give him the well-deserved break that he has earned. As the two of them took off, with Cecil smiling a slight bit, he was rather happy to see this for Mark. After everything that kid had gone through, he deserved that. If Cecil was being honest, sometimes he did wonder if taking in Mark was the right thing. He knew how close Red Rush's family was to Omniman's family, so maybe they would have been willing to take in Mark. And every single day he hated himself for the weapon that he had raised, the weapon that he had made. He had taken advantage of the rage that Mark was feeling towards the unjustified tragedy that had happened to him. But he also remembered something else. The fact that Omniman was still the strongest superhero to have existed until Mark came along. And if Mark was an uncontrolled variable like that, it would put the entire planet at threat. As he said to himself, we can either be the good guys, or the guys who save the world. And Cecil knew that each and every time he was always going to pick the guy who saved the world. Mark Grayson and Samantha Williams, otherwise known as Invincible and Adam Eve, would have enjoyed a night on the town, looking all across the city of Los Angeles, enjoying different sights, and enjoying some food together. And this was one of the most relaxing nights that Mark had ever had in his life. Definitely the most relaxing ever since he had begun training under Cecil. And Adam Eve was able to see that on Mark. In truth, a part of her was tempted to bring him to a spa, if it wasn't for the fact that Mark was a superhuman, so there wasn't really any massages that would really work on him properly unless it's from somebody else on a similar level to him, but still. And the two of them were now sat on a roof, talking about what had happened recently in their lives. And surprisingly, Mark was actually more interested about the normal civilian part of her life rather than the superhero part of her life. But of course it did make sense. Mark was still trying to get adjusted to living like a normal civilian. For so long, his identity had been Invincible, the hero that had been spawned from the vengeance and rage he'd been feeling towards Omniman, emotions he had directed into becoming the world's best hero. But it was so rare when he truly got to explore his other identity, Mark Grayson. That was mostly because for a pretty long while, he felt the identity of Mark Grayson died the very day his mom did. But thanks to all the recent efforts, that belief had slowly been dying. The human that was Mark Grayson had slowly been returning. And as we talked, Mark also found out about all of the issues that was Eve's family. From Rexplode cheating on them to their family wanting Eve to forgive Rexplode just so they could have someone to protect them because they trusted Rex. and even how much Adam Eve's dad especially hated Adam Eve for their powers. And that did cause a slight chuckle to come out from Mark, and cause Eve to raise an eyebrow. She looked a little bit confused. Before Mark then explained to her, "I'll be honest, Eve, I'm kind of surprised sometimes you're still a hero. From everything you've gone through, I honestly wouldn't blame you for being a villain, but not just are you a hero, but you also go out of your way to help as many people as you can, even further beyond than just saving lives. Not just are you one of Earth's strongest heroes with your powers, you're also one of Earth's better heroes. If I'm being honest, you're an even better hero than I am." And that one caught Eve completely off guard. After all, hearing that from Mark, hearing that from someone who was the strongest hero on the planet and had been fighting people for quite a long while, making that basically his life, hearing that they believed that Eve was a better hero than him, it genuinely shocked Eve and made her feel flattered as well, especially because of the mention of the fact that she had gone through so much and yet still chose to be a hero. And Mark admired Eve for those traits. This is also because something even Mark could acknowledge, which was the fact that his circumstances made for the best ones to make a hero. His mom was taken out by a villain who was immediately adopted by Cecil. But Adam Eve was completely different. The world had constantly rejected her and said no to her, and yet she was still constantly trying her best to help people. If that wasn't a hero, he had no idea what was one. Though Adam Eve also definitely disagreed with him. After all, Mark was the strongest hero on Earth, and the mainline defense for Earth. He was worth more than the entire Guardians of the Globe combined as a powerhouse, not to mention the fact he could stop alien invasions completely on his own, even stopping that kaiju that robot had told her about. It was pretty clear neither of them would agree on this topic, so they just agreed to disagree for now. And with that, the two of them closed their night, Mark and Eve were both returning to their own separate homes. Little did they know danger was brewing all around them. As around that same time, the Order was having a meeting. A crime group with crime heads all across the globe, and currently they were talking about one person, the protector of Earth and Earth's strongest hero, Invincible. He had been getting in the way of so many of their operations, and they didn't really have anyone who could truly stop him. Sure, Mr. Liu might have a pretty good chance of stopping him and beating him, but Mr. Liu didn't want to get his hands dirty yet. Especially considering the area that Mark Grayson acted the most wasn't really his area. So he instead decided he would give one of the people underneath him a chance to prove themselves, that person of course being Machine Head, leaving the definite elimination of Invincible to him. And Machine Head the perfect person in mind for this. An assassin he had recently hired, one who was far stronger than anyone he had ever met, and far stronger than anyone ever seen. While Machine Head was confident they could take out the Guardians of the Globe, Invincible was an entirely different beast. But with him alongside his other assassins as support, they had a pretty good chance at this. But when he brought it up to this assassin, the assassin told him that he would be going alone. Based on everything he had heard, this man will likely be strong, and he didn't want anybody getting in the way whatsoever. This assassin was Battle Beast. He told him that he would eliminate Invincible for him, and sending other people to help him would be worthless. After all, if he wouldn't be able to beat him on his own, there's no way the other people being there would help. And more importantly, if Machine Head did send anybody else along them, he would kill them on the spot. He wanted this fight alone. Machine Head decided to agree. After all, he knew the strength of Battle Beast quite well, and he didn't want that strength placed on him. So Machine Head decided to agree to those terms. He had absolute full confidence in Battle Beast to be able to handle this. As the next day would pass, Mark was currently out on patrol, until he suddenly saw a large crash nearby. Smoke and rubble began to kick up, as Mark blinked, looking a little bit confused at what that was. And in that crater, he saw what looked like a rather odd person, a weird mix of a humanoid and what looked like a white lion. And Battle Beast smirked as he looked up towards Invincible, with Invincible landing in front of him as his helmet began to scan them. Before he then said, "Is everything alright? I'm not here to immediately arrest you, I don't know what happened, but I can help you if you're lost." But when his helmet finished scanning him, he immediately saw something that was bone-chilling to even him. And right now Invincible was really hoping that this wasn't an enemy, because his helmet was warning him that this person in front of him was much stronger than him. As Battle Beast then said, "I have gone across several galaxies to find an opponent worthy of me testing my strength against, and you have been chosen as my next prey." Which immediately confirmed it for Invincible, as he decided to ask something before they started fighting. "I can tell you're not someone who enjoys killing people for no reason, or else you would have landed on some innocent people. So before we start this, do you mind if I take us somewhere else with no people? It will allow me to fight at my full potential and full capacity." And upon Battle Beast hearing that, he decided to nod in agreement without hesitation, as Invincible lifted up his hand, teleporting both himself and Battle Beast over to the same area where he fought the Hail Mary. And Cecil got on the line, quickly telling Mark that he was calling over the Guardians before Mark told him no. Judging by how strong this man was, sending over the Guardians would be a death sentence to them. Right now, the only thing that Mark thought might actually be able to help him was the Hail Mary, but he rejected that idea, mainly because of the person that Battle Beast seemed to be. He felt there might be a chance this battle doesn't end up with one of them dead, but bringing over the Hail Mary would certainly make it so one of them would die. And Battle Beast looked around at this place, quickly beginning to analyze it, and he was rather curious at the place he had been brought to, as he spun around the mace that he wielded before looking towards Mark, asking if he was ready for this glorious battle. And Invincible nodded, as he said, "Thank you for understanding this is where I can fight my best, so allow me to show my gratitude." And Invincible was already beginning to make strategies. He knew he was going to need to be careful against something like this. Not just could he tell that Battle Beast was stronger than him thanks to his scanners, he could also tell him the way the Battle Beast carried himself, he was actually more skilled than him as well. During his time in the GDA, he had met plenty of skilled fighters, and he was able to pick up some of their skill himself, so he could see when someone absolutely outclassed him in skill. It had been so long since the last time he fought somebody who was stronger than him. The last person was Immortal, but he had long since surpassed Immortal. But Mark felt like he had some advantages here. He wasn't just going to have to go in as a raw brawler. Judging by his scans, he was able to tell that Battle Beast didn't seem to have any flight-based capabilities. Though he would definitely be able to jump to reach him, he wasn't able to do freeform flight like he was. He could already tell his smoke screens were going to be useless thanks to Battle Beast's senses, however he could definitely do some tactics. As he lifted up both of his hands, they glowed a bright green before firing off a massive laser right towards Battle Beast's direction. This was tech based in Flaxen designs copied in order to be added to Mark's suit, upgraded by both Robot as well as the Muller twins. And while Battle Beast was most definitely pushed back a bit by that attack, he quickly stood back up as he began to rush right through the attack towards Mark's direction. Mark then clenched his fists together, as both Battle Beast and Mark clashed fists with each other. The clash was so potent it sent a shockwave all across the entire nation. Fortunately, they chose to battle in an abandoned area, or else that would have caused a lot more damage. And Battle Beast smirked a bit as he began to push Mark's fist back a little bit. Battle Beast was also slightly surprised. He wasn't expecting that laser to be weaker than Invincible's physical power. But it wasn't something that Battle Beast minded either. He used one hand to grip onto Invincible's fist in order to hold him there, before using his other to slam it right into Invincible's face, slamming him right through several trees in the process. But then Invincible's body glowed green, as he teleported and appeared right behind Battle Beast, using the momentum from Battle Beast's previous attack to increase the power of a kick he landed right on Battle Beast's head. As Battle Beast blinked, he was caught off guard by Invincible's sudden teleportation, and he had to admit that kick had more oomph than he was expecting. But still, he was impressed. More than that, he was happy that Invincible didn't die immediately after that first hit. And Battle Beast quickly turned around as he attempted to rush right towards Invincible again, before Invincible clamped his hands together, launching out a shockwave with that clap that pushed Battle Beast backwards even further. A smirk rose on Battle Beast as he looked up towards Invincible. He could already tell this was most certainly going to be just as fun as he expected. As he decided to ask Invincible why he was so strong. From what he knew, humans on this planet couldn't grow that strong. And Invincible answered, "My humanity is my strength." And that was a curious answer to Battle Beast. But he decided not to focus on it too long. After all, for now he felt like he was done with words. He would allow to use actions to speak for them. Meanwhile, back at the GDA headquarters, Cecil was watching this entire battle between Mark and Battle Beast go down. He could see just as well as Mark that Battle Beast was much stronger than him. And while Cecil was tempted to call on the Guardians of the Globe as backup, Mark had already told him no. Cecil was right now thinking on what the best way he could help Mark possibly was. The clones weren't ready yet. Hail Mary was probably going to be their best option, but even then, that might not help against someone like Battle Beast. Though fortunately, he did have the Guardians of the Globe do something else. They had gotten a tip from a certain criminal who saw this as the perfect chance to take someone out. Battle Beast was the main protector that Machine Head had, and if he was out of the picture, there was no way the Guardians of the Globe wouldn't be able to arrest Machine Head. So the criminal known as Titan decided to take advantage of this, leaking Machine Head's current weak state, and the Guardians of the Globe were all sent there in order to deal with Machine Head. But at the same time, Cecil was stuck watching, worried and stressed out that something was going to happen to Mark. Donald in particular noticed his worry. After all, it was unlike Cecil to actually be worried for a weapon like this. But he also knew Cecil well, and was at this point able to tell. Cecil most certainly saw Mark as more than just a weapon. And as much as Cecil tried to deny that himself as well, even he knew that was the case. Right now he was just hoping that Mark would be able to win this and find a way. He knew Invincible was smart. That was going to have to be his ticket to victory. Mark slowly began to raise both of his arms, changing his stance in preparation. He already knew that Battle Beast was stronger than him, so he was going to need to focus on moves that would be able to turn Battle Beast's own strength against him. And when Battle Beast saw that, he smirked a little bit. He had been fighting for a long time, including fighting humanoids of similar styles to Mark. Several of the opponents he had fought he didn't just kill for brute strength, and he was certainly curious what the skills of this warrior would bring to him. As both Mark and Battle Beast rushed right towards each other in order to continue a hand-to-hand clash. Battle Beast started on the offense by trying to slam his mace into Mark's head once again, but Mark was just narrowly able to dodge it by ducking underneath it, as he quickly opened up his hand, firing out a small laser right towards Battle Beast's eyes. But Battle Beast was narrowly able to dodge just by moving his head slightly out of the way, as he attempted to land a punch right on Invincible's gut. But Invincible at the last moment was able to redirect Battle Beast's blow, using it in order to move behind his arm instead. As he attempted to land a punch right on Battle Beast's face, but Battle Beast was able to move his head backwards again in order to dodge, before spinning with the movements and slamming his mace right into Invincible's side, sending him rocketing backwards even more before chasing after him. This blow was a rather hard one as well, as it caused Invincible to cough up some blood in his suit. as Battle Beast attempted to rush right towards Mark, trying to grab him by the face. But just narrowly, he blasted the ground underneath himself to give himself some propulsion, as he flew higher into the air, barely avoiding Battle Beast's blow, before flying right towards Battle Beast's back and landing a hard punch on it. Battle Beast had a near instant retort, as he quickly spun around and slammed his fist right into Mark's face, grabbing him by the head and slamming him hard into the ground, making a hard crater where Mark landed, as he was about to try and jump down on Mark, but Mark at the last moment clapped his hands together, firing out another one of those shockwaves right towards Battle Beast, forcing Battle Beast to take it head on due to his inability to fight as he was launched backwards, giving Invincible just enough time to fly out from the crater and look towards Battle Beast. While Invincible landed more hits so far, he was able to feel that Battle Beast's hits he had landed were significantly heavier on him. Still, so long as he was cautious, he could have some advantages. After all, the teleporter was a pretty massive advantage that Mark had. Not to mention that he wielded range capabilities in comparison to Battle Beast, who didn't wield any. But then Battle Beast quickly closed distance, as he told Invincible that the warm-up was now over. And he quickly landed a punch right on Invincible's face, causing a slight hinge of pain to go through Invincible's body, as Battle Beast attempted to land his claws right into Invincible's chest, but at the last second Invincible was able to teleport out the way. As he teleported above Battle Beast and attempted to land a punch on his head, but Battle Beast span out the way, his super enhanced senses depicting the very moment that Mark had ended up spawning in the air, as he quickly grabbed Mark's fist and slammed him hard into the ground, making another crater, and he quickly jumped into the crater, landing another punch onto Mark, and another, and Mark tried to clap his hands together, but this time Battle Beast wasn't letting him, as his entire body glowed green. This time it was a different green, as he opened up both his hands and fired another blast right towards Battle Beast, these two being a full charge blast. Of course, he wasn't really expecting it to kill Battle Beast, so just be enough of a distraction, which he succeeded at, as Mark quickly teleported out of the way, teleporting out from the crater. As Battle Beast hopped out from the crater clapping a little bit, he had to admit he was impressed by that intelligence. But the difference between the two was being shown. While Mark Grayson was incredibly strong, he was still limited. His experience wasn't anywhere near as close to Battle Beast. He wasn't anywhere near as strong as Battle Beast either, but he was trying to force himself to think on some strategy, some way he might be able to win this, but he couldn't find one. Battle Beast was now able to see right through his teleportation. The best he could do was stall in time for hand-to-hand combat. But he knew better than most he wasn't going to outplay Battle Beast. Calling for backup also wasn't an option either, not against someone like this. The only thing that might be able to provide some backup to him right now would be the Hail Mary, and even then, he wasn't too sure about that. And Mark didn't have much time to think, as Battle Beast began to do his next rush right towards him, and Invincible met that charge head on. He knew trying to run away was not his best option, so him and Battle Beast began to exchange blows repeatedly. But each time he did, he was pushed more and more onto the defense. Battle Beast was repeatedly pressing his advantages, landing several slashes, several hard blows right on his body, each blow between the two causing even more shockwaves to echo throughout the island. Sure, Mark was certainly an entertaining challenge, but he wasn't stronger than Battle Beast. And Invincible hated this. He felt so helpless, he felt so weak. And it was starting to settle in for him. If he didn't figure out some way to fight against Battle Beast, he was going to die. But there just was no way. There was nothing he could have done. He was going to die. All the time he had spent training, everything he had spent his life dedicated towards, trying to get revenge on Omniman, trying to become Earth's best guardian, all of it was for nothing. He wasn't even going to get the closure of meeting Omniman again. He wouldn't be able to see any of his friends again. Everything that he had spent his life working towards was going to be gone. As Battle Beast quickly grabbed Mark by the face and slammed him hard into the ground. A wide smirk slowly rising on Battle Beast as he began to pick up his mace. As he said, "You are most certainly an opponent I will remember for the rest of my life. Such a shame that you will not be the one to eliminate me on this day." And a final memory hit Invincible in that moment, his mom. If he died here, the last memory of his mom, the last proof that his mom had existed, would go along with them. And a rage boiled up in Mark. Emotions that Mark had been suppressing for so long, trying to direct mainly into his training, but he'd never really allowed himself to feel it in combat. But now he was embracing it. Now he was embracing that anger, as he forced Battle Beast off of his body, punching Battle Beast hard in the face, harder than he had this entire fight, as it was followed up by another, and another, and another. Each of these blows were less controlled in comparison to the one before, but they had more power behind it, more power that even Battle Beast wasn't expecting. As that fall was interrupted by a knee to the chin, before Mark grabbed his face midair and slammed him into the ground hard, giving Battle Beast a taste of his own medicine by making him into a crater. As Mark rushed right into the crater with Battle Beast currently inside, starting to push him down deeper and deeper into it. As Mark then yelled out, "I will not allow myself to die here. I have far too much to allow myself to die here and now. I am the protector of humanity in this world, and I will take down any challenges that come my way." As Mark then closed both of his fists together and slammed them hard into Battle Beast, not even noticing in that moment that his voice changer was broken, but he didn't care. He was letting rage fully take over, as the crater collapsed in on itself, becoming significantly greater than it was before, almost making it look like a meteor had hit this area. And Mark started to pant to himself. That was exhausting. He had never put that much power into a single fight before. Not to mention all the damage he had taken from Battle Beast, he was near certain some of his bones were broken. Still, he won. He won this battle. Or at least that was what Invincible thought, as out from the smoke wave, Battle Beast rushed right up towards him, uppercutting Mark hard in order to launch him high into the air. Currently, Battle Beast was injured, having some blood going down his body, but he had a wild smirk right now. He enjoyed this even more. He wasn't expecting that amount of power to come out from Mark. He wasn't expecting someone like that to hold that much power and still have that much in reserves to use later. As Battle Beast then landed on the ground before jumping up again in order to reach him, punching Mark in the gut so hard that he was slammed right back into the ground, breaking several of Mark's ribs in that blow. As Battle Beast then landed in front of him, taking out his mace once more. And Battle Beast then said, "I must admit, it had been so long since something had actually forced me to use my full power. So tell me, what is your actual name? Not the superhero designation, but your real name." And Mark could see that he was about to die. This was going to be where he died. He had no more power left. He had no more energy left. He was on the verge of passing out. It had been so long since he fought against somebody who was actually stronger than him. And there was actually a part of him that was thankful for that experience. But before either of them could make their next move, suddenly somebody else teleported. This person was the head of the GDA, Cecil Stedman. Mark's eyes widened in fear for a moment, scared for Cecil. He was wondering why did Cecil decide to show himself in person. Battle Beast was also shocked. Not just was it a civilian using the same type of technology that Invincible was using, but it was also a normal person from what he could tell by appearance was weaker than average. But that was when Cecil chose to speak, and it was the reason why he came alone, so he'd be able to catch Battle Beast completely off guard. As Cecil then said, "So, you want to fight against strong opponents if I'm reading you correct, right?" And Battle Beast tilted his head a little bit, as he looked over to Invincible and said, "Isn't that the strongest fighter that Earth has?" Which led to Cecil nodding, as he said, "That is correct. Invincible is by far the strongest hero that we have. But he has not achieved his full potential yet. By human years, he's about 17, still a kid, but by the species he's a part of that gave him that power, by Viltrumite age, he's barely a baby." And that surprised and shocked Battle Beast. Sure, he was aware that Invincible was strong, but he wasn't aware he was part Viltrumite. But that also surprised and shocked Mark. He wasn't putting Cecil to give away that information to save his life. From what he knew at this point, the Muller twins had by far enough DNA to make a clone of Mark. The first clone was going to be done pretty soon. So Mark thought that he was replaceable, but for some reason Cecil was choosing to protect him. More than that, he was giving away critical information like that. Though his mind immediately went to the fact that maybe, just maybe, something went wrong with the cloning. That had to be it. He was still necessary. Or maybe Cecil just wanted two superheroes like Invincible to be around rather than just one. But while Mark was trying to think things over and try and figure out why Cecil was doing this, Cecil continued to talk, as he said, "Right now he hasn't even gotten close to achieving his full potential. He might have been a good battle for you now, but in the future he will become much stronger. I can tell you're an alien, so I want to ask, are investments a thing? What I'm asking you is to just invest in Invincible's potential. He will become a much stronger fighter against you later." And while Battle Beast did have a job to do, at the same time that idea sounded way too interesting to him. It wasn't like normal circumstances where he was up against someone at their full potential. This one was nowhere close to it. Even more surprising to Battle Beast was he was expecting by this point Machine Head to have actually said something. Little did he know somebody else had chosen this as their perfect time to take advantage of Machine Head's vulnerability. Titan had given a tip to the Guardians of the Globe, and they were sent out to deal with Machine Head while this was all happening. And if Battle Beast not present there in order to protect Machine Head, that was dealt with rather quickly. And once Battle Beast heard Cecil's proposition, as well as seeing just how much power Mark had as well as his potential, he decided he was going to agree. As Battle Beast then said, "I must admit, your warrior was certainly a worthy fighter. I'm more than excited for this deal. When I think the time has come for me to battle him again, I will arrive in order to do so." As Battle Beast activated the portal on his wrist, walking out and using the portal to transport himself elsewhere. Mark Grayson was on the verge of passing out, as he looked up to Cecil and he had one question on his mind, one question that he asked out loud. Why did he risk so much even showing up in person to save him? And Cecil opened his mouth as he was about to answer for a second before he decided to think on what his answer was. but he decided to tell Mark to rest for now. The two of them could talk more proper once Mark was fully healed. This also would end up buying some time for Cecil to think on this, as Mark himself passed out right after. Now, of course, Cecil did also have some objective and good reason for why to save Mark. It was better to have two superheroes like Mark Grace on the planet rather than one. Even if the cloning was successful, it was better to have two Invincibles on the planet rather than wasting resources. But Cecil could tell that wasn't it. There was something else in him, some other reason why he chose to spare him, and he wasn't too sure what that reason was. No, he was lying to himself. He knew exactly what that other reason was, but he didn't want to admit it, because he didn't feel he earned the right to be able to admit it. As other GDA soldiers began to come to this area, medics teleporting in order to bring Invincible back to base, while Cecil returned back to the main base area as well, getting the call from the Immortal that they had succeeded in arresting Machine Head. Cecil still considered this a rather eventful and good day for them. It was quite a victory for them. But he wanted to do research on that warrior. While he was able to tell he was from space, he couldn't tell what. He couldn't tell exactly who they were. And considering how powerful they were certainly added to the threat list. They didn't know where that source of power came from, if there were more creatures like that battle beast, or if he was one of a kind. But until Cecil Stedman figured it out, he was going to make sure that he got as much information as possible. Mark Grayson's eyes began to open, waking up in the GDA's medical room. He had been out for a total of 2 days now. It would have been much longer if it wasn't for Viltrumite regeneration. Present in the room were several doctors from the GDA, but also a few other people that Mark recognized. Cecil Stedman, the Immortal, and Red Rush were all currently present. At first, things were a little bit like a blur in Mark's mind until he began to remember everything, that battle against Battle Beast. One where despite the fact that he tried his best, that he tried to push himself far beyond his limit, he didn't stand a chance against that opponent. For a long while now, he truly felt that he was invincible, that no one on the planet could stop him. Sure, the Guardians of the Globe were stronger than him for a point, but he had been able to surpass them. And he had been stronger than them for a while now. So this was truly a different experience for Mark, the first time he was ever properly beaten ever since he had achieved this level of power. But he also remembered what Cecil said, how Cecil was able to convince Battle Beast to stop fighting him. Mark knew all Cecil was really capable of doing was buying Mark some time. He knew he was going to have to train and get stronger because eventually Battle Beast would definitely come back to fight him again. As Red Rush moved to quickly hug Mark, while at the same time the Immortal placed a hand on his shoulder. Cecil looked over at Mark as well, though he didn't immediately approach him. He instead allowed those who had talked with him for a little bit first. As Red Rush quickly asked Mark if he was okay, if he was physically and mentally feeling fine, with Mark giving him a thumbs up. Physically, he felt like all the parts of his body healed. In fact, he did feel like he got a little bit stronger from that fight. Now, he didn't get stronger from being pushed to near death, but from fighting against a strong opponent like that definitely pushed him to surpass his limits. And Mark told him that while he wasn't feeling fine about the loss, he was just going to take that as motivation. For once, he felt like he had an actual goal to work towards. Sure, he had been preparing for the potential of Viltrumite invasion, for the potential of having to fight against maybe millions of people who might be on par with Omniman. After all, they were making assumptions right now that Omniman might have just been an average soldier. The worst case scenario was that Omniman was an average soldier, so preparing for that possibility was the best one, which would give them the best advantage. But now he had an actual goal to work towards, an actual image in his mind of what would be strong, and that image was Battle Beast himself. And he told them that he was going to need to work on a lot more than just his power. He was going to need to ask Whirlwind sooner or later to help him increase his skills even further. Now sure, he had not been slacking at all on his skills, but he definitely felt that he might be able to push it a bit more forward if he tried harder. As the Immortal then told him it's good that he wasn't beating himself up. After all, they had seen how strong Battle Beast was. They had seen his scans. No one on the planet would have been able to do just as well as Mark did. And now they got a real accurate display of that power, they knew what to work towards. Besides, most of all, Mark was still ultimately only 18. He had a long way to grow. They knew Viltrumites could live for thousands of years, and Mark was still just as strong as an 18-year-old. As the Immortal and Red Rush told him they would be able to help him any way they could. They weren't too sure how they could help him yet, but they were going to try and figure out the best ways they could. However, after a bit more talking and checking, Invincible decided to ask both of them if it would be okay with him to talk to Cecil alone for a bit. Red Rush and the Immortal nodded, though they did also look over to Cecil for a moment and gave him a knowing look. As the both of them left the room, with the doctors temporarily leaving for now, of course they were still going to observe Mark's physical status, but they didn't feel like they needed to actually be in the room for this, leaving just Cecil and Mark alone to talk. As Mark was the first to ask a question, he asked him, "How's Project New Nebula going?" Project New Nebula was the name of the project in order to create more Viltrumite warriors to protect them, the project revolving around creating clones of Mark to help protect the planet. And that caught Cecil off guard that was the first question that Mark asked. However, it spoke a lot to Mark's mental state. Cecil knew Mark quite well, extremely well by this point. So he knew what Mark was thinking. He knew Mark was asking about that question because he wanted to ask if he was still useful. Mark's justification for why he was still alive was because Cecil still needed him. That was the only reason it could make sense in Mark's head. And it was partially right. Not because of the project being ineffective, as Cecil explained that the project was almost done. It should be completed in a few days. They have more than enough DNA in order to complete it and have all of the resources necessary. But that left Mark completely confused. That was the only reason it could make sense. So why? Why did Cecil risk himself? And the response Cecil gave was short but spoke a lot, as Cecil said, simple, I don't want you to die. And that completely astonished Mark, as he then said, wait, so you risked your life because you don't want me to die? Why would that make you do that? You are the leader and main protector of the Earth's government. I am a weapon. I am expendable. You can replace me. But the world needs you to guide people like me. There has to be something more to this. Some reason why you chose to pick me. Some reason you chose to spare me. Some advantage that I still offer. Please explain it to me. And that left Cecil completely silent for a moment. Not just was he taking in those words, but he was taking in how Mark really viewed himself. He was taking in everything. The consequences of his actions on full display. The consequences of him choosing to raise Mark the way he did. As Cecil opened his mouth for a second before closing it, hesitating for a moment, deciding on if he should say what he wanted to say or not, but he ultimately decided this was what Mark needed to hear, as he then said, I don't view you as just a weapon, Mark. You are much more important to me than just that, and I just couldn't let you die. And that made a silence course through the room, one that felt like it lasted for days, but in reality only lasted for a couple of seconds. Both of them fully taking in that moment, as Cecil then placed a hand on Mark's shoulder and told him that he needed to continue resting for now. He was going to need to take a little bit of break from hero work, and that wasn't a request, that was an order. As Cecil then got up, preparing to teleport out. But before he could, he did hear the response from Mark, as Mark simply said, thank you. Before Cecil teleported out, as Mark closed his eyes and laid back down, in order to continue resting and continue recovering. 2 more days would pass. That was how long it took for Mark to fully recover from this battle and be fully in tip-top shape, at least when it came to his physical body. But due to the vacation that Cecil saw as necessary for Mark, he decided to take a bit more time off, which gave Mark a lot more time to reflect on how things had been, to reflect on his relationship with Cecil, and most of all to reflect on his relationship with himself. Up to this point, Mark had been so focused on getting stronger for revenge, on becoming the ultimate hero and guardian for Earth, but he had never really taken the time to think about how he thought about himself, or even think on if he truly liked being a hero or not. Of course, he did know he liked saving people, he always enjoyed the feeling of being able to help people, but at the same time, he was so focused on it and treated it like it was a job. He made that basically his life. And that was because that's what he believed his ultimate purpose was, to be a weapon for humanity. But he was starting to think that maybe he had been viewing it all wrong. Maybe he had been viewing who he was as a person all wrong. But those thoughts were temporarily snapped out of him for now as someone else approached the room he was in. This person was his combat mentor, one of the best fighters on the planet, War Woman. As Mark caught a pillow being thrown at them, and War Woman offered for them to have a little bit of a sparring session. After all, she knew that Mark fought better while he was sparring in comparison to when he was just sitting down. War Woman was able to tell there was something on his mind, so she figured she might be able to offer some clarity on whatever that was. For this sparring match, Mark decided to pick up one of his spare armors. It didn't have any of the advancements that were placed in for his main suit of armor, but it still was a pretty good suit nonetheless, and was pretty protective. It was purely made for training purposes. He knew his main suit was currently being repaired and upgraded, so he knew it might be a little bit before he got that back. Their sparring session then began, a sparring session between 2 users of blades. While Mark was certainly stronger and faster than War Woman, when it came to using weapons, especially the blade, she was significantly superior. So as they sparred, she noticed she had a noticeable advantage, but it was more noticeable than usual. However, as the two clashed blades for a moment, Mark asked her a question that caught her off guard. How does she view being a superhero? Which led to War Woman starting to take the offense, as she told him that while she viewed it as a job, she also viewed it as her source of pride. She viewed it as something that she could put herself into every single day. Something that allowed her to protect people, and something she was always going to be willing and ready to do, no matter the cost. As she then forced Mark backwards with another slash, and she asked him the same question. How does he view being a hero? And more importantly, how does he view himself as a hero? As Mark and War Woman clashed blades again. And Mark told that he took pride in what he did as well. This is what he had been training for all his life. This was the legacy that he had wanted to leave on this earth. He was trained to utilize his powers, trained to become a hero. So of course he took pride in it, as he then attempted to push his advantage in the clash, but Wonder Woman was able to redirect it back on Mark, parrying his blade away from her, as she then said, "You haven't answered my question yet. You answered what you've been working towards, but you haven't answered how you view being a hero. Just because the GDA set you on this path doesn't mean it's your path you want. Do you want to be a hero? Or are you just being a hero because that's how you were raised? Before she then finally disarmed Mark, winning this round of their spar. She then picked up Mark's blade and passed it back to him, and she told him, "I want you to remember one thing and one thing always. The greatest strength of humanity is our ability to make choices. To take pride in the choices we do make, and to put our everything into those choices. It can't just be because somebody else told you this is what you were going to be. It is because that is what you want to be. And whatever you want to be, only you can decide. Sure, we help to try and guide you along the right path, but it's always going to ultimately be your choice." And Mark nodded. He felt he had an understanding of this now. His identity wasn't his duty. No, it was how he felt about it. It was how he felt about his life. And after hours of sparring and thinking about it, they decided now was finally the time to call it for tonight. While Mark didn't have the answer to her question yet, he felt he was going to be able to get one soon. The next day, Mark would end up meeting with somebody who he considered family, who he knew for even longer than he had been raised by the GDA. That person being Red Rush. Both Red Rush and Olga were friends of Debbie in the past, so they had gotten to know Mark a couple of times, though now they were really getting to know the new Mark, the one that was raised by the GDA. Considering now was the perfect time for Mark to finally get a break, Olga decided to ask Red Rush to bring Mark over for dinner. After all, she had a feeling it had been a long while since he had a proper family dinner, and Red Rush decided to ask Mark, which Mark decided to agree to. And it was honestly a pretty nice life, something that Mark had just forgotten what life was like. Having a normal dinner with people. Now sure, yes, one of them was still a superhero, but it kind of reminded him of the past, before all of this happened. One of his many dinners with his mom and dad. And after they were done eating, Joseph asked Mark in order to meet him outside. He wanted to talk to him about some things. And with that, the two of them began to head outside, getting a chance to stare up at the night sky. The sky was filled to the brim with stars. And Mark couldn't help but look up to the stars as if he was trying to see what was there, visualizing it. Ever since he became a superhero, and ever since he met Alan the alien, he was aware that there was an entire system of nebulae out there, entire civilizations. Now, of course, he was aware of that beforehand. He was part alien after all, but it never really got put into perspective until he met Alan. As Joseph then sighed and he said, "You know, it's sometimes insane to think about. The fact that we're aware of multiple universes existing, alien civilizations, so many things have been confirmed to us, and our world has only felt smaller and smaller with time, with every single discovery. And yet, in spite of all of that, we keep moving on. We keep moving forward because of those smaller things. In the past, I did actually take those smaller things for granted. My brain always moved much faster than most. My super speed would never allow me to think at normal speeds, which I mean with time hurting my relationship with Olga. But ever since what happened, it really put it into perspective to me just how fast all of it can go away, and what we really have to enjoy is the human parts of our lives, those little small things." And Mark Grayson knew exactly what he was talking about. They were talking about the death of Debbie, just how fast it all happened, the fact that such a life-changing event happened in such an instant. Mark valued and cherished those memories. He refused to allow himself to forget any of them. But Invincible was slightly confused at why he was telling him this. That confusion evident on his face, as Red Rush looked over to him and he continued, "I just want you to remember that. We see you as more than just a weapon. We value you for more than your strength, Mark. Not just me, but every single member of the Guardians of the Globe, even Cecil. We care about you as a person, not a weapon. And that you're always going to be a part of our family." And when Mark heard that, it silenced him for a couple of moments. He had no idea how to respond. He honestly felt for a while the idea of him getting a family again was something he could never get. That he was going to be stuck as a weapon forever, that he was going to eventually die for this planet. And that was a fate he had grown to be more and more okay with. That was how he saw himself, but it was becoming more and more clear to him that wasn't how anybody else saw him. And Joseph was able to see something. Slowly a smile was starting to form on Mark's face, as he quietly said the words, "Thank you." The thought that he wasn't a weapon, the thought that he wasn't born to be a weapon was slowly entering into his head. He didn't have to just be invincible. He could also still be Mark Grayson. And with that talk, the two of them eventually did go back inside, enjoying the rest of the night, enjoying some time talking with each other, until Mark eventually did leave, flying back to base in order to get some rest. Another day would pass, where currently it was a pretty normal day for him. Mark went through school like normal, and then he returned back home. This time with Adam Eve coming over to the GDA base with him. With Adam Eve now leaving the teen team, she decided to work a lot more close with Mark. While in between working with Mark, she was also trying her best to help out people in her own way. And when they arrived, they heard the sound of a kaiju running towards them. This kaiju was the Hail Mary, as it stopped in front of both Invincible and Adam Eve, and then Invincible told Adam Eve that he had a trick he wanted to show her. As he told Hail Mary to sit, and Hail Mary sat down. Invincible has been successful with teaching Hail Mary some commands. While he was successfully able to tame the Hail Mary and that took some time, it took even more time to properly learn to give it commands. And Adam Eve clapped. She had to admit she was definitely impressed. She had to ask him how was he even able to train that thing, and Mark said, a lot of discipline, treats, and a bunch of abandoned buildings destroyed, but it's certainly worth it. The Hail Mary is the only thing that can really rival me in terms of physical strength on the planet. And it's been growing in strength too. It's not as strong as I am right now, but it's definitely improving. Not to mention the GDA wants to figure out some ways to potentially make it stronger, like giving it a giant battlesuit, which might or may not have been inspiration from some TV shows I watched, but that's beside the point. And that made Adam Eve chuckle a little bit. After all, she was always surprised when she saw the human parts of Mark come out from time to time when it wasn't at school. But Adam Eve also told him that she would definitely be willing to help with that. After all, she was the person who was helping with creating the training equipment since she gave them materials, so she'd definitely be down to create something for Hail Mary as well. If Hail Mary could help as another protector for the planet, she definitely wanted to help as much as she could. Around that time, a total of 4 people were having a meeting. War Woman, Darkwing, Immortal, and finally Cecil Stedman. The 3 people considered the leaders of the Guardian of the Globe, and finally Cecil, the head of the GDA. Donald was also present in the room. Currently right now they were talking about doing a slight overhaul on how they work their superheroes. Or at least trying to figure out ways on how to improve everybody. With Battlebeast's recent attack, as well as villains all across the globe getting stronger and stronger, they felt that now was the perfect time to figure out new ways to make everybody else stronger. All of them did not want to have to rely only on Mark Grayson's strength, especially because it didn't have too many defenses against Viltrumites. While they knew the Hail Mary would certainly be able to hold their own against a Viltrumite and maybe potentially beat ones that are weaker than Omni-Man, they weren't too sure how many of those there were. Which meant their current defenses were limited down to 3 people, Mark Grayson as well as the clones once they were completed, with the Reaniman and Hail Mary acting as support. But they already had a plan in mind in order to make sure Mark could have the best capable resources. That was going to be a surprise for him later today. Now they want to start a brand new approach, trying to figure out ways in order to make other teams stronger. Leading to Darkwing coming up with the idea of the Hero Mentorship Program, sending out a member of the Guardians of the Globe to each of the main hero teams in order to help mentor them and make them stronger. Whether giving them new training programs or new ways to fight, they felt this could be beneficial for everybody. Or maybe even giving them new technologies once they had those perfected. Which also led Cecil in particular making a suggestion to the Immortal. Recently Robot, the leader of the teen team, had been spending more and more time working on trying to help with anti-Viltrumite. So they figured they might as well give somebody in place to help out the teen team. That being the Immortal. He was by far the most experienced person on the planet, and he felt that team could use a little bit more discipline. Which the Immortal decided he was more than willing to help with, and then Cecil also explained to them that he wanted to add some other people to those teams. After all, there were a bunch of superheroes that were small time and worked individually but had a lot of potential. For the teen team, they had 2 heroes they had in mind they wanted to add. Those 2 heroes were Shrinking Ray as well as Monster Girl. They felt those 2 would fit quite well with the teen team, and it would be up to the Immortal to figure out how to convince them to join. In particular for figuring out how to convince Rexplode to allow them to join. As War Woman then said, "Wait, isn't that the kid that cheated on Adam Eve and made Adam Eve lead the teen team? How does he still have power in who they vote for in that team?" While she did say that in a bit of a jokey tone, she did fully mean what she said. But if anything, that would give the Immortal even more credit to allow those people to be added. With Robot being so busy and Adam Eve leading the team, they were definitely low on quite a few members. Cecil told them that if he had anyone else he wanted to add in mind to that, he'd let them know. And he was trusting in those 3 to be able to figure out new programs to help the other superheroes around the globe. Now, of course, they weren't expecting every single superhero to be some Viltrumite level threat or something like that, but they were expecting those teams to at least be able to hold their own and stall against those high level threats. And with this meeting now being done, Cecil left the room, teleporting away in order to go meet with Mark. He after all had something to show him and something to say to him. As Cecil teleported into the pretty large training room they had recently made, where they saw the Hail Mary chasing after what looked like a large pink ball, something that Adam Eve was currently directing, giving the Hail Mary some exercise. As Cecil smirked a bit and said, "Happy to see the Hail Mary is improving. I'm curious to see where it can go without the physical enhancements. I mean, we still have those in mind in case you change your mind, but knowing you, you probably don't want to change your mind." And Mark nodded to that. He had no intention to give them the enhancements. He wanted to see how strong the Hail Mary could get on its own, though the enhancements were a last resort in case needed. But it was certainly making progress on its own up to this point with how much training Mark was giving it as well as experience against Mark himself. As Cecil then put a hand on Mark's shoulder, he was happy for how he had recovered. And most of all, he was happy he was still alive. And he told them he had something he wanted to show all 3 of them. Adam, Eve, and Mark were at first confused by what he meant by that before they realized they were talking about the Hail Mary. Mark told him that he should be able to carry the Hail Mary. After all, he knew they didn't really have teleporters of that size ready yet. Mark was a bit curious at what Cecil had in mind, but Cecil told him that it was going to be a bit of a surprise. And considering it was going to be a surprise, Mark knew that it was more than likely going to be a good thing, with the 4 of them taking off, heading over to one of the GDA's bases. This base was a specific location though. This is the location that Invincible brought Alan the alien in order to talk with. When they land, they saw tens of GDA soldiers, each of them standing, as well as some of the scientists, including both the Muller twins as well as D.A. Sinclair. He also saw Scott Duvall, a friend of his that he had met through this project. Mark was able to recognize who each of these people were. Each of the scientists were people involved in Project Anti-Viltrumite. And Mark then asked Cecil, is this going to be our brand new base of operations? Of course, originally they were operating out of the Pentagon, but they did have limited space. After all, they did have to share their lab alongside several other scientists. This was going to be a pretty big base and definitely would be an upgrade for their testing grounds. And Cecil told him that was only part of the surprise. The real reason he brought him here was because he wanted Mark to be in charge of Project Anti-Viltrumite. And he wanted to give Mark his own proper base of operations where he could start working on it, as well as the ability to form his own team as he chose. That made Mark's eyes completely widen in surprise. He wasn't expecting that. He wasn't expecting to be put in such a high position. As Cecil then told him, in your battle against Battle Beast, you proved something to me. You proved you were the best possible person to put in charge of that project. Not just is it because you're a Viltrumite or are you strong, but it's because you're not like those Viltrumites. You fight like a human, you act like a human, and you care like a human. We need those traits in order to fight against the Viltrumite Empire. Mark, I trust in you because you're you. I trust in Mark Grayson. So Mark, do you accept this? And Mark was just completely stunned, but a smile slowly began to rise on Mark. He knew his greatest strength was his humanity. He felt like he was a weapon for a while now, but he could see his perception of himself was wrong. He had always been viewed as a human. So Mark took his hands, as Cecil then said, everybody, I want you to give a warm welcome to your brand new director, the new leader of Project AV, Mark Grayson. One day had passed ever since Mark Grayson had fully finished recovering since his battle against Battle Beast, and one day had passed since he was picked as the new leader of Project Anti-Viltrumite. He had spent most of that first day getting accustomed to the base as well as the people that he was going to be working with. While he did already know most, if not all, of the scientists on the science team pretty well, he did want to get to know each of the soldiers well, as he decided to spend the rest of the time trying to figure out who would be the best people to add on to this team. Now this team already was by far the strongest team of superheroes on the planet. They carried the strongest superhero on the planet in Invincible, one who had only been getting stronger and stronger with each and every passing day. A Hail Mary, which wasn't going to be used too often thanks to its destructive nature, but if they were ever going to go against destructive opponents, the Hail Mary was going to be perfect. Adam Eve, a friend of Mark Grayson with the ability to reconstruct matter. Someone who was now currently teamless until Mark requested for them to join, the first official request for somebody to join this team. And finally, the completed project from the Muller twins, something they were going to show off to Mark later today. Though Mark was warned that there was some slight complications in making them, things that they'll explain more properly in person. Mark was still thinking on who would be the best options for people to have on this team. He was grading them on a total of 4 separate categories, the first being physical stats. It wouldn't really matter much about their abilities if they wouldn't be able to keep up with the speeds necessary to fight against Viltrumites. Of course, with the tech they had, they could help to augment it, but Mark still wanted them to have strong base physicals, if possible. Second was their powers. If they were a good counter against strong physical types, they would definitely be someone considerable to add on the team. Third was their experience. While experience was definitely important, it was the loosest of the categories, mainly because he felt with time they were definitely going to get more and more experience. It was more just something to look out for. And the final and most important thing was compatibility. He wanted to make sure several of the heroes would be compatible personality-wise, or else that might end up ruining their entire team. It was why he wasn't going to add in Rexplode. After all, Rexplode and Adam Eve did have some issues, though Mark knew we definitely needed to talk to Rexplode later. One of the first options he had in mind was a scientist already on this team, a man known as Scott Duvall. Originally he was deemed to have a low-tier power, having the ability to turn kinetic energy into electricity that he could manipulate. But Mark believed that power was enhanced, he'd be able to become an incredibly powerful ally. That belief was only magnified when he heard about experimental tech that was being developed by the GDA, energy storage disks. Now Mark had no intention to steal it, but he was curious to see if they could replicate it. With the geniuses that filled this team as well as the genius scientists that could help the GDA, from Robot to D.A. Sinclair to the Muller twins, they were able to recreate the power disks. And they were currently working on a brand new suit for Scott Duvall. Or, Scott Duvall told them that his superhero name was going to be Powerplex. Once that suit was going to be done, Mark wanted to spar with him, see what he was going to be capable of. Up next was another lightning-based superhero, this one named Throwbolt. Electric-based fighters were pretty good against physical types like Viltrumites. Now right now their electric was a little bit too low, but with training as well as enhancements they felt that they would definitely be able to be a good member of this team. Up next was another physical-based fighter that he knew had pretty good physical capabilities, that being Kid 4. He remembered meeting both of those heroes during his battle against the Hail Mary. Though as he did more research into Kid 4, he learned about the organization he was from known as Cape Sync. that included 3 superheroes, those being Bolt, Kid 4, and Knockout. All 3 of them wielded super enhanced physical strength. While it wasn't on his level, it was definitely a bit more than he was expecting. So he wondered maybe if it was possible to recruit all 3 of them. That would be interesting. Not to mention he was near certain he'd be able to help their physical capabilities. Invincible was tempted to teleport over to them for a moment, but since Adam Eve was over right now, he decided it might be more fun for the both of them to fly over to them. Plus, considering every single one of those teleports cost taxpayers a lot of money, yeah, it was definitely going to be better for a lot of people for him just not waste that teleport. And with that, the 2 of them took off, first heading over to Frobolt, who was surprisingly pretty easy to convince to join them. After all, Frobolt was currently teamless, and considering they were offering them not just better pay but the ability to improve themselves heavily, they felt it would definitely be worth it. Recruiting Capes Inc. on the other hand was a little bit harder, mainly because they were already an established team. It did take some time and some convincing, but they were eventually able to do it, telling them that they didn't have to dissolve Capes Inc., more so consider this a partnership between the GDA and Capes Inc., an opportunity to train, get better, as well as get more money. After all, Project Anti-Viltrumite only just needed to be prepared in order to fight against Viltrumites. They could continue hero work however they wanted. Of course, they would always have the members of Project Anti-Viltrumite to help them if needed, but it wasn't like it was going to have hard conditions. And with that, Project Anti-Viltrumite had now been fully established. They just had 2 more members they needed to wait for in order to properly meet. Though Mark did have to admit he was a slight bit nervous. After all, this was his first time properly leading a team. Adam Eve definitely noticed that nervousness and rubbed his back. She had faith in him to be able to lead them. If anyone would be able to lead them well, it would be him. Time was definitely going to prove that he would be a worthy leader. And while the members of the team as well as the soldiers and scientists were all starting to mingle with each other, Mark was led into one of the labs, seeing the Muller twins as well as D.A. Sinclair currently present. Once they entered, they'd be able to see 2 pods. Currently, they weren't able to fully see the faces inside. As Mark then asked, "So what's the complication with them if you mind me asking?" As one of the Muller twins then spoke, "While we were successfully able to clone physical clones of you, there was some complications. They aren't unstable mentally at all, but they weren't able to sustain your memories. They should still have access to your combat skills though. But thanks to your DNA as a Viltrumite, there was some complications that came up. They're a lot more just like blank slates. They do have some personality traits different from you, but they are still stable nonetheless. If they were mentally unstable, we would have terminated them on the spot. Effectively, while they are clones of you, they are going to be separate people. Furthermore, there is also one other complication with them. The older of the 2 clones is actually a girl. During our attempt to try and understand Viltrumite DNA, we did end up messing up a little bit, but I don't think this is too bad of a mess up on our part." And Mark didn't really mind that himself. After all, it's not like they were going to be hindered. Though hearing they weren't going to be the same personality as him, Mark thought about it for a couple of moments, and if he was being honest, he thought that was for the better. Through the Muller twins, he was able to see the issues and complications that rose from 2 clones having the same personality. No offense to them. So having 2 clones that weren't the exact same person as him, he honestly felt that was going to be for the better. And while the Muller twins were about to try and tell Mark what the 2 of them were like, Mark raised up his hand and stopped them both, as he told them he would rather meet the both of them in person, leading to the 2 pods opening, as 2 people who looked incredibly similar to Mark Grayson ended up stepping out, both wearing the GDA armor other than covering their heads. As he looked at the 2 clones, the male-looking clone was rather similar to him, though he did have a bit neater hair, but the female clone caused a slight bit of pain in Mark. After all, it looked like a younger version of his mom. Of course it wasn't identical, it looked like a younger version of his mom if they were a Viltrumite, but still. But he couldn't help but smile a little bit as he approached both of the clones. He lifted up both his hands in order to give them a handshake, and he got an immediate different response from both of them that he was expecting. The older clone shook his hand with a great amount of energy. They looked to be a ball of sunshine, just absolutely happy to be here. But the second clone was the complete opposite. He actually was a little bit more nervous in shaking their hand. However, he did say thank you for allowing the 2 of them to exist. And Mark was able to tell these 2 are actually rather different right off the bat. One was much more extroverted and the other was much more introverted. As the older clone then let go of Mark's hand and she began to fly all across the room. She was having a lot of fun right now, and she clearly felt the need to stretch her arms and legs a little bit, mainly because she had been in that pod for so long. Mark then decides to look over to the Muller twins and ask for what the clones' names were, but the Muller twins told him they were going to leave that up to Mark. Mark thought pretty long and hard about what he should name the 2 clones. However, even though they were clones of himself, he considered them full-on different people. After all, they had different identities from him, so he had no reason to treat them as if they were just him. He also didn't really see them as weapons either. There was no way he was going to let them grow up with the same mistake that he had thinking he was a weapon. Though the younger clone did have a name that immediately popped out in his head. He remembered his mom mentioning that if Mark actually had a younger brother, they would have named them after his grandfather. So Mark looked over to the younger clone as he decided to call him Oliver. The other clone was a little bit more hard for him to name. He was considering naming them after his mom, but he chose not to, mainly because he felt that would be a little too awkward. But then he had an idea. These clones were created in order to help protect the planet. And he didn't exactly want to name her Earth, so he remembered something else that Earth was often called in mythology, and he felt this fit pretty well. As he asked for the older clone to come down, and she did, landing in front of Mark. As Mark asked her, "Are you okay with the name Terra?" And she nodded. She definitely vibed with that name. But now Mark had just one more thing he felt the need to test out before he could properly introduce them to the team. While the Muller twins had said that they were as strong as Mark, he wanted to see if that was the case. So Mark lifted up both of his hands, as he told them to both punch his hands and not hold back, go full force. But the Muller twins quickly stopped them as they said, "Can we not do this in our lab? Please, if you guys punch full force, there might be a chance our entire lab gets destroyed." And Mark chuckled a little bit. That was a good point. That was a little bit careless even for him. Leading to the three of them all heading outside, heading towards a training area, alongside the Muller twins, DA Sinclair, and members of Project Anti-Viltrumite, from the soldiers all the way down to the new heroes that had joined. They were quick to realize these were going to be their new allies, the final two members that were going to be added to their team, as Mark lifted up both of his hands, telling them to punch his hands at full force. And once they did, it caused a massive shockwave to echo throughout the area. Thankfully, the space was reinforced and prepared to deal with such shockwaves. But to Mark's shock, where he was expecting to be launched back, he didn't really move that much. Now, he still certainly felt it. He had to admit he was impressed, but he did expect a little bit more, as he told them to try punching again, with a similar effect happening once more. The Muller twins were confused. Even though physically they should have the same strength as Mark, they were only able to utilize a max of 30 to 35% of Mark's full power. And they were all confused about this until Mark came to his own conclusion. He felt he might actually know the reason why. As Mark then said, "Could it be possible that because they don't have my experience and capabilities that they aren't able to fight at the same level I can?" Effectively, what Mark was thinking in this moment was that his skill, the amount of time that he had put into training, was a very big part of who he was. Not just his physical body, but the time and hours he spent into learning how to use that physical body. And the Muller twins felt that that could definitely be the potential case. After all, unlike most of the clones they made where they ended up keeping their personality and memories, this didn't happen. Which meant more than likely, since the clones weren't Mark, they were going to have to figure out their own fighting style, figure out their own way to show that full power. Still, both of the clones being equal to only 30 to 35% of Mark's full power was absolutely impressive, especially considering that was their power each, not combined. And it made them the strongest heroes on the planet behind Mark himself in the Hail Mary. But Mark felt with time and practice they definitely learned how to get better. But he felt that that definitely wasn't the only thing. He felt that experience and skill was definitely part of it, but he felt there was something more. That this was only scratching the surface of it. But for now, that was more than enough. He was going to have to teach them how to become strong, teach them how to fight. And considering the amount of people they had on the planet, they felt that was definitely possible. While Oliver was slightly disappointed at this, Tara wasn't really bummed out. If anything, she was more excited. This meant another thing she could work towards, and thanks to her excitement, it was also slightly rubbing off on Oliver, as both Oliver and Tara said they were going to do their best to make Mark proud. As Mark then called all the members of Project Anti-Viltrumite into the battlegrounds, in order to give a warm and proper welcome to all of their members. Unknown to Mark, Cecil had also teleported in to watch how this was going, and he had to admit he was proud. Sure, not all of the results were what they expected, but this was definitely still a good result. With the Immortal standing next to him, both of them were rather proud of Mark and the man he had become. But they knew work had only just started. They were going to have to get stronger from here on out. With Immortal making a joke that he wasn't going to let some infant show him up. And while Cecil was tempted to ask the Muller twins to begin working on another batch of clones, he ultimately decided not to. He wanted to see what the results of this would be. He wanted to see what the result of these two training would be. And he wanted to see what the results of this team would properly be. Though he was starting to think, maybe he should have given them a better name than Project Anti-Viltrumite. He was going to leave that up to his marketing team. They could figure something out. As Cecil teleported himself and Immortal away, leaving them all to enjoy their night for now. Little did they know, another scientist who was part of this team had plans already. One of the scientists who assisted in working on this project, Robot, as a thought had entered into Rudy Connors. What would happen if he had the body of Mark Grayson? And all of the good that he could do. Right now, though, he was going to wait. He was going to use Tara and Oliver in order to see what could potentially go wrong, see how things could be avoided. A thought did come to his mind of maybe asking Mark and the GDA about this as well, but he did decide for now he was going to keep this to himself. He wanted to know if this project would even be worth it before bringing it up. Especially considering Viltrumite DNA was still a massive mystery to them even with this success. either way, the seed for an idea had long been planted in Robot. Now he just wanted to see how the seed would grow before trying to grow it himself. He also had been taking in data from the reanimant as well. He was curious to see how he could apply that to his own drones, though that one he was doing a lot more in secret. For now, it was just a matter of waiting. As the day closed, everybody enjoying their night and getting accustomed to their brand new home and base. A day after the team was assembled, Mark Grayson decided to fly over to the team base, asking Rexpo to meet him on the roof. And when he saw Rexpo, he had to admit he wasn't expecting this sight. Rexpo looked to be exhausted, as he couldn't help but smirk a bit and say, "Ah, so I see Immortal has started your training program." With Rexpo chuckling a bit as he sat down and said, "Man, I have no idea how you were able to handle this guy back when you were a kid. Though I want to ask, why did you call me out here to talk? It's rare to see you ever want to hang out with anybody." And Mark chuckled a little bit as well, before he started to get a little bit more serious as he decided to ask, "I have a question for you. Why did you cheat on Adam Eve?" I'll be honest, the concept of cheating is one that completely confuses me. If you're not compatible with someone, just break up with them. So why did you cheat on them? And Rexpo immediately got a little bit more serious himself, and Rexpo genuinely considered lying for a couple of moments, before he ultimately just decided not to. He knew Mark better. Mark would be able to tell if he was lying, and more than that, he wasn't exactly in the best place either. After all, Duplicate was now at least doing it with Immortal. As he then said, "I was worried and scared. I'd seen Eve spending so much more time with you, and I just got worried and I thought she was gonna leave me for you." And that perplexed Mark for a couple of moments. He was questioning that. Why did he think that? And more importantly, why not just choose to let her down easy? Why let himself outlash like that? But then a second thought came in. Why did Rexplode even think that? Why did he think that there was a chance like that? Though that was shoved to the back of his mind for now, the more important thing was mending bonds. He told him to apologize to Eve. That was going to be critical. Other than that, he could do whatever he wanted. He wished him a good night. And before Rexpo could ask him more questions, Mark teleported away, leaving him to think on what he had done. And around a week more would pass, where during this time the hero team began to work. Not just on counters towards Viltrumites, but also just doing hero work in general. Between fighting villains, and especially with Adam Eve on the team, they were actually more and more encouraged to do relief efforts, leading to this team of heroes overall being one of the most popular and successful ones. With Adam Eve's creation abilities, as well as the physical powerhouses that existed on this team, they were definitely able to help with relief efforts, making them not just one of the better teams, but one of the most popular ones, despite their new release. Especially considering they already had popular members on it, like Adam Eve, who was a member of the team, and Invincible, who was known to work alongside the Guardians of the Globe. But not just that, the Guardians of the Globe were also being encouraged to act more often, which was rubbing off on all the hero teams as well. After all, the Guardians of the Globe were now mentoring said hero teams. Overall, this was an even more successful campaign than even Cecil could have predicted, and Cecil was most definitely happy with this outcome. But not just that, with Adam Eve now fully focused on Project Anti-Viltrumite, they were able to help produce materials for the GDA, which is definitely going to help with all the experiments going by much faster and being much more cost effective. But the one who was the happiest of all was Mark. He had been given a proper team and proper friends, and most of all, he felt like he was starting to make an impact on the planet. But more than that, he was starting to value himself, more than just as a weapon, but as a person as well. Little did he know, everything was about to change. As one day while he was helping to put out a massive forest fire, he heard somebody call out to him. It was a male voice of somebody much older than him, as they then said, "I would like to speak with you." And when he looked up, his eyes widened, as he saw something incredibly familiar to him. Two people in pure white outfits, similar to the one Omniman wore when he first arrived. One of them was a male wearing a cybernetic eye. The other looked to be an older woman. The two Viltrumites, General Krieg and Anissa. And while a rage began to boil in Invincible, he calmed himself down. He couldn't fight here, not with so many people at stake. But with the forest fire put out, he told all the civilians to head back to town. He needed to talk with these two. As he flew over to the two Viltrumites and told them to fly a bit higher in the city, he wanted to make sure nobody would be around. This was also to give Cecil a bit more time so he could warn the others. Both of the Viltrumites didn't really mind that, so they decided to take it a bit higher into the sky as well in order for them to talk. And as they flew high into the sky, Mark decided to properly scan the both of them. And when he did, he got a little bit of a surprising result. He was actually stronger than the both of them. While Anissa was definitely faster, in comparison to himself, they were weaker. Granted, he knew better. He knew they still had good combat experience, so fighting them would still be a risk. But from what he could tell, he had a pretty good shot at this. As General Krieg says, "Greetings, Invincible. Or should I call you Mark Grayson? I apologize that this meeting happened so late. We weren't aware of what the great Nolan did, and how he abandoned his post. You must know quite little about your own people considering how long it has been. This is another Viltrumite known as Anissa. We must say, we are proud of the work you have done for this planet. You have done quite a tremendous job at fixing it. When Mark heard that sentence, he broke it down in his mind, and he got quite a bit of good information from this. The first and important thing that he had learned was the fact that they weren't aware of what Nolan had done. Nolan was no longer part of the Viltrumite Empire, which in a way made Mark hate the Viltrumite Empire a lot less. After all, he was under the impression that he might have done it for the Viltrumite Empire, but the fact he didn't was honestly quite a relief. Now, he had no intention to work with the Viltrumite Empire whatsoever, but this did also make him a little bit more willing to hear them out without the hatred in him. Of course, he still had no intention to work with them either way. He knew what Alan told him, but still. But more importantly, Nolan having a title of the Great Nolan confirmed something else for him. Alongside General Krieg being a general, which told him that Nolan being as strong as he was an outlier, he wasn't the standard strength of a Viltrumite. Nor was even General Krieg or Anissa. They had been preparing for the possibility that there might be millions of people on par with Nolan, but that was false. That wasn't the case at all. But he remained quiet, continuing to listen to General Krieg, while at the same time relaying that information back to Cecil, as General Krieg continued. However, I know you know nothing about the Viltrumite Empire, and we offer something much better, the ability to end all the wars on this planet, to cure all their diseases, to feed their hungry. We have tech that far exceeds this world's capabilities. You are the protector of this planet, correct? If that is the case, you should join the Viltrumite Empire. Once you do, we will be able to help this planet. We will be able to fix all of its problems. And that caused a chuckle to rise from Mark, as he couldn't help but laugh a little bit. In exchange for that, you get to subjugate my planet and my people. That's correct, right? You get to choose for them. No thanks, I have no intention of that. After all, I am more than aware about you Viltrumites. How you destroy a planet if it chooses not to join you, because you would much rather the planet be destroyed than it not being on your side, rather than just leaving planets that don't want to be part of your empire alone, simply because you're arrogant enough to think you know best. And while Anissa was attempting to attack him, General Krieg told her to stop before he looked back to him as he tilted his head and asked, "Isn't that what you're doing with the government? Taking away people's ability to choose because you believe you have the better decisions?" But Mark simply shook his head as he told him, "Nope, what we're doing is we're allowing our own people to decide. They decide their own lives. We just make sure nobody gets hurt as a result of that, Viltrumite. That is the difference between me and you. You want to take away everybody's ability to choose, force them into your empire, and force them into your own desires. So understand this, Viltrumite. This planet is not for you to conquer. However, I'm going to be giving you guys an option of peace, something that you mercilessly didn't give to any of the planets that you conquered. Leave and tell your high command that Earth has nothing to do with your war. We merely wish to stay neutral. If you do that, we will not retaliate. We will not do anything against the Viltrumite Empire. We will just simply continue to exist. No blood has to be spilled. No one has to die today. And let me warn you both of something else as well. I'm stronger than you both. So before you make your choice, you might want to keep that in mind. So I leave the choice up to you. Leave and everybody else goes happy, or die." Oliver and Tara were both preparing their brand new suits in order to go face off against their first test, a first true Viltrumite. This was a brand new combat upgrade that they had recently come up with for them, though Robot had taken Oliver aside. While they were listening to Mark talk to both Anissa and Craig, Robot was giving him a very specific device. A backup plan connected to his glove. It's a backup plan in case one or both of the Viltrumites do manage to escape. Just grab onto them with this hand and the backup plan will activate. Though they can't tell the others. They need to make sure the Viltrumites aren't aware that backup plan has been activated. He had been watching Oliver act and he was aware that he was definitely the more cautious of the two clones. So he wasn't trusting him with this. Both Anissa and General Krieg stared at Invincible for a moment, a glare forming on both of them. In particular, General Krieg had to wonder, was Invincible bluffing or was he telling the truth? After all, he was the son of the great Nolan. As Invincible crossed his arms staring at both of them, waiting for them to make their move. Even though this would have been a perfect opportunity to attack, he chose not to. He was waiting to see what they would do. But while Krieg was thinking it over, Anissa was a bit more hot-headed. As Anissa then said, "You haven't been educated properly as a Viltrumite yet. So allow me to fulfill that education. As she rushed right at Mark, attempting to land a punch right on his face, without moving at full speed, thinking that Mark was bluffing. But Mark caught that punch. And when Anissa tried to pull her hand out, she couldn't, as Mark's hand tightened on her before he punched her in the gut hard, causing her to get winded. And during that entire time, his eyes were on General Krieg. As Invincible then said, "So, your subordinate is going to attack. Will you attack? You also have the chance to call her off. If you call her off right now, I will forget this happened." I don't know if you Viltrumites have this term, but for us we call it water under the bridge. As Anissa groaned in pain from his hand getting tighter and tighter, she was forced to wince, and when she was about to try and punch him with his other hand to try and force him to let go, she was met with another punch right to her gut, followed by another and another, before those punches were turned to 5, winding Anissa with every single one of those blows as Mark kept his eyes on Craig. The message was clear, it was fully up to him. And Anissa was starting to get a little bit more angry. She wasn't expecting herself to get dominated like this, but it was happening. No, she had just underestimated Mark. That had to be it. And that was when Craig made his choice. As Craig rushed right towards Invincible, and he was about to land a punch right on his cheek to force him to let go of Anissa. The both of them were Viltrumites, and they knew better than to run away. And besides, he was only stronger than them on their own. He never said anything about them together. But before that punch could land, Invincible teleported away, avoiding the blow, taking Anissa with him in the process. Which that confused Krieg. He hadn't seen that before. But then behind him, he suddenly felt both of his arms being held. And when he looked behind him, he saw 2 people who were wearing very similar armor to what Mark was wearing. As he had to think for a moment if those were Viltrumites, but no, they couldn't be. The only Viltrumite that should be on this planet was Mark and Omniman, and with Omniman abandoning his post, there was no way. Though they did know there was also other superpowered beings on this planet that were similar to Viltrumites, so probably just that. This was Oliver and Tara, as they both teleported, warping them away to an abandoned island. As we now return back to GDA headquarters, Cecil had an order for Project Anti-Viltrumite, or now known as Project Anvil. Capture both of those Viltrumites alive. They need to get as much information as possible. Frobolt and Powerplex will be sent out in order to support Invincible against Anissa. Everybody else will be sent out in order to take out General Krieg. Knowing that Invincible likely had a good chance already on his own at beating Anissa, he just wanted to make sure. This was going to be the first real field test for Project Anvil. So let's see what they can do. Anissa blinked in surprise. She wasn't expecting to get teleported like this, to get teleported over to this area. The area they were in was pretty deep into the Arctic. A snowy land that was previously a weapon site but now abandoned. But she didn't have much time to focus on it, as suddenly she was met by a backhand straight to the face, pushing her back by a couple of feet as she looked up to see her opponent, with Mark punching both of his fists together as he said, "You know, I don't really get a chance to be able to punch out my aggression too often. So apologies, but I'm going to use this fight and you in order to vent out some emotions. Nothing personal, Viltrumite. You can blame the oh-so-called Great Nolan for this." Now, under normal circumstances, Mark would not have been this talkative, but he knew for a fact that he wouldn't be allowed to kill her, which meant he was going to have to hold back a little bit. But he also wanted to see what she was capable of. He wanted to play a bit on that anger, something he could see as a drawback. This was going to be an excellent chance to see and analyze Viltrumite combat, figure out what parts of their style he could adapt, and most of all, figure out how to counter those styles. As Anissa wiped some blood off of her nose, before she looked back up at Mark. As Anissa then said, "Even if you beat me and Craig right now, someone far, far worse is going to come no matter what. Our task was not to kill you, just to make sure you would be on task, but considering how they are as a person, you will certainly get punished once he does arrive." Before she rushed right towards Mark, as she attempted to land a kick right on his face. But Mark quickly raised up his hand in order to block the kick. Anissa then quickly pushed herself off of the block, using it in order to move away. She was going to need to play this smart. She couldn't just go in for meaningless attacks. As Anissa then clapped her hands together, launching out a shockwave right towards Mark, and as the attack was coming at him, Mark quickly flew into the air in order to avoid it, with Anissa trying to land a blow right on his back, but Mark was quick to turn around and catch the blow, as a green glow began to surround his left fist, and Mark heard the armor begin to speak. "After your battle against Battle Beast, we decided to upgrade your armor. We tried to figure out a possible way to use the flaxen technology they had been using for energy projectiles as a way to amplify your own physical body. Now, it should be noted, this amp won't be that much. It's about 10%. And when Mark heard that, he couldn't help but smirk as he punched Anissa hard in the gut, winding Anissa with that blow and causing their bones to rattle. Before he quickly spun around her and landed a punch right on her face, launching her into the ground, making a large puff of snow in the process. And as the snow was falling down, both Mark and Anissa flew right towards each other. Even before a singular one of those snowflakes could hit the ground, the two of them clashed fists, with Mark overpowering Anissa in the blow. However, Anissa was quick to launch out another fist towards him. Seeing the attack coming, Mark was quick to spin around in order to avoid it. However, Mark was able to notice that Anissa was trying to take advantage of her speed now by trying to land more rapid attacks, as Anissa then turned around in order to face Mark, starting to release a rapid amount of blows right onto Mark. Each time he did, he redirected some of the blows away from himself, until eventually the both of them landed a punch right on each other's cheeks. While Anissa was pushed back into the snow, Mark was only pushed back by a couple of feet, as the snow from earlier finally hit the ground. As Anissa then looked up and saw a large amount of snow rushing right towards her. Inside of that snow was Mark Grayson. Mark wasn't going to give her a break, but more than that, suddenly she felt two large bolts of electricity hit her right in the back, and both of them were surprisingly pretty potent. When she looked behind her, she saw a blonde man wearing a red and black superhero suit, with technological plating on it. In addition, she was also able to see a woman with blonde hair, as well as yellow and white armor. Frobolt and Powerplex had both now arrived onto the field, them both wearing recent models from the GDA as upgrades. But that was more than enough of a distraction, as suddenly Anissa felt 2 feet land right on her back. Mark Grayson had kicked her from behind with both feet, and as she was being launched forward, surprisingly Powerplex chose to jump at her, lightning engulfing his body and surrounding his fist. At the same time, Mark quickly teleported over to Frobolt, and the both of them teleported out of the way, considering the fact that Frobolt was definitely on that trajectory, as Anissa and Powerplex both crashed right through a large amount of ice. Anissa coughed up a bit of blood from that most definitely hurt, but at the same time, she also was slightly surprised at the fact that Powerplex didn't try and move out the way. Maybe this human was just too slow, as Mark teleported right over to them again, taking a look over to Powerplex and smirking underneath his helmet, before suddenly a much more potent bolt of lightning hit Anissa right in the back. This one was so potent that it even was overshadowing the other 2 combined lightning bolts from before. Powerplex was able to absorb kinetic energy and turn that into electricity for him to utilize, and he had just been hit by Mark Grayson using Anissa as a cannonball, and now Anissa was being forced to take that attack head on. At the same time, Frobolt began to rapid throw lightning bolts right towards Anissa's direction, adding on additional support to make sure she was forced to take even more damage. As Mark then said, "Like I said, you had a chance. You didn't have to fight. But this is ultimately what you chose." As anger was starting to boil over Anissa, though that anger was quickly being overshadowed by pain. Not just was Anissa being battle damaged by Mark, they also had to deal with the electricity attacks from both Powerplex and Frobolt, and it was absolutely humiliating for her. As Mark approached her, lifting up his hands telling both Powerplex and Frobolt to stop. After all, they had to make sure that she wasn't going to be dead, as he lifted Anissa up by the hair before punching her in the gut hard, punching her in the gut several times, weakening Anissa further and further. It was just too much for her to handle, before Mark dropped Anissa and teleporting right behind her and neck-chopping her to knock her out. A soft smile rose onto Mark. He was happy at his progress, happy at the fact he was capable of taking on a Viltrumite, as he called Cecil back to tell him that Anissa had been defeated, leading to a total of 20 Reanimen being teleported over. As Mark looked over to both Frobolt and Powerplex, telling both of them that he will be back pretty soon, he just needs to make sure that Krieg is captured as well. The second that Anissa does wake back up, and if she starts causing any more trouble, he'll teleport right over. Powerplex and Frobolt both gave him a thumbs up, as Mark teleported away while more Reanimen began to appear on the field. General Krieg had been teleported over to an abandoned island, a weapon testing site in the middle of nowhere owned by the GDA. But Krieg was rather quick to focus, as he immediately elbowed both Tara and Oliver in the gut, pushing them both of them off him in the process. As Krieg looked over to his 2 opponents, cracking his knuckles. "You 2 are certainly strong, but you're not as strong as your comrade." But right when Krieg was about to try rushing at them, he suddenly felt the air feel heavier. No, that wasn't accurate. It felt denser, harder to move. This is a trick developed by Adam Eve, one she had developed during her several sparring sessions with Mark, as a way to try and make fights more even between the 2 of them. And she knew, if this was going to work on him, it was definitely going to work on Krieg. And he attempted to look at the direction where it was coming from, but by the time he looked, he saw something else coming towards him. A massive foot stomping right on his face, causing a large crater in the weapon testing area. This was the Hail Mary, with Adam Eve currently sitting on top of its head, as she gave the Hail Mary some head scratches. But quickly the Hail Mary's foot was pushed right off of General Krieg, as he looked up towards the beast in front of him. Now through their recon, they were aware of the fact that Earth had several kaiju, but they weren't aware that Earth had a kaiju as strong as this. The Hail Mary before Mark Grayson tamed it would have been a challenge for Nolan. Not to mention all of the work Mark had been putting in to make sure the Hail Mary was stronger. But still, General Krieg was not going to be defeated that easily. Suddenly, both Oliver and Tara rocketed right towards him, Tara going for his front, and attempting to land a barrage of blows right on him, as General Krieg began to deflect several of the blows. He had to admit he was impressed with this girl's strength, but in terms of skill, he far outclassed her. Oliver, though, had a different strategy, as instead of flying right towards Krieg, he decided to fly high into the air. This was something that Tara was able to pick up on near immediately, which is why she was currently acting as a distraction, as General Krieg began to launch out some counter blows, trying to punch Tara in the face, but Tara was able to lift up her arms and block, and then he went for a punch to her gut. But Tara just narrowly was able to move out of the way, moving a slight bit backwards. And right when Krieg was about to go in for another counterattack, he felt the air get denser once more, and Tara pointed upwards, and once Krieg was upwards, he was suddenly met by a punch straight to the face from Oliver. Oliver had flown high above the clouds in order to launch himself right back down towards him, using the full momentum from him flying in order to make that punch land much harder and the crater much wider, leading to General Krieg being stunned for a couple of seconds, and that stun was more than enough for the Hail Mary to grab him by the leg with one of their tentacles, and then throw him into the direction of one of the walls, or at least it looked like it was going that way, as Bolt, Knockout, and Kid 4 all appeared on the field, teleporting in wearing brand new armor from the GDA, cybernetic enhancements based on the Reaniman tech. Of course, the buff wasn't as potent as becoming a Reaniman itself. After all, they were just wearing armor rather than actually becoming one, but still, it's rather potent to increase their already high levels of physical strength, as Kid 4 slammed his new modified hammer right into the back of General Krieg, rockets activating on the other side of the hammer in order to amp it even further, with Knockout and Bolt rushing right towards him right after, as both of them released a flurry of blows right onto General Krieg's body. But Krieg was still deflecting both of their blows at the same time. Of course, they were able to land a few on him, but still, they weren't able to land all of them. But the fact Krieg could actually feel the hits, the fact Krieg could actually feel the pain from them was impressive. Even more pressure was added as both Tara and Oliver joined into the fray, with Tara moving right next to Knockout as both Knockout and Tara landed a punch right onto his face, pushing Krieg back by a couple of feet, while at the same time Oliver and Bolt rushed right for his other sides, landing a blow on his left and right side at the same time. Krieg was impressed. He wasn't expecting Earth to have this many strong fighters. He was pretty certain that if he swapped the orders of importance, that if he sent Vider, Fula, and Lucan over to this planet instead, they'd be dead. When he saw these four opponents rush right towards him at once, he swapped to a different move, clapping his hands and releasing a massive shockwave towards all four of them at once, sending all four of them flying away from him. And right when he was about to try rushing towards Knockout to start with her, he felt pink chains wrap around his hands. As Adam Eve said, "You know, you keep forgetting, this isn't a 4-on-1, this is a 7-on-1. Before from behind Kid 4 slammed his hammer right into General Krieg's back, slamming him into the ground and causing him to cough up a bit more blood. Krieg was starting to get a bit annoyed. After all, he knew if he could get any of them in a 1-on-1 match, he would be able to win. Even that giant kaiju he'd be able to win against, while he wouldn't be able to outpower it, he would be able to outthink it. But their teamwork and ability to fight alongside each other was just too much. More than that, it wasn't like they were just simply ants. The two in the green and black armor were on the level of Viltrumites. Sure, they weren't on par with him, but they were on the level of Viltrumites, and the Hail Mary was stronger than him. It just wasn't as smart as him. The other four, on the other hand, weren't on that level, but they were approaching the level of Viltrumites. But he didn't have much more time to think, as out from the dust cloud he was currently standing in, both Adam Eve as well as Kid 4 rushed right down towards him, with Adam Eve slamming a massive mace of pink energy right down onto his body. And when Krieg lifted up his hands in order to catch it, it was noticeably heavy. He was actually struggling a little bit. A moment before impact, Adam Eve was able to increase the weight, increasing it to the same level of weights for training that Mark used from a year ago, as it then shattered before Kid 4 took that chance in order to slam the hammer right into Krieg's face, sending him rocketing right off to the side. He didn't have enough time to brace himself for the blow either. After all, he was focused on trying to keep that weight up. As Adam Eve then pointed her hands, the shards from the mace all rocketed right towards Krieg and began to slash at him repeatedly. While it was only causing minor cuts, it was still causing some damage. Two fists then rocketed right into his back, one from Bolt and one from Knockout, with Krieg being sent high up into the sky and Oliver and Tara already being there waiting for him, as they both slammed their fists down hard on his stomach, sending him rocketing down towards the ground. But before he could make contact with the ground, he felt two tentacles wrap around his leg, from the Hail Mary, as the Hail Mary slammed him into the ground over and over and over again, each slam making a more potent crater after the next, before they finally let him go, throwing him hard into the ground. Krieg finally had a moment to breathe. The Hail Mary threw him a bit too far. Still, he could hear all 7 of his opponents rushing right towards him. And something even worse happened. He saw something familiar. That teleportation from earlier, the one that Mark used in order to teleport Anissa away. He saw Mark Grayson teleport back. Invincible had returned. This was bad. This was really, really bad. If he stayed here, he was going to die. But Krieg also began to realize something else. This planet might be a lot more valuable than they thought. Sure, they already knew humans were suitable partners for Viltrumites to make strong offspring. But this was something else. Not just were humans strong, they already had Mark Grayson, the strongest person here who was one of those offspring. So the general made his choice, as he quickly flew high up into the sky, starting to fly towards space in order to try to escape. They weren't immediately able to pick up on what he was trying to do, but the second they did, Mark, Oliver, and Tara all began to rush right towards Krieg, trying to make sure he couldn't get away. Mark flying at full speed to make sure it wouldn't happen, leaving Oliver and Tara behind. But the tactician had an idea, as he began to clap, sending several shockwaves towards different parts of the Earth. And Mark realized exactly what he was doing. He was going to force him to block those shockwaves, making sure he would have a little bit more of a head start so he could fly away. Krieg was forcing him to pick, and the human side of him ultimately ended up winning out, as he quickly flew back towards the planet and began to send out several claps of his own, equaling out each of the shockwaves that Krieg had sent out. And while Mark was focused on equaling out the shockwaves, Oliver and Tara flew right up towards Krieg, trying to catch up with him as Krieg began to fly faster and faster. And just for one moment, Oliver was able to grab onto his leg. As Oliver mumbled in the suit, "I got him." But he was kicked right off, as General Krieg flew at full speed. And while Mark and Tara were about to try and fly after him, Oliver stopped him. With Oliver communicating through the helmets that thanks to Robot's help, he had something specifically added to his armor. Tiny little robotic drones that he could place onto an opponent in order to track them. This was a brand new product that Robot was testing out, and Robot felt it would be best for someone like Oliver to have it. And Mark was able to figure out exactly what Oliver's plan was. Use these trackers in order to get as much information about the Viltrumite Empire as they could. Before Oliver apologized, as he told them that he needed to make sure that none of them knew. They needed to make sure Krieg wouldn't be able to tell he was being tracked. Not to mention the fact they still did capture another Viltrumite. Overall, this was a successful victory for them. While they probably would have preferred for Anissa to escape and Krieg to be the one captured due to him being a general, which means they could have gotten better intel from him, overall it was still a success. Mark, Tara, and Oliver all flew back to Project Anvil's base. Frobolt, Powerplex, Bolt, Kid 4, and Knockout were all already present. The Hail Mary returned back to their nest, resting for now. Atomy also flew over to the three of them in order to check how they were doing. But they were all doing well. They didn't actually take much damage from that fight. And Cecil was also present. This had proven the effectiveness of Project Anvil. Not just were they capable of fighting against Viltrumites, they'd also proven themselves capable of surviving against them. Now, of course, if any of them fought them other than Mark in one-on-one matchups, they would have lost. And for Mark, it definitely would have been a lot more difficult, but he had picked a strong team. Robot was also here and present. As Cecil told them all congratulations, they had done incredibly well. Thanks to them, they were able to capture one of the Viltrumites, and while the other managed to escape, they managed to place a tracker down on them. In order to make sure that Anissa would not be able to escape, she was surrounded by several weights. These were weights that Mark had struggled to lift with properly even now during training. So they figured if Mark even now struggled with lifting them, then Anissa certainly wouldn't be able to. It was a custom prison that had been built and upgraded repeatedly for Viltrumites, ever since it was revealed that Omniman was an enemy to Earth. So they were planning to go and ask her for information later on, though right now she was still recovering from that fight. But now it had been proven to the world that they were capable of handling these Viltrumite threats. However, Mark mentioned something else, that they were going to have to prepare. Anissa spoke of a much stronger Viltrumite that would soon be coming, and they were confident that even at the level that Mark was at now, that they would be able to force him to join the Viltrumite Empire. And especially with Krieg now returning back to them, they were definitely going to get even more information and potentially send even more reinforcements alongside that Viltrumite. Which means from here on out, all of them are going to need to train and get stronger. Mark in particular looked towards all of them and he told them, "I want you all to set Anissa as your goal. Try and reach the level of Anissa on your own. Even if you don't, it should be a good goalpost for all of you." Mark knew how much having a goalpost could definitely help with training. After all, for him, he had his goalpost of Battle Beast, but now they would have their own goalpost of the Viltrumites that had attacked. But still, this was a night to celebrate. They had managed to succeed. They had succeeded against their first real big threat. And now they had a chance to get much more concrete information about the Viltrumites. Now all that was needed was maybe talking with Alan the Alien about this. After all, this would definitely be good information for the coalition of planets. Mark had given the Viltrumites a way out of this war, a way that they didn't have to participate, but the Viltrumites chose bloodshed, so now Mark was going to return that full force. But while all of this was happening, others were beginning to act too. As we now head over to China, and the base of the Order, Mr. Liu had barely any influence now in America. He could no longer make any big moves, and he was going to need to figure out what to do next. He couldn't just do some big action. He didn't want the GDA, and more importantly, he didn't want to be aware of him yet. They were going to need some way in order to turn the tides for them, in order to give them some type of advantage. Meanwhile, in another prison cell, Doc Seismic was currently working on his abilities, figuring out how to advance them, while also beginning to make connections with beasts within the Earth. Soon the time would come for him to enact his own plan. He was just going to need some allies. On top of that, the Sequids were also still out in space, having taken over the body of Russ Livingston, executing a large amount of the Martians that had gotten their way. And now they also had their eyes set on Earth. A day would pass since the defeat of the two Viltrumites who attacked Earth, with one of the two Viltrumites, Anissa, being captured, currently being held in a max security prison surrounded to the brim by Reaniman, being held down by weights that even the strongest champion of Earth struggled with. Of course, that champion was a half-breed Viltrumite, Mark Grayson, the strongest hero on Earth, Earth's protector, otherwise known as Invincible. A hero then landed at this prison, one who was quite deep in his team in preparation for stopping Viltrumites, a scientist who worked with the GDA in order to prepare the planet as best as they could. This man was Robot, a 30-year-old genius who had created several robotic drones in order to assist himself. Someone who came off as a robot but in reality was an actual human known as Rudy Connors. But thanks to his disability, he was unable to enter into the sunlight. And when the GDA guards looked over to them, they allowed them through, though they were able to notice something a little bit off about these new robot drones. The three of them looked a little bit different that had arrived. They looked buffer, more physically prepared for combat, but the GDA soldiers weren't too surprised about that. Everybody on the planet had been beginning to upgrade themselves ever since they found out about the threat of a Viltrumite invasion. So Robot, one of the smartest scientists on the planet doing the same thing, made sense. The GDA soldiers allowed Robot to go through. When he entered, all he could see was the head of Anissa. The rest of her body was completely being submerged by this weight, not allowing her to move for a second. The Robot was able to notice something else. Anissa had already healed off the wounds that Mark had given her. Around Robot were a total of 30 brand new upgraded Reaniman. The Reaniman V3. Even more physical power and speed. Wearing armor based on the GDA specialists, allowing them to go invisible as they so please. But most of all, they had much higher levels of combat intelligence and tactics built into them. From the amount of time that Mark put into sparring against them, he was able to give them quite a bit of data. And when Anissa looked, she saw somebody she didn't recognize, Robot. And she knew what time it was. The only reason she was still alive was likely to be interrogated for information. But she also knew because of the Viltrumite Empire's greatest secret, no one was likely going to come for her. At best, they might end up sending Conquest early. From what she could tell, Conquest was still stronger than Mark, but Mark likely did have a chance to beat him. But what was more annoying was that team of people with them. After all, she knew about two of them at least, and one of them was able to get so strong they could actually hurt her. She was determined to kill that man the second she got a chance. Not to mention that annoying girl that was acting as their support. Now, she already knew she would have lost to Mark, but with those two along, it just made it so much easier and so much more embarrassing. She already had a feeling she could expect exactly why Robot was here, to interrogate her and get information on them, potentially Viltrumite weaknesses, or maybe even their greatest secret. As Robot then said, "I believe your name is Anissa, correct? I am not here to interrogate you for information like you're thinking. Instead, I want to ask you about your great Viltrumite empire, and why you are so loyal to them." And that caught Anissa completely off guard. She was expecting to actually talk about the culture of the Viltrumite empire. And she now looked slightly curious, as Robot then continued. "The ideals that you Viltrumites seem to have is quite interesting to me. From what your generals said, you offered to cure all sickness, end all conflict, end world hunger and all of our problems, so long as we joined your empire. But from what I can tell, you hold a might makes right ideology. At least from what I have heard from other sources. So I suppose I merely wish to ask how much of that ideology is actually true." And another thought then entered into Anissa's head. Robot seemed to be a lot more open in comparison to Mark. Maybe with time she could manipulate Robot to being on her side instead. Maybe she could manipulate him into letting her out. Maybe if she talked more and more with him, they could even get them to join the Viltrumite Empire. From what she could tell by Earth standards, they might actually be quite smart as well. So maybe they could make this guy into a Viltrumite scientist and use his resources. As Anissa then said, "All of it is true. I have taken over several planets on my own. See the process happen. We do not say we can end all wars as some empty propaganda. We truthfully do mean it. We've done it several times. Our technology far exceeds that of Earth, especially in terms of medical sciences. Several diseases that would have wiped out planets' entire species on its own, we have stopped. And we needed that might makes right ideology in order to make sure we could do that. If we weren't the strongest species in the entire universe, we wouldn't be able to help the universe. Even if there are some people who do resist against us, you just don't understand and will one day thank us for helping you. The Viltrumites will always know best. Even if you people don't know it yet, we are the ones who will guide everybody. I've been alive for over 1,000 years and I've seen the success of our people. So much so that I can see you are on the edge. I can see you agree with us. Or at least you agree with our ideals, but you slightly doubt if we are true in them. So if you set me free, if you allow me to be free, I can show you one of our worlds. I can show you that I mean the truth, and we might be able to give these people a second chance. We can bring prosperity to those who want to join us. And once Robot heard that, that made him curious, as he then told her, "Instead, I want you to offer me something else. I want to be able to look at one of these planets in free reign, not be guided by you. So, if you give me the coordinates to one of those planets, I plan to send a drone out there in order to investigate. Then I will make my judgment." And once Anissa heard that, she gave him the coordinates of one of the planets, one of the more recent ones that she had taken over that was an absolute success. And with that, Robot nodded, though little did she know, Robot had no intention whatsoever to join the Viltrumite Empire. He was simply curious about the ideals of a Viltrumite Empire, and more importantly, to see what type of flaws the Emperors currently have. Because while logically they did make sense, the Viltrumites seemed to be too filled with pride and ego to truly be a perfect empire. As Robot then said, "I'll be seeing you around soon, Anissa," before leaving the room. During this time, Cecil had called Mark to his office. Cecil had called Mark in order to congratulate him, but also mainly just to check how he was feeling. Especially considering Mark wasn't in the best of mental states earlier, but Mark had clearly made improvements, from going to thinking that he was nothing but a tool all the way to becoming the leader and clearly caring quite a lot about his team. Mark had truly embraced his humanity, and Cecil couldn't be happier to see that. As Cecil then said, "I need to say, congratulations. You picked out an amazing team, and you've quickly been soaring through the ranks. Not just were you able to defeat the Viltrumites that had come to this planet, but you've been able to gain popularity among the masses. Project Anvil, the brand new team that had saved so many more lives in recent years. After all, not just have you guys been fighting the strong villains, but you've also been helping the people of the world, helping with relief efforts and helping with so many problems. But most of all, the people love you. What I'm trying to say is I'm proud of you, Mark." But Mark quickly shook his head, as he said, "That you have Eve to thank. Without Eve, I never would have gotten the idea of making our team help with relief efforts. I would have just had us be some other superhero team, constantly fighting against the villains, constantly training as well, but Eve really helped us to connect with the people." But before he could continue, Cecil lifted up his hand, stopping Mark immediately. As Cecil then said, "You are still the leader, Mark. You're the one who gave the okay on every single idea. It was your judgment that ultimately led the team to go down their choices. Now, I'm not saying Eve doesn't deserve any credit. She definitely does. But you were the one who went with the idea. You were the one who thought it through and decided it would be the best course of action for your team. I need you to remember this. As a leader, every single success and failure is partially your fault. Every single success, because you're the one who gave the okay on that idea. And every single failure as well, because if there are shortcomings on the team that you couldn't see, that is your fault for not fixing them. And I know people normally need to learn this in order to know to accept responsibility on the bad side, but you need to learn to accept responsibility on the good side, Mark. So remember to give yourself some praise as well." And upon hearing that, Mark was silenced for a couple of moments, just taking in that information before nodding. Of course, Mark was familiar with that saying, but he never really thought about the positive side of that saying as well. Whenever the team made a mistake, it was the leader's mistake. However, whenever a team did succeed, the leader was also partially to thank. As Cecil then asked Mark, "How are you doing, by the way, in leading a team? And I don't mean your success rate. If I wanted to know, I'd just look over your stats. I mean, how is Mark Grayson the person feeling?" And when Mark heard that question, he took a couple moments to think about this. Being more aware of his emotions was not something he was used to yet, and it was something he was trying to get better with. After all, the talk from War Woman was still in his head. As Mark then said, "I honestly kinda like it. The members of my team are all rather interesting people. They have fun habits. Hell, I'm even planning to go over to Scott's place later on for dinner. It's been an interesting experience, trying to figure out how to make my team better, trying to figure out how to help out my team, and I just have been enjoying myself. Sure, I've had comrades before, but it's never really been something like this. Never people that I've been really responsible for. Not to mention, I also feel like I've been getting to know Eve better as well. And as Mark spoke, a smile slowly rose on Cecil's face. He was proud. He could tell Mark was truly going to become a good leader, if not he already was one. But more than that, this was the best Mark had ever been mental state-wise. The thing that Mark was truly lacking after all was friends, and he was hoping that it would stay the same for them all around. Cecil knew he had nothing to worry about with Mark, so he decided to dismiss him, telling him that the two of them should talk a little bit more and catch up later. But Mark had a dinner to go to, so he shouldn't be late for that. With Mark giving him a thumbs up, before he then went out from Cecil's office, exiting the Pentagon and flying away. And as Cecil watched him fly, he couldn't help but question a bit to himself why Mark didn't use a teleporter more often. As we now return back to space, General Krieg had just landed on his ship. He had been flying for nearly a day. His ship was parked quite far away from the planet. At that same time, Fula, Lucan, and Vider all returned back to the ship as well. And they were surprised to see that Anissa was gone. She wasn't actually with Krieg. Unknown to them, several small drones began to detach themselves from Krieg's leg. Each of them were around the same size as ants, and they were auto-programmed with some orders, making it so Robot wasn't going to need to control them. The first order was to act as a tracking beacon on this ship, as well as wherever the Viltrumite went. The second was to record any conversation. And the third and most important order was to copy any technology they could find, download it, and prepare to send it back to Robot. Anytime the drone got close enough to the Earth, they would send the data right back to Robot. As Vider then said, "General, what happened? Why is Anissa missing?" Krieg then said, "Anissa is likely dead." And that shocked all three of them. After all, they knew Anissa was stronger than them. Not to mention the fact it did quite the number on Krieg as well. As it was Fula's time to speak, and she said, "If all four of us were to head to Earth, we'd likely be able to avenge Anissa and take over the planet." And Krieg shook his head no. Mark Grayson was far stronger than I thought. He is stronger than all four of us currently. But more than that, they also had other fighters on Earth, other fighters that were each quite capable. 3 fighters with high physical strength. While they aren't stronger than you 3, they would be able to give you 3 a good fight. Then there was a woman who was able to manifest constructs out of a pink energy. I wasn't able to fight against her too much, but they would definitely be a massive danger to us. Especially with her capability of changing the air density, as well as making a weight so heavy that even I couldn't carry it. There were also 2 other people that had similar powers to us Viltrumites, wearing high-end technological enhancements, which was likely the reason they were able to stand a chance against me. Vider, Fula, if you were to fight against either of those 2 people, you would lose. And if they were to fight you together, Lucan, you would lose. And even one of them would put up a good fight against you. They also had a massive kaiju as well, one that was far stronger than me physically. This is most likely the Earth's strongest defenses, but who knows what else they have. Clearly Earth has been preparing for us. So we now need to return back to our home. We need to return back to the Grand Regent. They are going to need this information. Earth might be a far more powerful planet than we expected. And while the 3 of them wanted to doubt it, they wanted to deny it, they had no reason to. And this time it was Lucan's turn to ask a question, as Lucan asked, in comparison to Conquest and Nolan, how strong is Mark Grayson? Krieg honestly wasn't too sure. He only saw Anissa fight against Mark for a small brief instant. Now in comparison to Conquest I can't really say, but I do think he is stronger than Nolan was. And he directly told us that he was stronger than both me and Anissa. But more importantly, he alongside all of his allies will be getting stronger. As Krieg activated the ship, having it start to take off to the home base of Viltrum. He then asked them if they had any luck finding Nolan, but all 3 of them shook their head. They were able to kill a Unopin, but they weren't able to get any information out of them. And this was overall a massive failure for Krieg, but it had opened his eyes to just how much of a threat Earth truly was. Not just was Mark Grayson a threat, but they had other people that were growing to achieve the level of Viltrumites. And all of this was done in a rather short time period as well. As we now return our attention back to San Francisco. On top of a rooftop, Rex wanted to meet up with Eve. And he didn't want to meet up with her in order to try and win her back or something like that. No, he wanted to apologize and congratulate her. His talk with Invincible had really gotten him to think, and ever since what happened, ever since Immortal started to date Kate, he was really thinking about himself. And just how much of an asshole he had been to Adam Eve. At first he was just planning to do this in order to try and get Invincible off of his back, but the more and more he thought about it, the more he felt he was right. And Adam Eve could feel that this apology was genuine. But even though it was genuine, it didn't mean she was going to forgive him. After all, he did hurt her. But still, either way, Adam Eve was at least happy that he did take accountability nonetheless. Leading to the two of them talking about Adam Eve's new job being part of Project Anvil. And Eve telling him that she's been doing amazing work. She's been able to help so many people. That she feels like she is finally starting to use her powers and actually make some differences. And Rex was proud of her for that. After all, Project Anvil in a way was like the Guardians of the Globe, which joining the Guardians of the Globe had always been his dream. But if he was being honest, that seemed really far away from him now. But who knows, maybe if Rexpo trains hard enough, he will be able to become a superhero strong enough to join the Guardians of the Globe. Joining Project Anvil just seemed far outside of his potential though. Which led to Adam Eve asking how working for the teen team is going. After all, she knows that he had recently begun working with the Immortal as their new mentor. Which led to him telling her about the fact that he was no longer with Duplicate and Duplicate was now with Immortal. Things have also been kinda weird with Robot. While Robot was here pretty often, he was now pretty distant from the team, other than one member being the new member Monster Girl. But they weren't quite too sure why. And if Rexpo was being honest, he felt distant from basically all of the members of the team aside from one of them being Shrinking Ray. That was more because everybody else was building their own bonds, leading to him only really being able to bond with Shrinking Ray. Or as he just called her, Ray. Though he was happy to hear that Adam Eve have been having a lot more success than he has. When Adam Eve heard the mention of Robot being more interested in Monster Girl and being much more distant from the team as a whole, that did slightly confuse her, but she kinda knew why, or at least she had some expectation. While Robot wasn't a true member of Project Anvil, he was part of the science team in order to help them. Which once Rexpo had heard that did make a lot more sense. Even making a joke about how he's splitting his processing power or something like that. And while training with the others has been rather harsh for him, he has been adjusting to it slowly. He felt he's been getting a bit stronger. And she was happy to hear that. After all, they had recently come across a Viltrumite. They were now more than aware of what they were up against, and they knew everybody was going to need to be on their best in order to stand a chance. As she then said, I technically shouldn't be telling you guys this yet, but we are planning to roll out some upgrades for everybody here, so you're on that list too. Which I think you're definitely going to like. And Rex was certainly curious, but as the two of them continued to talk, Rex asked Eve how her parents felt about all of this. And Eve wasn't honestly too sure. She hadn't talked to her parents in a while now. She knew of course the last time they talked they weren't too happy about this, but she didn't know how they were going to feel about it now. And while she knew she was definitely going to have to encounter her parents and talk to them about this later, she just wanted to ignore that for now. That was mainly because she knew the headache that it would be going back to her parents right now. But it was something that she was inevitably going to have to do either way. No matter what happened though, she had no intention to change her path whatsoever. She was in far too deep now to allow herself to go back. Rex told that he wished her the best of luck, and if she needs someone to talk to after, considering Rex knew what her parents were like, he would definitely be there to help. Though Rex did say, it might be best to leverage your government advantage against them if you need to. You do have the head of the GDA with you on your side. And after some more discussing and catching up, the two of them took off. They both had their own things to do tonight, and it was more successful than either of them thought it was going to be. And with that, we closed the night of success. About a week would pass, until somebody else arrived to the planet. And while they were another alien, they were actually an ally this time. Alan the alien, who looked to be physically stronger in comparison to last time. It was pretty clear they had made some improvements. And Alan did want to talk with Mark Grayson. He also wanted to test his new power. While he was pretty confident he could defeat the 3 Viltrumites that beat him up, he was not sure if he could beat Mark yet. Currently, Mark was sitting down in his office at the base. Most of the members of Project Anvil were already dispersed on missions. Frobolt and Oliver were currently fighting off a kaiju that was spotted in the ocean. Terra and Kid 4 were currently helping out in a huge relief effort with an area that just had a tornado go through. Adam Eve and Powerplex were facing off against a creature that had come from the Earth, an incredibly massive centipede. Bolt and Knockout were just doing some sparring against each other in the base. Mark had also recently found a brand new candidate he wanted to potentially add to Project Anvil. That candidate was a man who used highly advanced technology, stuff that even surpassed what Robot had. Their superhero name was Tech Jacket. But before Invincible could head out to reach him, he got an alert there was an alien in space. And when he looked a little bit surprised. He could recognize it was Alan, but he wasn't expecting them to be that buff. Which reminded him he was definitely going to need to make a way for them to be able to communicate with each other across planets. And right now, it just looked like Alan was lost. So Invincible flew out to space in order to meet with Alan. Before he guided Alan right back down to a very familiar site, the place where he had to talk with Earth's head of defense, Cecil, as well as Mark. And even though he hadn't come to the planet in a couple of months, he was able to notice everybody here was even more advanced than last time. The armor of the soldiers looked more reinforced, more combat ready. Not to mention he was able to see 2 people that were also here, not in those same type of uniform and armor. But he could also tell that they were probably like him, special and incredibly strong. And the 2 of them walked into Mark's office, where Alan said, So, man, are we going to be seeing that old guy that was with you last time? I think his name was Cecil, right? And Mark shook his head no, as he said, unfortunately, he is currently busy. A meeting with all of the world's leaders had been called. Fortunately, you still have me to talk to, which we do have a lot to catch up on, leading to Alan being informed about quite a lot of what Earth had been doing. Up first, the formation of Project Anvil, a team of so far 8 of Earth's strongest fighters that had the capability of countering Viltrumites, with a kaiju known as the Hail Mary being able to help them as well. About their recent encounter with Battle Beast, the strongest person that Mark had ever fought, and he was wondering if he knew anything about them, which he unfortunately said no. But Alan told him he was definitely going to look into it later, about the new technological upgrades they had been receiving recently and how they're continuing to work to make sure more people can counter the Viltrumites. And most importantly of all, their recent encounter with 2 Viltrumites, where they allowed one to escape in order to track down their locations, and the second one had been captured, in order to get more information. And Mark also firmly confirmed to Alan they were going to be in this war now. And Alan had to admit he was absolutely stunned. Not just were they strong enough to fight against 2 Viltrumites and defeat them, but he was strong enough to capture one of them alive. Allying with Earth was definitely a right call. No one could have predicted how much a simple reading mistake ended up helping them all out. And it was Alan's turn to talk. Alan told Mark that the coalition of planets wanted to meet with him, and they are definitely going to be pleased about this news. And he had to admit, no one had ever been this successful in the Viltrumite War before. Alan also told him about his encounter with 3 Viltrumites, though sadly he wasn't anywhere near successful. He kinda just got beaten up really badly. Which, speaking of getting beaten up really badly, he did want to test something against Mark. He wanted to spar with Mark, and Mark couldn't help but smirk and accept his challenge. Now sure, he did have allies he could spar with now, but it had been a while since he had sparred with Alan. In fact, he never really did spar with him. He did fight him for a little bit when he first arrived to Earth, but other than that, he didn't really do that much in that fight. So he was curious how he would go now, especially because he could tell Alan most definitely got stronger. Now he could have easily activated his scanners to see how strong Alan currently was, but he kinda wanted that to be a surprise for himself. But first Mark wanted to do something else before he accepted sparring with Alan. There was somebody he wanted to recruit to be a brand new member of Project Anvil. And since Alan was going to be an ally of Project Anvil, he thought it might fit to bring them along with him. And Alan wasn't in too much of a rush, so he decided why not. He also decided to take Bolt and Knockout with him as well. And with that, all 4 of them teleported away to Tech Jack's location. But the second they teleported away, somebody else saw this as their opportunity to act. An assassin who had recently infiltrated Project Anvil's base. Doing this was incredibly difficult and took quite a bit of preparation, but finally they managed to pull it off. This assassin was Multi-Paul. He had been acting on recon, waiting for all of the members to be gone from the base, because even if one of them had discovered him, it would be all game over from here. Despite his role as an assassin, he actually wasn't here to kill anybody. No, he was here to steal something. To steal the documents on how to make the Reaniman, in order to steal that from Mr. Liu. And once he successfully got those files, he left the base, being almost completely unsuspected. However, there was one person who actually did suspect him. That person was Robot himself. Robot had a hand in creating each of these armors. And while he quite easily could have avoided this, he could have arrested him, he chose not to. After all, he knew who Multi-Paul was. He knew they were just an assassin, and arresting an assassin would do nothing. But letting the assassin lead you to the bigger fish, that was always going to be significantly worth more. So he was curious what fish Multi-Paul was going to lead him to. But for now, all he could do was wait and see. He did also want to talk to the Mara twins soon, as he was looking at a blood sample he had recently gotten. One that belonged to Rexplode. He felt if he had a true body, he might be able to do much more good for the team. And now they had the Mara twins on their side, he felt it to be pretty easy to justify to Invincible and get it past him. But thoughts were also lingering in his mind. Thoughts of the Viltrum Empire, as he had been asking himself something for the past few weeks now. Was creating an empire the true way to peace? 11 years ago, our story began. Omniman, Earth's strongest hero and strongest protector, had just finished killing his wife, Debbie Grayson, because of how human he was turning. And when he was planning to go on a rampage, to start eliminating all of Earth's greatest heroes, he just couldn't. He couldn't do anything. He felt too human, and the sight of his son so scared. It broke the Viltrumite, and he took off, flying into the stars. This led to the creation of Earth's new strongest and greatest defender. And raised by the Global Defense Agency. Raised to become the greatest defender of Earth, one who had fought against several threats. From the formidable kaiju known as the Hail Mary, to stopping the Flaxen invasion, to satiating the hunger of Battle Beasts, and finally, even defeating 2 Viltrumites in most recent time, the new leader of Project Anvil. But today, this part of the story isn't made to be focused on Mark. Instead, we're going to look at what had happened to the man who had caused it all, the man who had changed destiny that one fateful day. Omni-Man, otherwise known as Nolan Grayson. No, just Nolan. He didn't have the right to call himself Nolan Grayson after what he had just done. And he began to fly through the cosmos. As he was flying, he was experiencing a large host of emotions. Guilt from killing Debbie. Regret from leaving his son behind, but he knew there was no chance he'd be able to go back. The second he did, his son would likely want him dead. Hate to himself for giving in to the way of the Viltrumite Empire, and most of all, hate for the Viltrumite Empire as a whole. But one emotion was far greater that he was feeling: hate towards himself. Why did he break in that moment? What was wrong with him? But there was also the programming of the Viltrumite Empire deep in his head. He shouldn't have abandoned the planet. He shouldn't have abandoned his mission. What would happen to them when the Viltrumite Empire found out he was gone? Fortunately, he did know Earth had some time. He was a trusted warrior, so the Viltrumite Empire knew they didn't have to check up on him that much. But they might arrive in order to check up on Mark. After all, Mark was a perfect hybrid. But he knew he couldn't return to Earth. The best he could do was maybe try and figure out some way to delay the Empire. These were all thoughts that had littered through his mind for the several days, weeks, maybe even months that he had been flying through space for. Thoughts on how to potentially even fix the mistake that he had made. Thanks to all of his time on Earth, he had discovered quite a few things. Alternate dimensions and alternate worlds. Powers like what the Immortal wielded that allowed him to come back from death. And if those powers existed on Earth, they had to exist on other planets. Why would Earth be such an anomaly? The simple answer was, at least in his mind, it wasn't. After all, if Earth was so special thanks to its powers, the Viltrumite Empire would have definitely noticed it earlier and sent more people there than just himself. Maybe there were other civilizations that have even more advanced knowledge than what Omni-Man had. The key to fixing his mistake might be in this universe. It had to be. It had to be in this universe, and he was determined to do it no matter what. Whether it was taking on the realm of magic and curses, taking on hell itself, he was determined to find that secret. But first order of business, he was going to need to make a disguise for himself. He couldn't go around just as himself. Fortunately for Omni-Man, he had several places he could go. After all, he had conquered tens of planets in the name of the Viltrumite Empire. And during that time, he had discovered several things that were potentially capable of hurting Viltrumites. Details that he had wrote about in his novels. Omni-Man blinked for a moment as he realized that. Was a turn against the Viltrumite Empire even faster than he thought and just subconscious, and only now he was truly realizing it. After all, that was a clear weakness on how to counter the Viltrumite Empire. Why else would he write about them? But he didn't focus on that for too long. So he stopped by one of the planets he had conquered, going to an area he knew was abandoned. It was an underground stronghold of people who had tried to resist against him. While he had never actually attacked the stronghold itself, he did defeat all the people who were part of that resistance. This species was pretty similar to that of humans, however they were lacking in genetic compatibility, having some defects that made them too imperfect to be deemed worthy for Viltrumite hybrids. Still, an armor he found was more than perfect in size for Omni-Man. It didn't wield any special powers other than having some higher level of durability than the standard armor, but that of course would mean nothing for the Viltrumite. It was similar to armor from the medieval era on Earth. Omni-Man hated the fact that he was going to have to wear this armor, but the only sign of identification that was left on him was going to be his cape, the last part of his identity he wanted to show to the world. He knew it was necessary. That was how he was going to disappear into the crowd. And just as fast as he arrived, he took off, being completely unnoticed by the planet. But now he was going to need to figure out a way in order to get information. And he knew there were two pretty big options in order to do that. Either stop by a Viltrumite databank and steal their information, or to stop by the Coalition of Planets and steal their information. And if he was being honest, the Coalition of Planets were a much better option than the Viltrumite Empire. He already knew he was stronger than anyone else they could potentially have to take him on. But now the harder part was going to be finding one of their information banks to begin with. Well, he already knew this wasn't going to be easy, so with his armor prepared he took off, preparing his quest to revive his wife. A total of 5 months would pass. During this time, Nolan became a bounty hunter. He figured this would be his best way to get information, plus with him being a top-tier Viltrumite, he knew there wouldn't be really anything that could stand in his way, causing him to complete jobs and hunt people down in record time, eventually getting the title of Void. In total, it's almost been a year since Nolan had left Earth. But even though it has almost been a year, the pain in his heart had not faded. The guilt that was driving him was still present. Right now he was in a tavern, filled to the brim of creatures of all life, some similar to humans, others similar to beasts, and others that weren't like any creatures on Earth. Nolan was talking with a brand new client, who offered something interesting to him, the location of one of the Coalition of Planet bases, but in order to get the location of the base, Nolan was going to need to do a job for him. The job was rather simple and something he was incredibly experienced with. A kaiju had been causing havoc on their planet, but more importantly on the client's land. The job was going to be to kill the beast. Nolan felt this was going to be an easy task, so he accepted. He had killed many kaiju on Earth and even more on other worlds. This wouldn't be hard. The client did have one other request: don't destroy the body of the kaiju too much, which Nolan would try his best to oblige. And with that, Omni-Man took off. The flight to the planet didn't take too long, about an hour or two away from where he was, landing on the planet that had a jungle terrain all across, before opening up a device he was given by his client, one in order to track down the kaiju. And as he flew, he saw the beast, a giant beast that looked similar to what Earth called phoenixes. However, it was massive in size. Nolan was barely the size of its head. Still, he felt he could definitely take this thing down, though he was a bit curious about how it was going to fight. Now he could already tell it likely had fire capabilities, but still it was possible it could have other things. As Omni-Man started this battle off by clapping his hands together, sending a massive gust of physical force and wind right towards the Phoenix's direction. The wave of force immediately sent the Phoenix backwards by tens of meters and caught the beast's attention, as it released a loud caw, quickly locking eyes onto Omni-Man. Before it opened its mouth, immediately rapid-firing bursts of fire towards his direction. Omni-Man, seeing the large amount of fire coming towards him, decided to meet it head-on, as he began to punch through each of those bursts of fire, slowly starting to make progress on getting towards the Phoenix, leading to the beast stopping its barrage, and instead immediately firing a massive stream of fire right towards Omni-Man's direction. And this stream of fire was enough to push Omni-Man away. And Omni-Man blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting this beast to have that much power. Now, of course, it wasn't stronger than him, but he was still expecting that he could beat it while holding back. Still, Omni-Man could already tell he was more than enough to take this thing on. The Phoenix began to turn its head around, trying to make sure the beam would track Omni-Man's location, but Omni-Man was flying past it, dodging it as the beast continued to turn, leading to several trees being turned to nothing but ashes. But then Omni-Man spun over the beam of fire and started to approach after the Phoenix. The Phoenix then immediately stopped firing, as it then attempted to slam its wing right down onto Omni-Man's body. But Omni-Man clapped his hands together, firing out another shockwave and deflecting that wing away from himself before he spun and punched the Phoenix right in the face, leading to him releasing a rapid flurry of blows right onto the Phoenix's body. Each blow was enough to push it back by tens of feet. Just by the Phoenix moving alone, it was trampling over several of the trees, before Nolan flew right above the beast and slammed his fists right into the beast's head, slamming them deep into the ground and causing a massive crater where the beast was. And Omni-Man stood there with his arms crossed, waiting for the dust to settle and see if he succeeded in killing it. But in the middle of the dust, it began to glow brightly. Omni-Man braced himself as the beast released a massive burst of fire, one from its entire body. So bright and massive that people from nearby societies were able to see that large pillar of fire, even almost reaching up to the atmosphere, forcing Omni-Man to take this beam of fire right on the chin. And once the smoke faded, Omni-Man was still there standing, as he dusted himself off, though it did do some damage to him. Even Omni-Man was a little bit impressed, though Omni-Man had to admit that was impressive. He felt if that hit one of Earth's strongest heroes like the Immortal, it would have turned them completely into ash. But Omni-Man didn't float there for too long, as he went right down and flew through its chest, killing it with that blow, as he retunneled through the ground, rising back up. Nolan then called his client in order to tell them that the beasts had been killed. The client told him that he will be there in about a day. He just needed to make sure that Nolan would stay there until he arrived. And as Nolan was waiting, he saw a group of what looked like the natives, people that were similar to his client in terms of appearance, but they were clearly not in high status. And he saw them approaching the corpse of the Phoenix, and extract a bit of blood from its body. While Nolan could have easily stopped them and killed them, he saw no reason to. After all, his only order was to keep the Phoenix's body intact. Taking a bit of blood from it, that didn't really get in the way, and that wasn't what he was paid to do. Though he did lock eyes with one of them, and he didn't say a word. But the message was clear. He could have killed them if he wanted to, but that wasn't his order. But they shouldn't get too greedy. If they do, he will be forced to interfere. And with that, they took off. Nolan had no idea what they were going to do with that blood, but it wasn't a him problem. A day would pass until the ship of his client landed. But this one was much more massive. It was pretty clear the purpose of this size of ship was going to be to transport the Phoenix's body. Tens of guards the client began to step out, as they all began to work in order to move the Phoenix into the ship. All the while, the client approached Omni-Man, as he gave him a chip. On this chip is going to be the location of 3 of the coalition of planet bases. I couldn't get you the main base, but this should more than suffice for whatever you want. Now, I would ask why you want these bases, but that's not my business. I know better. Besides, better to have potential deniability. And with that, Omni-Man took off, leaving the client to do whatever he wanted with that body. Whatever was going to happen next wasn't his problem. So he eventually flew back, going to the spaceship that he had been calling his home. While he could fly permanently all the time, he knew with all the tech that he was going to use, he was going to need a spaceship in order to use it. Now he just had to hope that this would be a success. He just had to hope that the coalition of planets might have some key, some hint, something that might lead into him being able to revive Debbie from the dead. After Omniman put in the chip that his client gave him, he began to take off, the ship taking off to one of the 3 bases. And he was contemplating how he was going to do this. But he came to an idea. His best plan was just going to be to go in, steal the information, and then get out. He didn't need to be seen, and if anything, he was likely too fast for most of them to actually see him properly. And his plan went without issue, as he infiltrated the base and got the information he wanted. The entire database that this ship had was uploaded to his computer. Then right after he left, though unknown to him, the coalition of planet bases did have cameras that caught his body, sending that information right to the leader of the coalition of planets, Thaddeus. This was something that Thaddeus was going to have to look through later. But this was an intriguing break-in. After all, nobody actually died, they were mainly just knocked out. So he couldn't help but wonder what this man was doing, and who exactly was this bounty hunter that came. And when Omniman landed, he began to immediately scroll through the information that he had gotten, sending his ship to autopilot right now. Now, he wasn't too sure if the coalition of planets was going to have anything that he was looking for, but he figured they might have a decent chance of having something in relation to resurrecting people, since they were looking for something that could stand against the Viltrumites. Who knows what might have been able to exist in the past that might not exist today. And he spent hours combing through this information, going through every little bit of it that he could. Even going as far as getting some of it read in their original text rather than the translated text. After all, he had done quite a bit of studying as a Viltrumite. He had been able to learn several languages. But sadly, he didn't find anything too concrete in these records. Only a few rumors for now, likely folk tales from some of these planets. And while he did note those down, since he was even going to investigate the folk tales, he was hoping for something a little bit more concrete, something that had a little bit more evidence. So he went over to the other 2 bases. The second base wasn't too prepared for him yet. After all, it wasn't too long since he had infiltrated the first base, they didn't have time to raise their security. And when he went through their information, it had the same result, only more rumors. The third base was much more secure. Several guns firing at Nolan, attempting to stop him, but it was all to no use, as he destroyed their facilities and entered into the base, stealing that data as well. But all he was able to get was rumors. Maybe the main base of the Coalition of Planets might have had something, but that was far too risky, so he was just going to have to investigate these rumors. Maybe these rumors might be able to tell him something. We now go forward by a total of 9 years. Nolan had been chasing rumors of resurrection for the past 9 years. During these travels, he had to face off against kaiju that had been ravaging worlds for years. Strong emperors who were holding secrets and might have had the key. Leaders of pirates who had gone across the cosmos, stealing from any ship they could. People who had brought peace to their planet through the sheer raw strength they wielded. People who were even claimed to be gods among their planet, but not a single one of these planets truly had a way to bring someone back from the dead. Not after so long had passed. Sure, some of them had ways in order to bring people back to life, but it would require them to already be alive in order to get that power. But bringing a dead person back from death was impossible. And during this time, Nolan lost more and more hope. The hope he had gone in with this that he'd be able to fix the mistake he had made was fading. And by the time this year came, it had long since faded. Instead of searching out of a desire to bring things back, he was searching through obligation, searching through a need, searching on the possibility that something like that might exist, that his hope might be able to return, but it was for nothing. And that was the final rumor, the final bit of info he could find. He had changed several worlds on his journey, turned some worlds into places of chaos and turned some into places of order. To some he was a savior and to others he was a plague. But in spite of all of that, he could not get what he wanted. Despite all the work he put in, he couldn't get what he wanted. He couldn't bring Debbie back, and that just kept ringing in his head over and over again. He had not properly grieved up to this point for what he had done, because he still had some hope, but now that hope was gone, leaving the emotions that he had been holding back all this time. The sadness from his actions, the sadness from killing his wife, the desire to see his son again. By this point, the programming of the Viltrumite Empire had been long removed from his head as well. Now all he longed to do was repair the feelings that he had lost, repair the happiness that he had gotten from that planet. But he was stuck, forced to feel these negative emotions, with no way out, with no hope of being able to fix things. And he hated this. Why did he feel this way? Why did he have to feel this way? Why couldn't he have just not killed Debbie? Why couldn't he have just continued to try living on as an Earthling? So eventually he just went over to a tavern, the one where he first met that client from so long ago. And he started to drink. Now, as a Viltrumite, it was incredibly hard for him to actually get drunk, but with time, it did succeed. Fortunately, from all the jobs he had been doing, he was able to get quite a bit of money to use. So it wasn't like the bartender was going to complain. One random day, though, Nolan got a pretty big reminder of his past, a pretty big reminder of Earth. As two people entered into the bar, one of them was someone he nearly immediately recognized, Battle Beast. One of the few people that had an even greater reputation than himself. And they were talking with someone that confused Nolan, as he had to question how the hell did he manage to get out here. A human from Earth who had a machine-like head. Machine head. They seemed to be talking about business right now, and how he wanted to hire Battle Beast as extra security. The Guardians of the Globe had gotten a brand new superhero with incredibly high amounts of power, one that from what they could tell even rivaled Omniman, and that slightly confused Nolan, but he couldn't bring himself to listen to it anymore. He didn't need another reminder of Earth, so he left the tavern, returning back to his ship. And his ship took off. This time though, it didn't have a mission, it didn't have an intention. Nolan was left aimless, he didn't know what to do anymore. And as he was flying, a thought continued to come up in his head over and over and over again. What had happened to his son that he had left behind? What had happened to Mark Grayson? But every time that thought hit him, it sent him into an even worse mental state. Nolan was at an all-time low, and just getting lower and lower. He knew he couldn't return to his home, he knew he couldn't help Mark, he knew he couldn't help his son, if he could even call him that anymore. They probably hated him by this point, so he made a choice. He felt the world, no, the universe would be better without him. But there wasn't much that could kill a Viltrumite. Now of course he could bring himself back to the Empire, get himself killed that way, but he knew that would only make things worse for Mark. Because they'd know that Nolan was no longer there. They'd know that they'd have to send somebody to make sure Mark was following the orders of the Viltrumite Empire. And he had two options, two things that he thought could actually kill him. Either going in the core of a star, or going into a black hole. And while Omniman himself could have flown over to one of those two things, he instead chose to let his spaceship do it. He wanted time to think things over, as much time as possible in order to decide if this truly was what he wanted. But no matter how much time passed, he ultimately came to the same result every single time. The universe would be better without him. And he eventually found a black hole. This was going to be the black hole that he was going to use to end his life. To end the waste that had been his life. So he parked his ship on a nearby planet and began to fly towards the black hole. And as he stared into the black hole, he saw something else. A spaceship that was completely broken and flying into the direction of the black hole. One that still had life forms on it. And he thought for a moment on whether he should save those people or not, or whether he should just die with them. But then the memory of Debbie came into his head, somebody who always tried to help him be a better person. And he decided, maybe before he ended his own life, that he should do one last good thing for the universe, one last good thing for those people. So before they could fall into the black hole, before they met their unfortunate demise, Omniman saved them, bringing them to the same planet where he parked his ship. He offered them the ship he used, that way they'd be able to get back home. Inside this spaceship were a couple of Fraxons, and while Omniman was about to start flying back to the black hole, they stopped him, as they told him that they wanted to at least thank their savior, and to please come back with them just for one day. Maybe they might be able to change his mind. And Nolan looked into their eyes for a moment, and he saw something so human in them, so he decided to agree. And eventually they did return to Fraxa. And with time, the wounds that Nolan had began to close. Emotional wounds that Nolan didn't even realize the depth of. One day slowly turned into 2, which slowly turned into a week, which slowly turned into a month. Where he began to bond with these people. They began to take up the hole in his heart. While they would never be a true fix for that hole, they would at least be the proper start to being able to somewhat help mend it. Nolan began to get closer and closer with one of the Fraxons, that one being Andressa. And with all the time, with everything that Nolan had done and all of the info that he had on this ship, he was actually able to help the planet quite a bit. Slowly this was becoming another home for him. And with how much Omniman had traveled, he knew the Viltrumite Empire had no proper way of actually finding him, even leading to him having a son eventually. And things honestly seemed to be pretty peaceful. However, that peace couldn't last, because while the Viltrumites couldn't find him, somebody else had been tracking him for quite a while now. After all, he had broken into Coalition of Planet bases, and 2 people arrived on the planet. The now fully recovered and much stronger Alan the Alien after he battled against 3 Viltrumites, and the leader of the Coalition of Planets himself, Thaddeus. This was a criminal that had been on their mind for a long while now. However, they had a thought. Considering how strong he proved himself to be, maybe even stronger than what Alan was before he healed properly, they might be able to recruit him. Thaddeus then told Alan to start to head to Earth. After all, they were much more familiar with Mark Grayson. You could leave recruiting this one up to him, and Alan gave him a thumbs up. So he flew to Earth at full speed. He was quite curious to see what Invincible was like. At the same time, Thaddeus stepped off as he began to walk through the planet. Though he did come in peace, he told the people he actually wasn't here to hurt them, he was here to talk with the ruler. As Nolan equipped his armor once more, something he hadn't worn in months now. But he wanted to keep his identity hidden from the coalition of planets, so he walked over to him and began to talk with him, talking about how he eventually wanted to go to war with the Viltrumite Empire, something he was sure he had heard about, and how the universe wouldn't know peace until the Viltrumite Empire was defeated. Nolan did tell him no, however he also told him that he had heard some interesting rumors out in space, about how Earth had some books that had details on ways to fight Viltrumites, things that a man named Nolan Grayson had been writing. Maybe looking through those books might be able to help him. And Thaddeus was thankful for that piece of advice. Of course, he was a little bit suspicious of them, but at the same time, he was more than willing to take that advice, especially considering he was planning to go to Earth anyway. And that caught Nolan completely off guard. He had no idea that he had any intention to go to Earth. But he couldn't make it clear that he was caught off guard, so he decided to ask why was he planning to go to Earth, leading to Thaddeus explaining about a hero on Earth, one who was the son of the Viltrumite who was planning to take over the planet, who had managed to surpass that Viltrumite and was now one of the strongest, if not the strongest protector of that planet. A boy who wore green and black armor with a metallic helmet. A half-human, half-Viltrumite. And that shook Nolan completely to his core. Mark Grayson not just was alive, but now the protector of the planet, and judging by that armor, no. Cecil Stedman must have been the one to raise him. As he thought to himself, that clever bastard. After all, he had left Mark behind, so Cecil must have saw this opportunity as a good way to raise a weapon. And there was a slight shift in his demeanor, as he informed Thaddeus that he would actually like to come with him. He felt he was a little bit more on the fence now. Of course, that was a lie. He still had full intention to not join with the coalition of planets, but he felt the need to see what had become of his son. As you remember back to that conversation he heard between Machine Head and Battle Beast, he overheard about that hero, and he realized those two must be one and the same. And with Thaddeus hearing that, that meant there was a potential chance that this bounty hunter that had been evading them for so long, broken through 3 of his bases and changed so many worlds, might actually join their side. But he did also tell them that he wasn't going to be there too long. He was going to need to return back to his planet. Andressa had a much shorter lifespan in comparison to himself, so he wanted to make sure he was with her to the very end. Thaddeus could respect that. And with the 2 Viltrumites who were hiding their identities from the very cosmos itself took off, each of them starting to head to Earth. As Nolan thought to himself, "I'm coming home, son. I wonder what type of man you've now become." As he looked out the window, seeing his son and his partner both wave to him, as he couldn't help but have a small smile form underneath his helmet. And the ship took off. Next location, Earth. Invincible, Alan, Bolt, as well as Knockout all appeared inside of a village. As Alan grabbed onto his head a little bit, he wasn't really used to teleporting unlike the others. As he said, "You guys do that way too often. Oh, that hurt my head." Before Alan shook it off, this was a village that Tech Jacket had just recently saved, so he was checking up on things to make sure people were okay. But then he eventually spotted 4 people. While one of them he didn't recognize at all, 3 of them he did immediately recognize. They were part of Earth's strongest superhero team, and in particular one of them was the leader. So Tech Jacket flew over to them in order to check what they were doing and why they were here. Invincible was the first to take a step up to him, as he said, "Greetings, Tech Jacket." He was surprised. They actually knew who he was. They knew his name. As Tech Jacket rubbed his head and said, "I'm not in trouble, aren't I?" And Invincible shook his head saying no. Quite the opposite, in fact. I've been watching your escapades for quite a bit now. Even though you're a new hero, you are quite powerful. Among the same level as the people I picked for Project Anvil. Not to mention the fact that your armor comes from a technological source that I am unaware of. But I don't want to steal your armor or study it or anything like that, so do not worry about that. Instead, I am here to offer you a place among Project Anvil. And Tech Jacket was completely speechless. Even though he only been a hero for about a month now, he was being noticed like this. But at the same time, he did have responsibilities far past Earth, so he decided to ask, what would being a part of Project Anvil include for me? Because I have a lot of responsibilities for things off Earth. While I do try and help where I can on Earth, I can't really be here all the time. And once Invincible heard that, he understood. Having responsibilities beyond this planet was something that wasn't new to him now. After all, they were with Alan the alien right now. That will be fine. While we are a superhero team that tries to help whoever we can on Earth, the real purpose of Project Anvil is what our name truly stands for, Project Anti-Viltrumite. Now, how much are you aware about Viltrumites? Hearing that caused Tech Jacket's eyes to widen as he nodded and said he was aware of everything about them, or at least aware of their existence and how they were conquerors. But the fact a team existed in order to counter Viltrumites? That was insane to him. He couldn't help but wonder how successful the team was, but at the same time this also made sense for why they were the strongest team. They were built to fight against Viltrumites. And more importantly, now he was being considered as a potential member of this team? This was all so much for him. As Invincible then continued, so far, we have successfully faced off against 2 Viltrumites. One of them escaped, but we have a tracking beacon on their location. The other we currently have captured in order to get information out of. This is also Alan, a member of the Coalition of Planets. An ally of ours in this war against Viltrumites. Earth has now become fully involved in the war against Viltrum, and we are going to need as much help as we can. While I might be a half Viltrumite and a powerful one by their standards, we are going to need all the help we can get. So, would you like to join us? That made Tech Jacket's eyes completely widen in surprise. He had no idea that Invincible was actually a half Viltrumite. He thought he might have just been some human with a government experiment that became super powerful, but no, he was a half Viltrumite. But more importantly, he was going against the Viltrumite Empire. However, there was also something else Tech Jacket noticed, alongside Bolt and Kid 4. They all noticed that when Mark was talking about the Viltrumites, even though it was much more suppressed, there was a slight amount of hatred in his voice. But still, with all of this, with this offer, and the fact that he wasn't going to have to put his duties aside other than to maybe fight against Viltrumites, but that would still be a part of his duty either way, and people he might be able to potentially get better with, he decided to agree. As Invincible said, "Good. Now you'll be free to use our training facilities if they might help you. While you don't have to train with us too often, it would likely be beneficial for you. And we expect you to be here just in case we do need to face off against Viltrumites again. Based on something that one of the 2 of them said, we should be expecting a much stronger Viltrumite than the ones that attacked to come to this planet soon. And considering they're going to return to the Viltrumite Empire, they're likely going to send more than one. But we are going to prepare for anything just in case." Which Tech Jacket just gave a thumbs up to. He was curious to see what he might be able to upgrade himself with. Maybe this wouldn't help him much at all, or maybe this could make him even better. Who knows? And Invincible sent him the location of the main base of Project Anvil. And with that, Invincible welcomed the brand new member of Project Anvil, introducing them to Bolt and Knockout. Before Invincible then got a call from Robot, as while the other 4 were talking amongst each other, Robot began to talk with Invincible. "I see the brand new member has successfully joined us. I do have good news and bad news for you though, Invincible." Invincible himself slightly sighed. Today had been going so well, but the bad news was likely something that he could deal with. Start with the bad news, then we'll go to the good news. As Invincible then got a picture of someone uploaded to his suit, an assassin known as Monty Paul, the sibling of Duplicate. Recently, he broke into Project Anvil's main base, and stole the plans for the Reaniman. He had been there as a GDA soldier, or at least faking as a GDA soldier. I did know he was there for a bit, but I decided to let him be. While we could take out an assassin, I wanted to see where this would lead him to. After all, stopping the assassin wouldn't really help us in the long run, but stopping the client definitely would. So I'm now tracking down his location. And Invincible did have a mixed reaction to this. While this was definitely a good plan on Robot's part, he was slightly annoyed that Robot didn't inform him earlier. Now, keeping the plan secret to track Craig was one thing. You can understand why he needed to keep that one secret. But this one annoyed him a bit more. As Invincible then said, "You could have informed me earlier about this. Who knows what could have happened if that assassin got desperate and decided to take out some of the members while they were asleep. We are going to have a talk about this later, Robot. We're also going to need to work on upgrading our security measures, so it seems. But still, this will at least work out in our favor once we find out who the client is. I have a feeling though I already know it's going to relate back to the Battle Beast situation from earlier. And more importantly relate back to his boss, Machine Head. I don't think he was the one who did it, but I think it will be related to him somehow. But if that was the bad news, what was the good news you had to report on?" Before all 5 of them saw 4 robot drones land nearby, holding up a capsule. As Robot then said, "We have just finished upgrading your suit to the Invincible Warsuit Model 4. And we think it'll definitely be to your liking." Invincible couldn't help but smile a little bit. After all, this was good timing. He was about to have a sparring session with Alan, so he was going to get a good chance to test this out. As he equipped the brand new warsuit, It was made using a brand new alloy that the mixture of Robot and DA Sinclair customly made, mainly for increased durability. Within the boots, there were jet boosters that could be activated in order to give Invincible a temporary speed buff. The same energy increasing capabilities for Mark's physical power was also added in, increased to an even further level. Rather than being a 10% buff, it was now a 15% buff. Furthermore, the projectiles had also been increased in terms of potency. While the lasers would still be weaker than Mark's physical punches, they were now going to be much closer to his power. Finally, he had a brand new helmet made from that same alloy, one he could deactivate to have his normal appearance and not terrify people, but one he could activate when against much harsher threats. This was the ultimate culmination of all of the scientists' work. Everybody in Project Anvil all came together, all of their data in order to make this wonderful suit of armor. But making it took quite a bit of time and brain power. They wouldn't be able to make this in bulk. Fortunately, all of the money that Invincible had not wasted on teleporting had went right towards this project. As Invincible opened and closed his hands, this was definitely going to do nicely. As Invincible told Robot, "This will satisfy me for now. Now I want full focus to be diverted to upgrading every single other hero. Are the plans ready for distribution, or do we still have some finishing touches for them?" Robot said that he was planning to make an announcement in a couple of days for all the other heroes, and with that in mind, Invincible smiled. He could feel it. The Earth was getting more and more ready, closer and closer to being able to protect itself. While he wanted to be Earth's protector more than anything, he also wanted Earth to be able to have people that could help protect it if worse came to worse. As Invincible told him that he'll definitely be there for that announcement. Before Invincible disconnected the call from Robot, as he looked over to Alan and said, "I think I'm ready for our sparring match, though we definitely can't do this on planet." And Alan the alien agreed to that one. He knew he was much stronger, and judging by the new armor that Invincible just got, he was going likely to be even more formidable as an opponent. Bolts and Knockout decided they were going to head back to base, and they were going to show Tech Jacket around while the two of them fought. Mark also decided to turn his armor onto recording mode. There was definitely going to be quite a bit of data they could get from this fight, and who knows how much help that might be in the future. As both Invincible and Alan the Alien took off, heading to Venus and deciding that was going to be their battleground. They weren't aware of any life forms on Venus, so they were of course going to do a quick scan over the planet just to make sure there weren't any. They didn't want to accidentally kill people after all. They both also were able to immediately notice that Venus had less gravitational pull than Earth. Now of course they did know it was going to have less gravity than Earth, but this was actually the first time they thought about it. And with the scan being complete and no life forms being present on Venus, the two of them prepared to battle. That was when Alan decided to tell Mark something, that he could go all out and be as brutal as he wanted. He recovers from heavy injuries and gets much stronger from them, so if he were to get heavily injured by someone as strong as Mark, who knows how strong he might be after that. Invincible then cracked his own knuckles as he got into a stance, preparing to face off against his friend. He was curious to see how he was going to compare to all the opponents he had fought so far, to the Hail Mary, to the two Viltrumites, and finally to Battle Beast. And with that, the two of them immediately took off, flying right towards each other and clashing fists. The shockwave that rose from this clash was immense. If they were on Earth, just the shockwave alone would have destroyed the entire city they were fighting in. This was the same level of power Mark used when he fought against Anissa and punched her in the stomach. Of course, he wasn't going all out yet, but he did want to feel things out, and he could feel his fists being pushed a little bit back by Alan. But Alan was also feeling things out. It was clear neither of them were going all out with that initial punch. As Invincible had a smirk underneath his mask, he could already tell this was definitely going to be more fun than his fight against Anissa. As both of them took a moment to float away from each other, almost as if they were taking in the amount of destruction they had just caused. Of course, the both of them could control their destruction better if they wanted, but right now, they didn't really feel a need to do that. As Alan couldn't help but smile a bit and said, "Wow, you definitely have been hitting the gym. Though, I think you can tell, so have I." And Invincible then said, "Agreed. Your strength has increased quite a bit since the last time we fought. If I remember correctly, a punch that strong would have completely destroyed your entire body. But I think it's now time we both take things up a notch." While the battle between Mark and Alan the Alien was properly beginning, a green portal opened up on Earth. This was a portal belonging to one man, Angstrom Levy, a normal human who had been going across several different realities. He had been searching for scientists in order to help him to gain all of the knowledge of his other counterparts. Maybe then they'd be able to counter all of the evil Invincibles that existed across the multiverse. This was one of the rare realities where Invincible had actually turned good. A reality where Mark wasn't raised by Viltrumites but raised by Earth. Raised by the Global Defense Agency in order to become a strong warrior. He had come in order to seek out advice and help from the Muller twins, but that was a lot harder said than done, as he found out that the Muller twins were already working for the Global Defense Agency at Project Anvil. But with this disruption in space, somebody else already decided to meet with him, somebody who knew he was here. This person being one of Robot's drones. As Robot said, "You're not from this dimension, are you? But you don't feel like the Flaxons. You feel like you're something completely different, like you don't belong. I mean you no harm. I simply wish to talk with you." And that caught Angstrom completely off guard. He didn't know he was going to be immediately discovered like this. Of course, he did know this Earth was much more on guard in comparison to quite a lot of the Earths he had seen, but he wasn't expecting this. Still, he could tell that they meant no ill intent, so he was going to entertain this. But Angstrom did say, "I'd prefer to talk with your real body rather than the robot body. I hope you're fine with that, Rudolph Connors." And Robot blinked, a little bit surprised at the fact they knew his identity, but at the same time, it made sense. The multiverse and all of that. So with that, the both of them took off, heading towards where Robot's real body was located. Once they entered, they would see the pod that Robot's real body was inside of, alongside tens of robot drones, standing on guard and ready. As Rudy then said, "Please do understand, I am just doing this as a precaution. I don't know if I can trust you yet fully, so I do need to keep guards around." Angstrom nodded in agreement. He understood why. As one of the robots lifted up a chair, two more lifted up a table with some food on it, both of them placing it on the ground in order for Angstrom to sit. As Rudy then asked him, "Why are you here? Are you just a traveler who has been seeking things out?" "No, you don't seem like that. You seem like someone who came with purpose, with intention." And once Angstrom took a seat, he thought for moments on how he was going to answer this question. But he ultimately decided that being truthful could help. So he explained to Robot why he was here. He was here because he wanted to make the multiverse better. He wanted to help universes fight against one of their most dangerous threats. A person that spawned in most universes and had been a threat to most of them. And that left Robot to be cautious, as he asked, "Who is this threat you're speaking of?" With Angstrom simply responding, "Mark Grayson." And that made Robot blink in surprise, though it did make sense. But he then asked, "Is it likely that Mark Grayson from our world will become a threat?" And Angstrom shook his head no. While most Mark Graysons do end up turning evil, that's at a much later point. And there is one change that's happened here that doesn't happen in most worlds. The one you know as Nolan Grayson killed Debbie much earlier. Most Mark Graysons aren't raised as humans. Most of them are raised by Nolan Grayson, which seems to be one of the big catalyst events in order to make him turn evil. So I doubt that your Mark is going to end up turning evil, even though it's possible I doubt it. There are a few Marks that haven't turned evil. Quite often those good Marks do end up dying when they try and rebel against their father. But more often than not, they end up turning evil, taking over the planet, joining the Viltrum Empire, or even going as far as killing Omniman and still taking over the planet. I want to fuse the brains of hundreds of me's, maybe even thousands, to create one ultimate Angstrom, in order to create the perfect counterplan in order to fight off against these evil Mark Graysons. And even more than that, in order to help the multiverse by far, in order to make sure everybody can have a prosperous future. But as he was talking, he suddenly felt a small prick land on his neck, almost like a mosquito bite. As one of the drones said, "A bug must have snuck in when we entered. Apologies for that." And Angstrom rubbed his neck before he said, it's fine, don't worry." "So, what do you think?" And Robot clearly contemplated it for a couple of moments, before he then said, "I will definitely help you, but I cannot bring you to our Mahler twins. Unfortunately, we are far too busy preparing to go to war with our own Viltrumite Empire. However, anything you do require assistance with, I would be glad to provide." And a smile rose onto Angstrom. He was thankful for that. As Angstrom then told him that the two of them will be in touch, before he created a portal and left, continuing his multiversal travel for now. And Robot watched as that portal closed, as he then said, "Study the blood sample that you had just acquired." With a small drone flying over, this was the mosquito that had bitten him. A new drone Robot had been working on in order to do spy work. And if that man had the ability to go across the multiverse, he was curious at how, and more importantly, if he could apply those abilities to himself. Especially if his plan's already to get a new body, who knows what he might be able to do. Mark Grayson and Alan the Alien immediately rushed towards each other again and again, exchanging several blows in those rushes. Each time they did, a shockwave rippled throughout the area. Mark was immediately pressing his offense. In terms of skill between the two of them, Mark actually had a solid advantage, as he slid under one of Alan's blows before uppercutting him right on the chin, sending him flying right into space. With them currently being on another planet, Mark was not able to use a teleporter. So he decided now would be a good time to test out this upgrade. As Alan regained himself, he suddenly looked down and saw tens of small green lasers approaching his body. Alan started to fly around each of them, twirling around each of those lasers as they were coming towards him. before he decided to fly right through one of the lasers. With Mark seeing that coming, he closed his fist as the green energy surrounded his fist completely. Before he rocketed right towards Alan the alien, and the two of them clashed fists again. This time Alan was sent rocketing right through one of the mountains and sent straight into a lava lake. That blow made the mountain completely collapse. But as the rocks were falling towards it, Mark flew right towards them, the rocks now falling in slow motion in his perspective. As he started to rapidly punch them, increasing their speed and sending them right towards Alan, and when Alan looked up, it looked like a swarm of comets were flying right towards him. From how fast Mark had punched them, they set completely ablaze. Alan, seeing the massive amount of rocks coming towards him, flew right at it, starting to punch through each and every single one of them, slightly burning his hand, but even with that, he was having the time of his life right now. As suddenly Mark rocketed right through one of the comets and punched Alan straight in the face. But this time Alan braced himself, only flying back by a couple of feet rather than being sent rocketing. As Alan turned his head back in order to look towards Mark. Before he then said, "Tell me if this looks familiar at all," as he clapped his hands together, sending a massive shockwave of force right towards Mark's direction. Mark blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting him to be able to do that, and he braced himself, lifting up his arms in order to block while he was sent backwards. As he said, "Yes, I am capable of doing the same. You clearly have gotten quite a bit stronger since the last time we fought. If I'm being honest, you should be capable of taking out that Viltrumite we captured." And Alan couldn't help but smile a little bit. After all, Mark was only few people who was actually capable of measuring how powerful Viltrumites were, and measuring what will be a good level of strength in order to beat them. As Alan shrugged and said, "No big deal." Mark then tensed his muscles, as he then said, "But that power is not going to be able to defeat me." And a silent agreement happened between the two of them in that moment. The both of them decided the warm-up was over. It was now time for them both to go all out. As Mark clapped both of his hands together, glowing green, before they released a massive flurry of green lasers right towards Alan. These ones are traveling even faster in comparison to before, traveling at speeds that had far surpassed the speed of light. But Alan met those lasers head-on. Each time one of them was approaching him, he punched each of them away, redirecting several of them into the ground, forming new cracks in Venus that spanned for tens of kilometers, even deflecting a few of them into space. But then suddenly Mark rapidly spun towards him and punched him straight in the face. Before that was followed up with a hard punch to his stomach, and finally spinning around his body, landing a kick right on his back, sending Alan rocketing through one of the tunnels that he had made and then rocketing past that tunnel, attempting to land a knee right on Alan's gut, but Alan at the last moment was able to lift up his arms in order to block, pushing the two of them away from each other, with both of them landing against one of the walls. And they rapidly sped up, to such a point that even the rubble falling around them from the tunnel that they had just made now looked like slow motion in comparison to how fast they were moving. And they rapidly began to exchange blows over and over again, launching themselves all across the tunnel, before they began to push upwards, breaking past the tunnel. In microseconds, the two of them clashed all across different parts of the planet, exchanging tens, no hundreds of blows. If there were any normal humans on the planet, it would look like a massive light show was happening. But now suddenly Invincible was gaining the offensive advantage, as when Alan tried to land a punch, Invincible redirected it away before landing a punch right on his stomach, before a green energy surrounded his other hand, as he grabbed Alan by the face and threw him down into the ground, making a massive dust cloud rise so big it would be able to engulf entire cities. Before he started to spin rapidly while he flew towards Alan, looking like a spinning tornado of green and black. Before he slammed into him, punching him hard in the chest and causing Alan to cough up a great deal of blood, punching him down even further and deeper into Venus, creating a massive puddle of lava in the process that Alan landed inside of. Mark then crossed his arms, waiting for Alan to rise out from the lava, before suddenly a massive piece of rock was thrown right towards him, one so big it was comparable to that of Texas. And Invincible couldn't help but smirk a little bit underneath his mask. He was happy to see it wasn't over yet. As Invincible focused, he didn't activate any of the benefits from the armor this time. He was curious to see if he could break it on his own, before he punched the massive amounts of stone at full force, shattering it completely and sending it down towards him like a meteor shower. And Alan flew right through it. He was still injured from Invincible's previous attack, but he couldn't care less, as he flew through the massive meteor shower, trying to reach Invincible, and even though he did fly through it, one of them did manage to cut his body. Still, the cut was rather minor as he charged towards Invincible, meeting him head-on. But this time Invincible spun around Alan, avoiding his charge before landing a punch straight on his face, as Alan groaned in pain from the blow to his face, as he quickly countered by punching Invincible hard in the face as well, as the two of them were launched away from each other, before Invincible's suit began to glow green, as Invincible and Alan prepared their final charge towards each other, and the two of them clashed fists, with Invincible completely overpowering Alan's fist. But before Alan could be sent too far backwards, Invincible released a massive flurry of blows right onto Alan's body. Each time Alan tried to dodge, it ended up causing more and more bruise damage to his body. Before finally, he landed one final punch, punching him straight in the stomach. No, straight through the stomach. And then to finally end this battle, he slammed him hard into the ground. One final crater, one final blow, before the suit stops glowing green. As Alan remained laying there, a clear smile evident on his face, Invincible had to admit he was impressed. As he then said, "If you were to fight me when we first met with this level of power, you definitely would have beaten me. You did incredibly well." I did a quick scan over Alan's body, mainly just to check if he was doing okay, while he also prepared to take out some bandages. To his surprise though, we could see the healing process was already beginning for Alan, so he did bandage up the hole that he made in his stomach before starting to carry him back to Earth. The second the two of them entered into the range of the teleporter, he teleported right back onto Earth, teleporting to Project Anvil base. As he brought the two of them over to the med bay. Though seeing Alan like this and seeing how fast he was healing, it did give him an idea. He wanted to ask the Mauler twins if there was a potential way they could create something that would allow the members of Project Anvil and just people in general to heal faster, but that was for later. If anyone could figure that out though, it would be the biological geniuses of the Mauler twins. And Alan looked around as he said, "Okay, I gotta admit, this place looks so much better than the first time I came here." Okay, passing out now. Several doctors also came in order to begin helping working on Alan. And Invincible knew Alan got stronger every single time he was put on near death. While he definitely didn't put him as near death as he could have, he was curious to see what the result would be for this time. There also was encouragement for Mark to get stronger himself. After all, there was no way he was going to let Alan surpass him that easy. Mark then returned back to his office. I decided to check up on the members of Project Anvil in order to see how each of them were doing. And you can see that during the time he was battling up against Alan the alien, each of them had finished their tasks they were doing beforehand. Which did make Invincible smile a slight bit, as he made sure to keep one of the cameras active on Alan the alien, so he would be prepared when he woke up in order to talk with him. Also because he wanted to make sure Alan was recovering okay. But then Invincible focused as he decided to call Robot back. After all, he did need to know more about who Robot had found. "Robot, do you have any more details on the person that you were tracking?" With Robot sending him the map to where they were heading. Currently they were still in America, however they seemed to be in an abandoned warehouse for now. They were likely waiting to meet up with somebody. Robot also told him he did a little bit more research on this person. While they weren't certain, the person they were likely going to meet up with was Mr. Liu. That seemed to be the most common client that Multipole had. And that was much more annoying for Invincible. If they were able to get away, if they were able to make it to China, that would make things much harder in order to get them. They need to get China's permission in order to arrest him. And who knows how many strings that man could pull. They were going to need to find a way around this for sure. But they knew for a fact they couldn't let the schematics of the Reaniman fall in his hands. He felt this had the potential to be another enemy that would require the full might of Project Anvil. And with the potential of that, he was definitely going to call upon their power. But for now, they were just going to need to wait. Fortunately, they still had an advantage. Multipole didn't seem to be in a rush to head back to China. After all, if they did think they were followed, if they did think that they were aware they were being followed, they definitely wouldn't have wasted time stopping here. So he sent a message to all the members of Project Anvil as well as Cecil, telling them to stand on guard and stand ready just in case. A couple more hours would pass until Alan reawoke. Now he was still recovering from the wound, but he had surprisingly started to heal pretty fast. Seeing he was now awake, Mark floated over to his medbay in order to check how he was doing. And Alan sent him a wave as he couldn't help but chuckle a bit. "Man, you never take that armor off, do you?" As Invincible sent him a smile, as he said, "Sometimes I do, just not when I'm in base. How are you recovering so far? Physically I can tell you're doing fine, but how are you actually doing?" And Alan gave him a thumbs up. And he did remember something that he should have probably mentioned earlier, as Alan told him, "Oh, right, by the way, my boss is also coming because he wanted to meet you. It's just he's a bit slower than I am, or at least the ship is slower than my flight speed, but he should be arriving pretty soon, just so you don't automatically shoot that ship out of the air." And Invincible just gave him an unamused look. He wished he did tell him earlier. What was it with the people he was allied with and not telling him things until it was nearly too late? At least they didn't tell him things when it was far too late and out of control. Still, he was going to keep that in mind. He was also very curious to meet them nonetheless. After hearing about the coalition of planets, he knew they were going to be allies. So he would like to know about the person in charge. He also made sure to tell Cecil that as well. From what he knew, Cecil was out of the meeting by this point, so he'd be able to come over to join with that meeting. Plus, meeting with the coalition of planets leaders was definitely something he'd need to be here for. As Invincible said, "Alright, you can continue resting for now if you want. I'll talk to them and let you know when they're here." And as Invincible was preparing to step out, Alan did have one quick question he wanted to ask Mark. What do you guys do for fun here? Like, I know you guys do have fun things to do on this planet, but I haven't really seen that much considering my only real exposure is from what I can tell a military base. And that made Invincible blink in surprise for a moment as he rubbed his head, thinking for a couple of moments on how to answer that. Of course he could have just answered with generic fun things to do, but he decided he would answer with his own fun things to do. One of the things I do enjoy doing is playing and training with my pet, the Hail Mary, which actually I might be able to introduce you to after you're done fully healing. Though he is a bit rowdy as a beast. I also enjoy watching TV shows from time to time, though that is a much more rare pastime I've found nowadays in comparison to when I was a child. Also, I should introduce you to the other members of Project Anvil later, but that is to wait. And with that, Invincible turned off the lights, leaving Alan the alien to rest for now while he stepped out. He then returned to the training field, seeing that every single hero that was a member of Project Anvil was currently present. Even Tech Jacket, their new recruit, was actually here. Currently, Tech Jacket was getting to know Oliver. Currently, they were here in order to meet their brand new member. Since Tech Jacket had recently joined, they figured it would be best for all of them to show up in order to greet him. As Invincible then informed each of them of the news, that they were going to have a guest arriving pretty soon, someone who'd be an ally of theirs from beyond the stars in their war against the Viltrumites. They should be arriving pretty soon, but for now they were to get this base set up and prepared. While the soldiers were already working on that, they did feel it would be best for them to help, considering they did have super speed, super strength, and all of those powers. They felt it'd be good to help out a little bit, even though the soldiers did have this as their job. And a couple more hours would pass as they were getting everything set up, until finally they detected something, a massive ship in space. And it seemed to be coming towards the direction of Project Anvil. Invincible told the others to be on guard. They weren't too certain if that spaceship was the right one, but Invincible did have a pretty sure feeling that it was. But just in case, they need to stay on guard. Who knows what other aliens wanted to invade the planet. As Invincible looked over to Terra, Tech Jacket, and Oliver, telling each of them to follow after him. And with that, all four of them took off, flying right towards the ship. Inside the ship were several aliens of different planets of life, each of them working together in order to manage the ship. But at the Captain Bay were two people. The leader of the coalition of planets, Thaddeus, as well as a brand new recruit they had recently gotten, an ex-bounty hunter and current ruler of Fraxa, the Void. As one of the aliens said, "Sir, we have picked up on 4 lifeform signatures approaching our ship. One of them has been reported to be invincible. 2 others seem to have similar armors to Invincible. Finally, one of them seems to have Galdarian tech." And Thaddeus sent them a smile, as he said, "I'll give them a warm welcome." And hearing this also confused Void. But more importantly, it also made a worriness enter into him. It made a worriness enter into Nolan. He was finally going to see his son again. What should he do? Was his son going to be able to tell who he was? Was his son even going to still be the same person? Was his son going to even be counted as a person? Only time could tell. But for now, he needed to keep his identity hidden. He needed to make sure this would work. As Invincible went to the front, saying, "Please state your name and purpose for coming here," before Thaddeus spoke for the mic of the ship. "I am Thaddeus, the leader of the coalition of planets. Alan has told me great things about you, Invincible, so I wish to talk with you in person. But I believe he's already told you that." And with that, any tension that was in the air suddenly vanished. As Mark could now confirm who they were, they all let their guards down. Before part of the ship opened, with a small platform floating out. On that platform were 2 people standing. The first person who introduced themselves as Thaddeus. They looked like the leader of the coalition of planets. But the other person was being silent, as they looked at Mark, and then looked at the 2 people that were standing next to Mark in the same armor, giving a short introduction that his name was Void, in particular activating a voice modulator just to make sure Mark wouldn't recognize him. As Thaddeus then said, "It is nice to finally properly meet the face to the man. We have much to discuss. Also, who are the 3 with you, if you mind me asking?" With Invincible following up as he said, "These are members of our defense force that Earth has recently been developing, with me as the leader, known as Project Anvil. People on Earth that we believe are either on the level of a Viltrumite, or have the potential to reach the level of Viltrumites. Up first is Tech Jacket, our brand new member. Then there is Solar and Lunar. Solar was a hero name that Terra had picked out, with Lunar being a name that Oliver picked out in turn. After all, he did want a match with his twin." As Invincible then said, "These 2 are like me, half Viltrumite, half human hybrids. Direct clones of my DNA in order to help protect the planet. Though while they aren't as strong as me, from what I can tell, they are certainly on the level of Viltrumites. But I can give more of a proper explanation once we land on Earth." And when Nolan heard that, he was stunned. Of course, he knew exactly who was responsible for this, the Mahler twins. But they had managed to clone Viltrumites? How was this even possible? Sure, it was clearly imperfect considering the fact they weren't as strong as Mark, but still. But even more than that, he wasn't focused on that. He was focused on the fact that technically those two were also his children. And this made an even deeper guilt set in his heart. And Mark looked at Void for just a moment, lingering on him for a couple of seconds. There was something off about him, something he couldn't quite figure out yet, but he could feel there was just something off. And a smile rose onto Thaddeus upon hearing that explanation. Not just was there one Viltrumite hybrid here, but there were 3. And he knew they would clearly eventually become Viltrumites, and while he did want to ask why there weren't more of them, because there clearly did have to be some drawback, that was something he could ask later. Still, no wonder the Earth was incredibly powerful. Never had Thaddeus been so happy for someone making a mistake in reading. And as they landed, Nolan took in the familiar feeling of the Earth's air, that familiar sky. Now of course, across his journeys he had been across several planets that were like Earth, some that were even near identical to Earth, but none of them truly were Earth, and being back on this planet, everything began to flood back into him. If it wasn't for the helmet that he was wearing, he certainly would have been discovered. And they landed at a massive military base. Once they landed, they would see 6 other humans that were currently waiting for them, alongside one massive kaiju. Adam Eve, Knockout, Kid 4, Bolt, Powerplex, Frobolt, and finally the Hail Mary. They certainly appear to be quite a formidable team. Though Nolan was slightly surprised to see that none of the Guardians of the Globe were on this team, though he just figured they were probably just a separate team altogether. Alongside them, there were a large amount of soldiers in black and green armor, similar to the ones that the 3 Viltrumites were wearing, however they were a bit more heavy on the darker side. Alongside the 10 heroes that were present, Project Anvil also had a total of 572 soldiers here in order to assist them in missions, a system with base management and a system with whatever the heroes needed. As Invincible introduced each member of the team to Thaddeus and Void. And while Thaddeus did give them a proper introduction, Void was a lot more quiet. He was keeping his eyes on Mark, and trying to see any signs that he was being brainwashed, see any signs that Cecil was trying to control him, but no, he couldn't see anything. From what he could tell, Mark was still just acting like a normal person. Even though he was a lot more formal in comparison to when he was a kid, he did just seem happy. Once introductions and a proper tour of the base was given, Mark told everybody that they were dismissed for now. He had quite a few things he needed to discuss with Thaddeus. So Thaddeus asked Void to bring Alan back onto the ship, which Void decided to agree to. He felt he just needed a break from Earth and just everything right now. As Invincible and Thaddeus entered into Invincible's office, while at the same time Void began to lift Alan onto the platform they came to Earth on. And after Void dropped Alan on that platform, suddenly he heard the sound of something teleporting behind him, a familiar sound to him. And when Void looked behind him, he saw the appearance of the head of the GDA, Cecil Stedman. As Cecil then said, from what I know your name is Void, right? Void simply sent him a nod before saying, if you wish to discuss with Thaddeus, he is currently discussing with your agent Invincible. I don't have much authority myself, I merely just came here in order to check something out. I'm even still uncertain if I want to join the coalition of planets or not. Which led to a chuckle coming out from Cecil before he shook his head, as he then said, no, I trust Invincible to be able to talk with Thaddeus. He'll let me know what's happening. No, the one that I want to talk with right now is you. Mainly because I have some questions I want you to answer. Would that be fine, Nolan? And that caused Void to completely stop his movement, freezing him on the spot, as he realized in that moment, Cecil was aware. During that time, Cecil teleported himself and Nolan over to a different location, nearby a mountain. But Nolan wasn't focused on that for too long, as he said, you knew. You know I'm Nolan? You knew who I was. How? And Cecil responded, a magician never gives away his hand. But that's not important. I do want you to know Mark currently doesn't know that you are Nolan. If you kill me though, he will know, and he will kill you. And under normal circumstances, I would have told him on the spot. But I want to know why you're here, and more importantly, why are you working with the Coalition of Planets? Or even contemplating the idea of working with them. Because that was a much different change of heart, and depending on your answer, will decide if I tell Mark or not. You have until Thaddeus and Mark are done discussing. So, get to answering. The cold breeze of the mountain felt silent as Void and Cecil stared each other down. No, Nolan and Cecil stared each other down. Nolan had to admit he was surprised by the fact that Cecil decided to talk with him alone. But considering the threat that Cecil had just delivered, he understood why. He knew his son would have definitely been training, and a part of him had to wonder if his son was stronger than him for sure. Of course, he was pretty sure his son was stronger than him when he left, but now that he has gone through his journey, he wasn't too sure. But that was for him to see later. But most of all, he knew he didn't want to fight his son. He didn't want to fight him no matter what. So, seeing that he didn't really have any options left, he decided now was the time to talk, as he slowly took off his helmet, showing off his face once more. And Cecil didn't quite know what he was expecting to see, but he could see that Nolan was tired. His eyes looked like they had lost hope for a while, but that hope was slowly starting to rekindle. What was even more notable was the fact there was a scar over his left eye, one that looked like a slash, as he wondered what did cause that scar, but that was likely unimportant. Nolan opened his mouth for just one moment before closing it, thinking on what he wanted to say, thinking on how he wanted to say it before he then began to speak. It is a long story, so I guess I'll just start at the beginning. After I killed her, I was conflicted and I started to feel regret. At first, my plan was going to be to wipe out the Guardians of the Globe that night, but when I saw my son, I just couldn't. But that was when Cecil interrupted him as he had a slight eye twitch, as he said, "For starters, don't call Mark your son. You've lost that right a long time ago." Continue. And that statement stung Omni-Man in particular. The old Nolan would have definitely killed Cecil on the spot for saying that, but now he just knew it was true. And he just sighed as the guilt returned in his heart even further. That was a test from Cecil. He wanted to see how he'd react to that, but seeing that he was reacting still human to that, it was interesting to him, and definitely told him that he wanted to listen for a little bit longer, as he let Omni-Man continue with his story. At the time, I didn't realize it was sadness and guilt that I was feeling. I was confused, trying to figure out what this hole was in my heart, and I became obsessed with the idea of turning things back to how they once were. So I've spent the past 10 years traveling across the universe, facing off against a myriad of beings, trying to search for some way to bring her back. I had leads, mainly just legends that I was going off of. After all, I knew it was possible for resurrection to happen. The immortal is someone who did come back to life, but all of them led to nothing. The closest that I got was someone who had a similar curse to the immortal, but it would require them already being alive in order for it to work. There was nothing I could find that would bring someone back from the dead. And eventually I gave up. I was about to throw myself into a black hole almost half a year ago. But then I saw another group of aliens, one known as the Fraxons, and I heard her voice once again call out to me, tell me to save those people. So I did. I gave them my ship, and when I was about to go back in, they told me to come with them, to try and give me a chance to see life was still worth living. And I did. Eventually I fell in love once more, and I have a new son. But I discovered this wasn't going to be a replacement for the family. No, that hole still exists in me even now. That desire to bring her back still exists. And even now, I'm still searching for some potential way to bring her back to life, to undo the mistake that I once did. And a silence filled the mountain as Cecil activated his headset. And while Cecil could already tell that Nolan wasn't lying, he wanted the confirmation. And he got it. Nolan wasn't lying about a single word. And Cecil took a moment to process this, to just take it in before he said his next words, as he asked, "Do you really think that just undoing the death of Debbie is going to take away everything that you did? Even if somehow you do manage to bring Debbie back to life, she is gonna have missed 10 years of her son's development, her son becoming an adult. And it won't take away how much Mark is going to still absolutely hate you. It won't be a fix for your problems. And you should— I know it will not be a fix." Nolan would interrupt as he stared Cecil dead in the eyes, for once anger entering into him before it began to calm down. But that anger wasn't towards Cecil, it was towards himself. As he took a breath in and took a breath out. "I know this isn't going to turn things back to normal. I know this isn't going to fix the things I did. This won't fix the thousands of years I spent serving under that empire. The people I slaughtered, the people I betrayed. It won't fix the bond with my son, and I know that. But I just want to undo my mistake. I just want Debbie back. I just want this pain in my heart that I'm feeling to go away, and the only way that I can see it ever going away is if I revive her. If I somehow bring her back to life, and even if it costs me my own life, I will do it. But that's also why I'm contemplating about working against the Viltrumite Empire. They have caused so much pain, hurt so many people, and if they never sent me, then Debbie wouldn't be dead. If I never followed their dogma, they wouldn't be dead. I know it's still my fault for killing them. That will never leave me, but the Viltrumite Empire are filled with people who are like me, just as dedicated. And I can't allow the Viltrumite Empire to continue to exist. But at the same time, I can't risk getting involved in this war either, not while I still have my son. So I'm trying to do as minor involvement as possible. I've already given Thaddeus the steps to finding weakness in the Viltrumite Empire and things I've written through my novels. And now I'm giving that to you as well. And Cecil decided to note that down for later, but right now he could see it. He was seeing the new Nolan, the person who he was now. One who was riddled with self-hatred for himself, but at the same time one who had a desire to protect his new family. And the story checked out. It explained why he didn't rejoin the Viltrumite Empire and why he might join Thaddeus. But now this left one question in his head. What should he tell Mark? As Cecil then said, so that's why you want to save them. The love of a father never dies, not to mention how much hate you feel for the Empire. I can see Earth had quite the mark on you, but you should know Earth is not going to forgive you. And it won't be long until Mark finds out that you're still alive. A sigh then came out from Nolan before he nodded. He knew that was the case. But you've bought yourself some goodwill though, Nolan. And I don't want to leave another child fatherless. So I want you to give me something concrete. A concrete weakness of the Viltrumite Empire. If you give me that, then I think I can excuse letting you go. In truth, this wasn't for him. This was more for Mark. He wanted extra reasoning at why they might be able to let him go. And Nolan decided to tell him something that he didn't even tell Thaddeus. The greatest kept secret of the Viltrumite Empire. As Nolan said, in total, there are less than 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites left alive. That is why we have been searching for ways to make hybrids so heavily, thanks to how pure our DNA is. So it must be kept secret that you are able to clone Viltrumites, or at least clone a half-breed. And that was a massive eye-opener for Cecil. Up to this point, they had been preparing for worst-case scenarios and slowly just been turning it down and down the more and more information they learned. First, they were preparing for the possibility of the billions of Viltrumites that were each on par with Nolan, if not greater. Then they were preparing for the possibility of billions of Viltrumites, with Nolan being an average or above average soldier after figuring out what they learned about Anissa and General Krieg. Then finally there was this bit of information, that at most they were only going to potentially have to fight against 50 Viltrumites. However, Nolan wasn't done, as he then said, in total among the Viltrumite Empire there are only 2 that are actually stronger than me. One of them being the Viltrumite weapon of war, Conquest, and the other being the Grand Regent of the Viltrumites. But I will say this now, you are not prepared to take on the Grand Regent yet. And that satisfied Cecil. That was more than enough reason to allow him to live. As Cecil then said, I am still going to have to tell Mark about this no matter what, but I will try my best to at least convince him to not go after you and kill you. Now I recommend that you get going. As Cecil teleported both himself and Nolan back to Project Anvil base. While Cecil definitely could have lied to Mark if he wanted to about this, if he was being honest, he didn't want to lie. Plus, he knew he could trust Mark. He knew him well. He raised him himself. He had a feeling that things were going to turn out well, and he had enough faith in it by this point. While the conversation between Nolan and Cecil were happening, Mark and Thaddeus were currently exchanging information with each other. As Thaddeus was currently reading through the files of each of the members of Project Anvil, and he had to admit he was impressed. Not just did Earth had some people that were capable of hurting Viltrumites, but they also had people who would be good against fighting them. In particular, the ones that interested him the most was Adam Eve, Powerplex, Frobolt, as well as the 2 twins. Powerplex mainly because he was such a good counter against Viltrumites. So long as he was durable enough to take the blow, he'd be able to catch up to any of them. The twins due to them being clones of Viltrumites, Frobolt due to her ability to be support, and finally Adam Eve thanks to her powers. They were all quite interesting. He had to admit, he was surprised with the amount of people that were spawning from Earth that were quite powerful. A part of him did wonder why that was the case, but he knew that Mark likely didn't have the answer to that. And Thaddeus couldn't help but smile, as he said, you know, Earth is quite a wonderful planet. Not just did it manage to turn a Viltrumite onto its side like it did with you, but it's been producing so many people that will likely be of great help in the war up to come. But Invincible, there is one more thing I must tell you that will be of great importance. And Invincible tilted his head, as a curious look rose into him, curious what he wanted to say, before Thaddeus then said, "You are not the only Viltrumite who has seen the error of their ways and want to rebel against the Empire." Before Thaddeus then ripped off his beard as he showed off that he was a Viltrumite to Mark. "I grew sick of the Viltrumite Empire, so I betrayed them, and created the Coalition of Planets." And that oddly made Mark smile a bit, as he was happy to see there were other Viltrumites that had betrayed the Empire, happy to see there was a potential chance for them to do so. As much as some people would definitely prefer for it to stay simple, Viltrumites to stay evil, humans to be good, Mark liked it gray. After all, the best of humanity came out when it was gray, not when it was pure good and not when it was pure evil. As Invincible then said, "That's quite good to hear. Gives me a bit of hope for the future after all. Here I was worried the children I would have would end up becoming evil. But with you around, I don't feel that's the case anymore." Thaddeus blinked for a moment as Invincible rubbed his head. "Apologies, I'm bad at this joke thing. But I am very happy to be partnering up with you guys and joining forces. So I wanted to ask, what was your plan?" As Thaddeus then said, "Currently our main plan is to assemble a strong enough force to eventually lead an assault on their main home world. After we do that, the Viltrumite Empire will be much more wounded, and we'll have a much better chance at being able to defeat them. In truth, originally I thought this plan was impossible, but after finding you, and finding out how much Earth has done in order to resist, I truly think we do have a shot at this." And Mark felt that was a good plan, or at least a good start to the war proper. Of course he knew Earth alone would not have been enough to resist against the Empire, but maybe with the resources from other planets they would be able to create a much better defense force against them. But still, that was clearly going to be a lot easier said than done. As Mark then said, "We're going to need to weaken quite a few Viltrumite strongholds before we can weaken the true main one. Though with me and how strong Alan has proven to be, as well as my team and you, we have a pretty good shot at this." And Thaddeus nodded in agreement to that before he then asked, "That reminds me, how did your battle against Alan go? I could see the end result with it with Alan having a hole through his stomach, but how did it really go?" And Mark smiled as he then said, "In truth, Alan is actually stronger than I am. At least when it comes to physicals. If I didn't battle him for as long as I did and dodge as many of his attacks as I did, I wouldn't have won. In terms of physical strength, if I were to take every single one of Alan's hits, he would have defeated me. But ultimately, I was faster and more skilled, which allowed me to win. Though I have a feeling that won't be the case next time now that Alan is going to heal from this, but I won't let him be stronger than me for too long." And that was good to hear for Thaddeus. After all, he already knew Mark was stronger than Nolan, so hearing that Alan was just stronger than someone stronger than Nolan was something good to hear, especially considering their issue was they just needed to amp their skill, which that was something that certainly could be fixed. As Mark then said, "Oh, right, since we are allies, do you have a potential satellite you can add to our planet so we'll be able to communicate with each other without having to head to each other in person?" And Thaddeus nodded in agreement to that, as he said, "That was actually part of why we came. Since we were now going to be allies, I figured we might as well get that built. That was why we took such a large ship in order to come here. Speaking of that, I did want to ask about something else. Why are there only 2 clones of you? I'm aware they aren't as strong as you, but wouldn't having more than 2 be useful for you?" This was mainly just a question so he could understand how the cloning worked. He wanted to understand if it was a resource issue or if there was another issue to it. But once Thaddeus asked him that question, there was a slight shift in the air, as Invincible said, "Simple. I don't want to spawn new people into life to turn them into weapons. Each and every single one of those clones are a new person. They aren't clones in the true sense, more like lab children. And, if I'm being honest, it just feels wrong for me to make more of them. At least for the purpose of turning them into weapons. It's why I made sure it was Solar and Lunar's choice if they were going to become heroes or not. He felt it would be far too much like the Viltrumite Empire, the very thing they were trying to stop and avoid if they just started creating more of them just for the sake of combat. And that was something Thaddeus could understand. After all, just creating more and more of those clones, more people for the sake of this war, it was just like something they would do. There was of course also the fact the clones were weaker than the original Mark, but that wasn't even a thought in his head. But Thaddeus then said, "Then you don't have to make them with the intention of them joining the war, but just give them the option. But we are going to need more Viltrumites nonetheless. Currently, even with all the forces we have now, I don't think it'll be enough. Hopefully better things begin to show up for us in the future. I don't like doing this either, Invincible. Trust me on that. But it's currently one of our best options." And Mark went silent for a moment as he was thinking about that, and he had to think for a moment what mattered more, keeping up his morals or increasing their chance at winning this war. As Mark then said, "I will let you know if we decide to make more, but for now it's still going to be a no." As Mark remembered one of Cecil's words from so long ago, "You can either be the good guys, or we can be the guys who save the world." But he had enough faith in the people of Earth for now. He had enough faith that they'd be able to find a way. Maybe in the future they might need this, but right now, that was a no. And Thaddeus gave him an understanding look. In truth, he had enough faith in Earth to figure out something else. Considering how far they have gotten so far, who knows what else they would be able to develop. And while Thaddeus was tempted for a moment to ask if he could have the cloning device himself, he decided not to. And that was for a couple of reasons. Both because he did not want to overstep, but also because he was pretty certain that the Coalition of Planets did have a mole in them. It was why he had no intention to report back to the Coalition of Planets that there were 3 Viltrumites on Earth instead of 1. All he could be certain of was that he himself and Alan were not the mole. And if the Viltrumites got their hand on the fact that this technology even existed, it would be game over for everybody. Which, speaking of, that was the next thing that Thaddeus needed to talk about. "Mark, I need you to be very cautious about who you talk to when it comes to the Coalition of Planets in terms of our information. 3 Viltrumites were able to gang up on and beat up Alan the Alien heavily, bringing him to near death. But our base location has been hidden from the Viltrumite Empire, which means only one thing for certain: we have a mole among our ranks. I trust you to be cautious about this. I'm only certain that me and Alan are not moles." And once Invincible heard that, he gave him a nod, as he said, "Understood. I was already planning to be cautious about what I talked about with other people that weren't you, but this does help. On a side note though, there might be one other person that you could recruit to your cause that will definitely be able to help you. One of the only people who actually have defeated me in recent times. His name is Battle Beast." And when Thaddeus heard that, he was surprised. Of course he knew who Battle Beast was, the Scourge of the Twin Galaxies. And to hear he had fought against Mark Grayson and had beaten Invincible, that was insane. Sure, he already speculated that Battle Beast might have been Viltrumite level, but that was the confirmation that he was above that. As Invincible then said, "Currently I don't actually know where he is, but I do know he will likely be coming back to this planet pretty soon in order to fight me again, since he kept me alive to see if I could become a good test for him in the future. So whenever he does arrive again, I'll let you know." And as the two of them were about to conclude their meeting, Thaddeus did have one more thing he needed to add in. "I got some information that might actually be helpful for you. The Viltrumite that was previously here on your planet named Nolan had written stories about his own adventures, and apparently within them there might be counters and ways to beat the Viltrumite Empire. These are just rumors that I heard from the bounty hunter you saw outside named Void, but it is certainly worth checking out." And that made a myriad of questions enter into Invincible's head. How did he not know about Void? Because there was no way they would have been able to know that without having been on Earth. Granted, some other people did already figure out ways to get to space, like Machine Head having hired Battle Beast. So that was something for him to investigate later. Maybe Void had come to the planet at some point and they just never knew about it. Who knows? But hearing that there might be some counters within these books, he decided to take advantage of that as he said, "I'll be looking through them. Thank you." And with that, the conclusion between the two's meeting ended. Overall, this was the start to a fruitful relationship between the GDA and the Coalition of Planets, as Invincible was potentially thinking on maybe expanding the bases from this point on, though he didn't think they needed it yet. As something came down from the ship, a cube around the same size as a house, with several screens inside in order to allow for cross-planetary communication. And after that was placed down, Thaddeus and Void left. Though once they did get into space, Void decided to take one of their ships to head back to Fraxa. They all had quite a bit to think about. And as they watched the ship take off, Mark got a notification from his armor. Mark was going to have to arrive soon to another base in order to introduce the other heroes to their brand new sets of armor and upgrades. As Cecil looked over to Mark for a moment and told him, "We're going to need to talk later, but that can wait. Good luck, Mark." Solar and Lunar then landed beside Mark as the 3 of them took off, heading towards the base that they were planning to meet up with all the other heroes at. And Cecil looked up with a smile on his face, but at the same time he was a bit worried. After all, with the information that he had just learned, who knows how this might end up going. He knew he could have faith in his son. He knew he could have faith in... While the 3 of them were flying, Oliver decided to ask Mark a question. "How did the meeting with the Coalition of Planets go? And I know there are new allies, but do you think that we can actually trust them?" And Mark gave a nod as he said, "We can certainly trust the leader and Alan. The others I'm not so sure of yet. But for now, I want you both to continue up your training." Both of them gave him a nod, as Tara then said, "Will do. Eventually I'm gonna get strong enough to even beat you. After all, we got your potential, but we're much younger, which means we're gonna definitely catch up to you eventually." And Invincible smiled and nodded. That was what he was hoping for, as he then said, "Good. Keep setting your heights on something higher than me. But just know, I'm not going to stay stagnant either." As he then asked them, "How is being a hero so far?" And Tara was the first to answer, as she then said, "I absolutely love being a hero. I have gotten to meet so many people so far, work with so many of them. The members of Project Anvil are a lot of fun, but so are a lot of other heroes that I've worked with. Plus, there's just something awesome about being able to help people. It is nice." And then Mark looked over to Oliver, and Oliver said, "It's been good so far. Though I feel like when I'm working with other heroes, I have to hold back. At least when it comes to working with the members outside of our main team. And honestly, I get a little bit nervous when I'm around a lot of people. I have been trying my best to live up to your legacy, though. I want to make sure that I can reach your level. But it is definitely something that I gain enjoyment from." And Mark couldn't help but smile a bit as he looked between the two of them. He was able to tell just how different they were from each other, which he couldn't be more than happier about. As he told the both of them, "I do hope you continue to search for your own paths. You'll only end up surpassing me when you become your own heroes. Even though you might be clones of me, you are your own people. So don't think of me as the person you're a clone of. Think of me as your older brother." Now, by all technicality, Mark was technically their father, but that was kinda weird, and Mark didn't really want to think of himself as a father yet, considering he was still only 18, and he just felt the sibling relationship was a lot more fitting for them. And both of them nodded. They were determined to find their own paths, determined to figure out who exactly they were. And while that excited Tara, that did make Oliver a little bit nervous. He couldn't help but be scared that the person he might be might end up being something that goes against what he was made for. What if the person he actually wants to be ends up being someone bad? No, he doubted that would be the case. Still, he was going to have to figure out his own path, and he knew it. But whatever the future held in store for all of them, they'd figure it out together. Before Oliver then asked, "Hey Mark, would it be possible for you to connect me with Warwoman later? I want to see if she can train my skills to be better. And I know she was the main person who was helping you with your martial arts skills, so I want to see if I can create my own style with her." And when Mark heard that, he couldn't help but smile and nod, as he said, "She will definitely love training you." Tara, though, didn't want to be left behind, so she asked him instead, "Could you help me out by connecting me with Red Rush? That Anissa Vilcher might seem to be more of a speed-type fighter, so I want to see what I can do if I amp up my speed even further. And Red Rush is definitely one of, if not the fastest on the planet, so I think that'll be good for me." Mark gave them a thumbs up immediately as well. He was happy to see this, happy to see they both wanted to create their own styles. And another thought entered into his head once more. Maybe creating more clones wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe if he just raised them right and made sure it was their choice, it wouldn't be considered a bad thing. But he shook that off for now before sending a message to both of them, as all three of them landed right at the Pentagon. When the three of them did arrive to the Pentagon, they would see several heroes present. Of course, they wouldn't see anyone from Project Anvil, mainly because they already had their upgraded gear, so they were currently working. However, they would see the Guardians of the Globe, the members of Teen Team, and so many different hero teams, and they are currently looking up to a stage where several robot drones were standing, as Invincible then landed on the stage, with both Solar and Lunar landing next to him. Currently, there was quite a bit of unrest among the heroes. This new program they already introduced to have the Guardians of the Globe start mentoring heroes was very unlike the GDA. Not to mention 3 upgrades they were given like this. It was telling them all that something big was about to happen. Especially with the creation of Project Anvil as well, Earth's strongest team by far. But now that Earth's strongest hero, Invincible, was here, they were curious to see what they were going to learn. Heroes of Earth, as you all know, I am Invincible. And I'm here today to share with you the news, both the news of a threat to come, as well as why you are all here. Recently, 2 aliens had attacked our planet. 2 aliens that were part of the same species that Omniman was a part of. Fortunately, the members of Project Anvil were each prepared in order to handle it. However, from what I can tell, a far greater threat will be coming to our planet soon. Now, I still have full intention to make sure I'm as strong as I can be in order to help protect the planet. But I know Earth is at its best when it's united. I know we are at our best when we are united. Earth is not just mine to protect, it is all of yours to protect. We are all Earthlings, whether we came from space and took Earth as our new home, or we were born here, we are each Earthlings. And I am giving you this gear to help prepare against that threat, not just the threat that is to come, but also the threats that threaten our very planet every single day. I want to lessen the death rate of heroes. I want to make sure we are prepared, and for that reason, I want you all to be prepared as well. Not all of you will be matches for Viltrumites. If you all keep training, if you all keep upping your efforts, you will be able to help protect our planet. Just as we at the GDA will continue to try and make more and more gear in order to make sure all of you can act much more efficiently. The time of separated hero teams has to be over. We from now on must all work together. So please accept these brand new upgrades as a token of good faith. I wish you all the best of luck. And the audience cheered. The audience could hear Invincible's conviction in his voice. That desire both to be the protector of Earth, but to make sure everybody else flourished as well. Invincible didn't need to hand out everybody these armors. In fact, some of them might even believe that it would be better if all this money was focused on Invincible advancing himself. But he saw this as the best move. He felt that it would be better if everybody was stronger together. Though of course some heroes were not accepting this gift. Some heroes who were distrusting of the GDA, who were even distrusting of Invincible, but most of them were. And this was what Invincible was expecting. He knew it wouldn't get everybody on their side, but the amount of people who did join their side was more than satisfactory. And as things began to close up, the members of the Guardians of the Globe went over to Invincible. After all, they each had a part in raising him and turning him into the man he is. And they all couldn't help but be proud of him. He had grown from being a boy to a weapon to a leader. With Darkwing even making a joke that maybe in the future Invincible will take on the role of being the head of the GDA after Cecil passes. But during the conversation, Tara and Oliver also made their requests to War Woman as well as Red Rush. And hearing that both of them wanted to train under them, they couldn't help but be happy about that. It would also let them test out their brand new upgrades as they both nodded in agreement. It honestly kind of reminded them of how eager a younger Mark was to train with them. They held that same excitement and they were curious to see what would rise from that. Meanwhile, at the same time, Invincible and Immortal were starting to catch up with each other. After all, it had been a bit since the two of them had seen each other last. While Invincible already knew about the fact that Immortal and Duplicate were dating thanks to Rexplode, hearing it from the Immortal and more importantly seeing just how happy he was, it did make Mark smile a bit. After the meeting was done, Invincible, Solar, and Lunar each landed on a nearby building. And when they landed, they heard the sound of what sounded like a portal open behind them. And out from that portal, a total of 4 people stepped out. And one of them Invincible immediately recognized. He wasn't expecting to see him so fast. It was Battle Beast. Alongside them was a man who was completely made out of rocks. A man with green hair wearing a suit. And of course, Machine Head. As he said, "You see, Invincible, it seems we got a similar problem. However, I'm your key to solving that problem." As Battle Beast also said, "I can tell you've improved, boy. Sparing you seems to have been the right choice after all, especially since now you have those 2 others with you as well." All 3 of them immediately entered into combat stances before Invincible remembered what Machine Head said, and they each lowered their guard. They could tell they weren't here to fight. After all, if they were, they wouldn't have done a teleport like that. And Invincible then said, "What are you doing out of prison?" "Well, the Rockman needed me, and a perfect opportunity has come up, because now we have a similar enemy. Fortunately, my feline friend already wanted to see you, so I decided to tag along for this meeting. So kid, I gotta ask, how much do you know about the Order?" And Invincible raised a brow. As he said, "I know the Order is a unified crime syndicate group. And from what I know, you both are members of the Order." Pointing to both Titan as well as Machine Head. And Machine Head then said, "Ding ding ding, you are correct. I would have played a ding sound effect, but I don't have that downloaded into my vocals anymore. However, as you know, Mr. Liu is a problem for you guys. From what Rockhead told me already, he was planning to infiltrate your base. See, he wanted to get him involved in it, but he already said no due to how impossible you are to beat as a threat. Problem is, you can't just kill Mr. Liu. That will turn into a whole international incident that you do not want to have to deal with. Fortunately for you, out from the sky, you've now gained a gift of me. So long as you deal with the assassin and help me pave the way to killing Mr. Liu, I'll kill him for you. Gang-on-gang violence, and it turns into me ruling the Order instead, and I can even let the GDA have some partial level of control over it. How does that sound, Invincible?" And Invincible thought about it for a couple of seconds. He knew this was the best course of action. but at the same time, he wasn't too sure if this was what he wanted to do. But that was when Titan spoke instead, as Titan then said, "Please do this, Invincible. My family is in danger from the Order, and you're my best shot." And when Invincible heard that, he couldn't help but sigh for a moment before he decided to shake Machine Head's hand. Invincible's talk with Cecil was going to have to wait, but this did kill two birds with one stone. And he looked over to Battlebeast and was surprised that Battlebeast was still doing work for Machine Head. As Battlebeast said, "He offered me you as a challenge. So I saw Machine Head as a good client. That's why I still continue to work with him. I also was monitoring your battle on Venus. I must admit I was impressed. That was truly a good sign of destruction. You truly are suiting up to be more and more of a worthy challenge for me." But Invincible was being cautious right now. He knew better than to just simply trust Machine Head. However, if all went well, they might be able to stop this data leak. If all went well, they'd be able to retrieve the data that Multipole gained, and the crisis would be averted. That was why he had to accept working with Machine Head. It was currently his best option. Solar and Lunar at the same time looked over to Invincible. While they were questioning if this was really the right move, they had enough faith in their leader to make the right choice. No matter what, they were going to fight alongside him and back him up. And with that, they did all take off. They would talk more details about their plan later. However, while all of this was happening, Multipole was already making his own plans. He was currently going through a surgery. The true reason why he'd been at this warehouse for so long wasn't actually because he was afraid of going back, but because for Mr. Liu's orders, he wanted to test if this was going to be a success. They knew through the schematics it was possible to make Reaniman live. It was possible to do it while they were still alive, so if they did it to Multipole, including his curse, that was able to replicate clothing that he was currently wearing as well as items that he was holding, this would really allow them to turn the tides in this war. Though the thought did cross Multipole's head of maybe betraying Mr. Liu. An army of super advanced super soldiers would be incredible, but that was going to be for later. Multipole also had a hope that his sister was doing alright, but considering his sister was now with the Immortal, he was pretty certain of that. Multipole had been stuck in this bed for quite a while now. After all, the doctors that were currently working on him were nowhere near as good as D.A. Sinclair and the Muller twins, and while the process had been explained to them as well as the schematic given, it was still going to take some time. Hopefully they will be done soon. We now head over to Project Anvil Base. Currently the Muller twins were just going over the DNA samples and trying to figure out why Tara and Oliver were so different from Mark. Mainly because they felt if they could understand Viltrumite DNA a bit better, they'd be able to understand what went wrong and why they weren't anything like Mark. While they had made imperfect clones in the past, this was different, though this was also a brand new set of DNA for them. Though it wasn't also a bad thing either. After all, it still seemed like they were on their side. Plus, it wasn't like they were weak either, it was just they were weaker than Mark. But considering everybody on the planet was weaker than Mark, not that bad to be 35% of Mark. Right now, their hypothesis was because they increased the human DNA too much, but they weren't sure that was the case either. Of course, they right now did have a bit more limited data. After all, they only had made 2 clones, and it was very unlikely they'd be able to make more. After all, Mark had seemed to have a change of heart when it came to making those clones. Now that he had seen they were going to be different people from himself. As one of the Muller twins said, "Honestly, I'm kinda happy about that. I was super worried that our alien protector was just gonna be cold like that. But turns out he's more human than we thought, which I think is kinda good." But the other Muller twin shrugged as he said, still, I wish we could experiment more, maybe in the future. That was when the door opened to the lab and somebody else entered. This person was Robot. As one of the Muller twins said, "Oh hey Robot, found your heart yet?" Robot looked over to the Muller twins for a second, just giving him a stare before deciding to say, "I have a task for both of you. 2 blood samples I require you to clone. That will be able to make me much more efficient and effective as a warrior. They shouldn't take you too long." And both of the Muller twins looked at each other for a second before they asked, we weren't warned of this ahead of time. Is this official GDA business, or is this just a you thing? Because if this is just a you thing, you're going to have to pay us something different. Like, we are all for wasting the government's resources, but if we don't get paid for this, yeah, we're not doing it. And Robot gave them a nod. He was hoping that maybe understanding that he would be able to become a better help to the planet would be enough, but he understood why it wouldn't. And Robot asked the Muller twins, "What do you require in order to make 2 clones?" And the Muller twins looked towards each other and thought about it for a couple of moments, thought what would be their price to make clones. And after discussing with each other what they wanted the price to be, they came up with an idea. As they said, "We have a total of 3 demands. Up first, can you upgrade our lounge area? There is a couple of things that could definitely be more comfortable for us. Next, we want a secondary lab. One where we can experiment on whatever we want to do. Now obviously we're not going to make anything that's an actual threat to the GDA, just a place we can do whatever we want. If you want to monitor us, Robot, you'll be able to. And Robot thought about that second demand for a moment before deciding why not. By this point, they had the Muller twins working for them for several months now. They knew they could trust them, or at least they had a little bit more trust in them now in comparison to before. But then came their third demand. We plan to make a third clone of Mark, and we're going to try and get one that's more close to the power of Mark in comparison to the other two. But we're definitely going to need Mark's approval in order to do it. So I need you to be on our side as well for support of this idea. While we could try this behind his back, I would rather not anger him with something like this. Besides, if this goes wrong, we're definitely going to need Mark to be prepared for it. This did make Robot tilt his head a little bit as he asked, why not just clone Anissa then? The reason Mark doesn't want to make any more clones is a personal reason. I don't know if he'd care as much if it was from Anissa though. And both the Muller twins laughed a little bit at that as one of them then said, you really are the Tin Man, aren't you? Even if we did get Mark's approval and this didn't anger him, which this most definitely would, cloning Anissa is a bad idea. While Tara and Oliver aren't exact clones of Mark, they still share quite a few similar traits to him. And more importantly, this share is good nature. There's just one's more timid than him and the other is much more energetic. And sure, while they're weaker, they ultimately do still share that good heart. The issue of cloning Anissa is there's a high likely chance they will just end up being like her. Not the exact same personality, but something maybe that could have been potentially worse. And sure, Mark would definitely be able to handle them. Hell, even Tara or Oliver could handle them on their own if they got a similar weakening to what they got. But that's too much of a risk and honestly just not worth it. That made a lot of sense in Robot's head. And Robot decided to agree to those demands. As 2 blood vials rose up from Robot's hand, I'll be bringing my true body over here soon as well. My plan is to copy my brain over to the 2 clones. And Robot handed the 2 blood vials over to the Muller twins. One of the Muller twins in response said, seems you got your Wizard of Oz, Tin Man. Before they got to work. And they were able to notice one of them was from Rexplode, who they were aware, after all, he was someone in the GDA system. But the Muller twins just figured that Rex likely gave away his DNA since Robot and Rex were previously on the same team, so that was probably the reason. But the second one, that one was a lot more interesting. There wasn't a match to this blood at all, not one that existed. The closest match was some random guy that was currently living in a cabin in the middle of the woods. But they couldn't recognize this at all, not to mention the fact they had this weird energy about it. As one of them asked, where did you get this? And Robot said, even if I were to tell you, it would take far too long to actually explain, and in truth, I don't fully understand it myself, and that's why I want you guys to help me experiment on it. This led into an intrigue rising on both the Muller twins' eyes. After all, they had never seen blood or DNA like this. DNA that gave this type of energy, and they certainly wanted to find out more about it. Sure, they were still intrigued about their Viltrumite project they wanted to work on, but this now took much more precedence in their brain. And with that, they got to work. Robot decided to leave his drone here in order to assist them with any help they might need, while a transport headed over in order to transfer Robot's real body here as well. They knew it would be necessary pretty soon, so they might as well just get it here early. Mark, Tara, and Oliver all ended back at Project Anvil base. They had quite a few things to think about currently. After all, they had just made an alliance with Machine Head, the person who had gone the closest to killing Mark through the usage of Battle Beast. As Mark looked over to Tara and Oliver, telling them to get some rest and prepare themselves, they would be attacking soon. He eventually arrived to his office, seeing that Robot had stopped by already nearby and was talking with the Muller twins right now. And while he was curious, he knew they worked together. He could ask about that later. Though he did send an order over to the Muller twins to see if they can figure out something in order to help with healing, in order to make the process go by faster, before he then got on a call with Cecil. As Cecil then said, I already read the report you sent me about your deal with Machine Head. I don't like this, but it's our best chance to deal with the order, so go with it for now. You do have another order of importance though. I need you to make sure that Multipole dies. But before the two of them could discuss who they were planning to send out, they suddenly got an alert. Before getting another and another, several of their kaiju alarms. In the ocean, a massive lobster monster rose out. Meanwhile, in different cities, centipedes were reported to be active, giant centipedes that came from the Earth. Finally, there was also a report that the Lizard League had chosen to attack a facility. With most of the heroes busy in order to pick up the upgrades, the Lizard League saw this as their perfect opportunity to strike, striking a weapon facility in order to try and secure one of their nukes. Though that one already had a report that they had people checking it out. Mark let out a sigh before saying, all we'll need is powerplex and some specialists. Seems quite a lot of people are choosing to make their move now. Cecil nodded in agreement before saying, I wish you the best of luck. But before you go, I do have one more thing I need to tell you. In my discussion with Void, I found something out. In total, there are only 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites alive. I found out a few other things, but that can wait. I just felt this information would be helpful. And that made Invincible completely stop in his tracks. Not just was this information quite a big shock to him, he was a little bit surprised that Thaddeus never told him that. And he was going through the scenarios in his head of why didn't he tell him? Ultimately coming to the most likely scenario just being Thaddeus likely didn't know himself. But then he asked himself, why did Void know this? And why didn't Void tell Thaddeus this, but he told Cecil this? However, before he could question it any further, he shook it off. He knew he needed to focus on that later. Cecil probably had answers, so he could focus on that later. He had work to do. Duplicate was currently sitting down at a rooftop. Someone very close to her past wanted to meet up with her here. And when she arrived, she'd see her sibling, Multi-Paul. Once Duplicate saw that, she immediately raised up her hand and created several clones right off the bat, until Multi-Paul told her to calm down. He's not here to fight, he's just here to talk. This slightly caught Duplicate off guard. She hadn't seen him in God knows how long, and yet now he wants to just talk with her? That confused her, but she told him to talk. Multi-Paul then took a seat. Despite all the clones that she had just made, he still seemed confident in himself, so confident he didn't choose to make any more clones. As he then said, "The world's about to go through some huge changes, sis, and I'm not just talking about the upgrades you guys just received from the GDA. If things go how I planned them to go, the world is not going to be the same." At first, I was satisfied for a while working under Mr. Liu, the main leader of the Order. He made me feel like I had a place that I could belong to, that I could become valuable to. But with what I've just done, I'm about to become the most formidable foe of this planet, and I'll be showing that off by killing your strongest. After I do that, I'm planning to eliminate Mr. Liu and take over the Order for myself. But you can join me, my sister. We can rule the underworld together. No longer have people over us that are exploiting us for our skills and abilities. Who knows, we might even be able to go to space one day and take things over from that point as well. Because the government doesn't value you. Your hero boyfriend doesn't value you either. And Duplicate glared as the clones she created massively increased, a total of 40 clones now present. They each were wearing enhancement gear. As one of them said, "No, not a chance." And Multi-Paul shrugged, as he then said, "Oh well, at least I can say I tried." And one of the Duplicates grabbed Multi-Paul by the hand, as they said, "What makes you think we're going to let you escape?" And a smirk rose onto Multi-Paul, as he then said, "Sadly, that choice isn't yours to make." Which was when the rooftop broke, as another Multi-Paul jumped out. But this one was different. It was wearing the same cybernetic enhancements that the Reaniman wore, but instead of its normal colors, it was purple and black, with Multi-Paul staring Duplicate dead in the eyes with glowing purple eyes, before a helmet formed over them, sharing that same appearance, and hiding his mouth completely. Multi-Paul then said, "Even with the instructions the GDA left behind on their documents, it still took me quite a long while to figure out how to re-engineer it with the doctors that I was given. It took almost 6 hours just to turn one of me into a Reaniman, which if I timed that correctly, I believe that is the time Invincible returned back to the planet. But you know what we can do with just one clone that's been turned into this. In fact, let me show you." In a quick burst of speed, Multi-Paul began to move. The Multi-Paul Reaniman was able to cut through 3 of the Duplicate clones, as one of the clones attempted to punch it in the face, but it didn't work. He didn't even budge. Before a second Reanipaul rose out and punched straight through her stomach. And in a matter of moments, every single Duplicate aside from one was eliminated. As the real Multi-Paul began to approach them, the one that was still human. "Relax, my sister, I have no intention to kill you, but I can't let you get in my way either. Though I also know this isn't the real you. If I know you, you have another clone somewhere in the Arctic, likely chilling in a cabin somewhere, making sure they are safe. I'd recommend calling your boyfriend Immortal over to you. That way he can avoid the slaughter. So I'll drop that message off to the real you." As one of the Reanipauls then had a blade rise out, passing the blade over to Multi-Paul before he sliced off Duplicate's head. He knew in order for them to get the information, the Duplicate clones were going to have to die, and he knew this was not the real Duplicate. As the real Duplicate looked up, sitting down in her cabin, before calling for the Immortal to arrive, as Multi-Paul alongside the 2 other Reanipauls smirked, and he made a phone call, calling some people in order to clean up the bodies. before Multipole looked over at the two other Reanipols and told them to head back to the warehouse. The two of them nodded before the two of them split up, going their separate ways. At the ocean, a massive beast was attacking. A sea monster looked like a conglomeration of several sea life. A depth dweller, one that was much larger. One that rivaled the Hail Mary in size, and was currently attacking a beach in North Carolina. Lunar, Kid 4, Aquarius, and Frobolt were all being dispersed in order to handle this monster. Meanwhile, in Wyoming, a giant centipede was attacking, one that came from the core of the Earth. In order to handle that, the heroes Solar, Adam Eve, Bolt, and Knockout were each being handled to deal with that creature. But those weren't the only places being attacked. Several other places had several weaker centipedes currently attacking. But these are the two strongest threats they currently had to deal with among the Kaiju crisis, so other heroes were being sent out to deal with those threats. Meanwhile, both Rexbode and Shrinking Ray were preparing to face off against the Lizard League. They were currently attacking a military base. During this time, the GDA successfully located where the warehouse that Multipole was located was. Currently in total, there were 50 soldiers of the GDA, specialists each prepared in their invisible armor, with snipers prepared. High-powered snipers that had been recently upgraded in order to make sure the soldiers of the GDA could continue to fight alongside them. Both Invincible and Powerplex landed. In order for their plan to work, they were going to need to make a show, as Invincible called Machine Head to tell him that he was ready. Machine Head himself was currently in China, nearby the main base of the Order. With him was several criminals he had hired in order to assist him on this task. Battle Beast, Tethered Tyrant, Meg Maniac, Kursk, and Furnace, alongside several other hired guns. They just needed to wait for Mr. Liu to take the bait. We now return back to the warehouse. Multipole was immediately alerted of the fact that they were outside. And he blinked. He was expecting himself to have a little bit more time before they realized he was here. But he smirked. He was a bit excited for this now, as he looked over to one of the doctors and told them, "Call Mr. Liu and tell him what's happening. I don't think I'll need the backup, but just in case." With Multipole walking out from the warehouse, currently surprisingly still looking human. As Multipole then said, "Invincible, Powerplex, what can I be doing for you two gentlemen today?" Invincible's hands began to glow green as he said, "You broke into GDA property and stole GDA technology. For that, you are under arrest." And Multipole had a smirk rise on him before he began to laugh. "Really? That's all I'm being arrested for? I thought you would be more mad about me breaking out Doc Seismic from prison, or finding and letting out that thing that's currently attacking the ocean." And it suddenly clicked for Invincible. He hadn't even thought about it till now, just how the attacks were all happening at the same time. That was intentional. As Multipole said, "That was originally a diversion for me to be able to escape, make your hands so full you wouldn't want to go for me, but I can see that didn't work. Though either way, I am happy that you're here, because that means I get to kill you both in person." And one of the massive hangar doors began to open to the warehouse. As out from it, tens of Reanimen began to jump down. Furthermore, from nearby buildings, Reanimen were also jumping down, starting to surround both Mark and Powerplex. And while they looked like Reanimen, they were clearly Multipole, and there were so many of them. Before Multipole jumped up high, landing on the rooftop, as he then said, "I was only really able to make one Reanimen originally, but I can clone myself quite fast. And it wasn't something I thought about for a while, but whenever I clone myself, I also clone whatever I'm wearing. Whether it's the clothing I'm wearing or items I'm holding, they get cloned. So let's just say I had a lot of fun with this, and I have no one to thank but you for this, Invincible. You were the one that made the GDA improve so heavily and made the criminal underworld shake in its boots. You were the one who gave me the inspiration to infiltrate your base, to figure out just how you got that strong. You should have looked past the Viltrumites that were on your doorstep and instead looked at the very species you wanted to advance, because now that advancement is going to be used against you. But still, like I said, I must thank you for paving the way for me." Invincible then put his fists together as he said, "Do you think this really matters? You can put as many Reanimen as you want against me, it won't make a difference. All of them are going to go down." And Multipole smirked as he said, "Alright, Invincible, let's test how true that theory is." And all the Multipole Reanimen began to rush at the two of them at once, sparks rising from Powerplex's hand, while at the same time the green glow began to rise from Invincible as well, as Invincible wished Powerplex the best of luck, before the two of them rushed into their own wave of Reanimen. Invincible clashed fists with one of the Reanipols immediately, and Invincible blinked a slight bit in surprise. When he completely overpowered the Reanipol and sent them flying into several others, he was surprised that they were actually a little bit stronger than normal Reanimen, though he figured the likely reason was because their base body was a lot stronger. He knew Multipole was at least peak human, if not far greater, so stacking out with reanimate enhancements and it makes something much greater. Still, that punch was more than enough to completely shatter that Reanipole's arm and send them flying through 3 more Reanimen. But they were quickly replaced, as 3 more attempted to jump in Invincible at the same time. But his hands glowed green as he lifted up both of them and fired a massive laser out towards all of them, killing not just the 3 Reanipoles, but also several Reanipoles behind them. 20 of them killed in a single blow. But those Reanimen were quickly replaced. More than that, 4 saw their chance, as 4 of them landed blows on Mark's back. And Mark groaned a slight bit before he quickly moved to counter, moving his arms in order to clap behind himself and sending all 4 of them flying backwards with a shockwave, knocking over 4 more Reanimen each on top of that. As one of the Reanipoles said, "Look up, Invincible," and once he did, he could see tens of Reanipoles rocketing down towards him, as he lifted up his hand, starting to rapid-fire lasers towards each of them. 8 more Reanipoles saw their chance, as they each went for one side of Invincible's body. Our Invincible saw that coming as he jumped into the air before flipping over, spinning in the air and using his hands like blades with the speed he was moving at, decapitating 8 of them at once as 3 of them jumped high into the air and kicked Mark straight in the gut, interrupting Mark's movements while they landed on the ground. And as Invincible was being sent backwards from that kick, 4 more Reanipoles jumped up and spiked him straight into the ground. And as 3 attempted to rush him at once, he clapped again, sending those 3 flying backwards. As Invincible thought to himself, this will be a lot harder than I thought. The damage they are doing to me is minor, but it will build up over time. I'll definitely have to increase my range, but that risks potentially destroying several areas around us. Sending a message over to 3 of the specialists, telling them to try and find where the other Reanipoles were located. He had a feeling Multipole still had some hidden just in case. And the Reanipole corpses that were on the ground were quickly overshadowed by even more Reanipoles taking their place. Flying also wasn't an option. Thanks to the reanimate enhancements, they would be able to jump to catch up to him. But he didn't have much more time to think, as 4 more Reanimen jumped towards him, each of them trying to slam their fists into him at once. While Invincible was about to try and fly away, 5 more Reanimen from behind grabbed him, making sure he'd be forced to take those hits. And he grunted. Those hits were hard. Now, of course, if it was just 1 Reanimen, he'd be able to take the blows easily. But 5 Reanimen at once hitting him would definitely hurt him even a little. But Invincible then spun, forcing the Reanimen off of him and slamming them right into the Reanimen that just attacked him. Under normal circumstances, he knew he could just overpower the amount of Reanimen coming, but there was just so many. No, it wasn't just that there were so many, it was that Multipole could continue to make more and more. And when Invincible stopped spinning, one of them rushed towards him and attempted to punch him straight in the face, but Invincible ducked underneath that punch and uppercutted that Reanimen straight in the jaw. But 3 more Reanipoles took their chance, as they punched him in the back as well as his 2 sides. But before the 3 of them could pull away, Mark was able to decapitate all 3 of the Reanimen that just attacked him. As Multipole then said, "It doesn't really matter how strong you are against someone like me, not with all of these enhancements. It's only a matter of how long will it take for me to kill you." And the Invincible warsuit began to glow green, as he lifted up both of his hands and began to rapidly spin, firing out lasers all throughout different directions, looking like a ball of green and black, as Reanimen were culled through by the dozens. But he saw they were continuing to jump at him, almost like they were jumping towards their death. But it was from all directions, and they were making their way. Invincible could only cut through them so fast. And right as one of them was about to punch Mark in the face, a bullet went right through that Reanipole's head, stopping its movements dead in its tracks. As several gunshots could be heard, the backup specialists that they had brought were now active, uncloaking themselves fully to begin firing. And Multipole blinked as he looked over to the direction where the shots were coming from, smirking a little bit as he said, I should have expected that you 2 didn't come here alone. Multipole was also able to hear on the other side of the warehouse the sparks increasing. Powerplex wasn't anywhere near as physically strong in comparison to Mark, so while he was able to kill the Reanipoles, it was at a much slower rate. However, up until this point, unlike Mark who'd been fighting offensively, Powerplex had mainly been fighting defensively, taking several blows, more blows than he had ever taken in his life, even reaching a point where he surpassed the level he was at after taking a blow from Mark during their fight against Anissa. But all of this was intentional. With the new upgrades to his gear, he wasn't sure how far he could go anymore, as a massive pack of Reanimen all tried to jump onto him at once and he punched the ground, releasing a massive wave of lightning all around him, vaporizing 50 Reanipoles all at once. And Multipole tapped his chin. Now he was intrigued. He didn't actually know that much about Powerplex in comparison to Invincible. Sure, the members of Project Anvil were a threat, he didn't consider them too powerful. So Multipole decided to make a call over to Mr. Liu. "I'm gonna need some backup, boss. So get over here as fast as you can." before hanging up, as he began to redirect some reanimen away, directed them over towards the GDA specialists. At the same time, he continued his effort on both Invincible and Powerplex. He was a makeshift army. Thanks to Mark's super hearing, he was able to pick up on what Multiple had just said, as he muted his armor before telling Machine Head, "Mr. Liu is coming over now. Now is your time to attack." The assassins all heard the signal. Before they could act, Machine Head raised up his hand, telling them, "Not yet. Wait until Mr. Liu is no longer in the premise. No need to be too hasty." Battle Beast was starting to twitch a little bit. He was getting antsy. He really wanted to fight. After all, he could hear all of the battle that Mark had going on, and that was starting to rile him up. But at the same time, he knew he had to wait. As Machine Head lifted up his hands, showing 5 fingers, then going down to 4, then 3, then 2, as he said, "Now." Viso teleporting Machine Head, Titan, as well as Kursk directly into Mr. Liu's office. The 2 guards saw them. Before they could do anything, Kursk released a massive bolt of lightning towards the both of them, completely knocking them out in a single move. And they could hear the chaos going on outside. Gunshots being fired, the roar of Battle Beast, lava being launched all over the place, people being slammed into buildings. As Machine Head then got a pistol from Isotope. As Machine Head then said, "Gotta say, thanks Titan. It's fun being on your side, rather than your rock-brained self being against me." Before he shot Mr. Liu, killing him and stopping the dragon from even getting close to reaching America. "Teleport that body to the safe spot, just in case there can be anyone who actually doubts us, but I don't think there will be." As Machine Head opened the window, watching the carnage going on outside. "You know, if I did actually have teeth or a face, I would be smiling right now." But he did activate his headset as he told them, "Don't kill everybody here, by the way. If there are people who are surrendering, let's keep them. I'm about to become the new leader of the Order, so might as well still have some men left." Multiple would have reconnected back to the headset. He knew he should be getting an update anytime now from Mr. Liu on how long it should take for him to get here. But he wasn't getting anything, as he realized he might not be coming anytime soon. And Multiple's eye twitched a little bit, realizing everything in that moment. Machine Head was likely behind this. But as he realized, that realization slowly turned to a wide smile. This wasn't going to be a setback. If anything, this benefited him. After all, he was planning to kill him anyways. But now what he was more curious at was the specialist guns. After all, he could tell those were no standard model of guns. It was a model of gun he had never seen before. So he sent an order to his reanimen: don't destroy their bodies and guns, but do kill the specialists. As all the specialists would each see 3 reanimen coming for each of them. Other than, of course, the 3 that still remained cloaked that were searching for other reanipols. The closest one yelled out to run, but he wasn't so lucky, as all 3 of them landed punches on their body, launching them back quite hard, and right before they could hit a wall, they were teleported out the way, teleporting back to base. The first man got lucky. The GDA was already able to see that he had no chance of survival, so they already prepared the teleporter to move them out the way. Sadly, the next 6 weren't so lucky. In one quick movement, 6 were killed. The sound of bodies making collisions to wall could be heard all throughout the area, as the other 40 specialists that were still uncloaked and the 3 specialists were forced to watch their comrades die. And Invincible heard the sound. He heard the sound of their bones crunching, of their bodies hitting the wall. But mid-movement, 3 more reanipols rose out from each of the reanipols that had just attacked. And like that, another 9 were executed right on the spot by the reanipols, the others just barely moving out of the way. The reanipols striking Mark took this chance, as they each rushed towards Mark, seeing him completely distracted. But Mark was twitching. Those were his soldiers, his men. And he had brought them here to their deaths. He had brought those men to die, men who had worked for him, men who he had gotten to know well. As in a burst of rage, he flew right past the reanipols, bursting through several of them in the process. He felt even stronger now. But more than that, rage was coursing through him. Rage that was even further than what he was feeling during his battle against Battle Beast, as he began to rush for his men. But the reanipols saw this as their chance, as several of them began to jump on Mark to try and repeatedly land blows onto his body. But he didn't care, forcing them off of his body before grabbing them by the hand and beginning to throw them at each of the reanipols attacking his men, and then rapidly spinning around as he fired green lasers, aiming mainly for the reanipols attacking his men. "I will not allow any of my soldiers here to die." Both Powerplex and his soldiers saw this display of care he had for his men. Furthermore, the bodies of the soldiers who had just been killed were also teleported out the way, being teleported back to base. And one of the specialists was rather quick to act, as their gun began to glow red. Their new guns were similar to the model of lasers that were put into Mark's previous suit. And now they were making it go on overdrive, as they began to rapid fire, executing even more reanipols. in particular executing the ones that were trying to rush at Invincible from behind and taking advantage of his rage. And the other Project Anvil specialists followed, starting to jump backwards and firing on rapid fire. Even though there were only 32 of them firing, they now had a fire in their stomach, one in order to back up their leader no matter what. And at that same time, powerplex was also in a similar state, firing lightning under his feet, now being back to back with Mark. As both of them lifted up their hand, lightning stronger than anything powerplex had ever created before, as well as lasers being fired all across the place, executing Rihanna pulls by the 30s alongside all the GDA specialists fighting alongside them. But the main, still human multi-pulse smirked as he said, "It doesn't matter how mad you get or how powerful you get, dumbass. I am my own army. You can kill as many as you want, I'll always just have more." As Multipole began to push himself, and it looked like an entire swarm, an entire nest of Multipoles were surrounding them from all angles. And he said, "Though I must thank you, Invincible, Powerplex, and your fellow Project Anvil soldiers, I've never had to push myself to making this many clones before." Seeing this, Invincible swapped from firing lasers, instead turning that off and began to clap his hands rapidly. He knew his shockwaves had much wider range of effects in comparison to his lasers, even though they were significantly less potent. But since they were so huddled together in the sky, he was able to hit several of them, even as a result crushing some of the multi-reanimen that were on the ground. There were so many Rihanna pulls to the point where the ground couldn't be seen anymore. But Mark was starting to get a little bit tired, same with Powerplex. One of them almost actually reached Mark until they were sniped out of the air by one of the GDA specialists, the quick acting one that had acted earlier. Invincible gave a quick thanks before they then fired out another laser beam, doing that in order to cover that specialist. But they were starting to get completely overrun, and it was only getting exponentially worse by the second. A few of the specialists were forced to be teleporting away, dropping a grenade on where they originally were, stunning some of them in the process. While other specialists weren't so lucky, they didn't get away without being injured, and some of them were even killed. Even worse, 5 of the Rihannapoles were able to jump onto Mark, while 5 more jumped onto Powerplex and slammed them into the ground. The specialists were quickly being shred down, teleported away, or injured and teleported away, closing in, now being on the single-digit mark. As one of the Rihannapoles got close to the specialist, and they attempted to punch them in the face, but the specialist slid underneath, taking out a blade, slicing off their arm before jumping over their body and slicing off their head. The specialist then landed on their feet before 5 more Rihannapoles came rushing towards them. But a moment before they could be reached, they were teleported out the way, teleporting back to Project Anvil base. As several blows were being landed on Mark, punch after punch, and while he was able to push some of the Rihannapoles off of him, another quickly took its place. Similar effects were happening to Powerplex as well. Blow after blow was landed, before Mark's entire body began to glow green and he fired out a massive laser, making a green beacon of light that was able to shred and evaporate through hundreds of Reanimen by the second. But that laser was not able to last for too long, as more Rihannapoles began to jump down and take its place. Mark was being forced to be able to do nothing but take the blows, having several of them land on him at once and bruise his body, all the while he watched the life signatures of his comrades go down. Some were being teleported out the way, but some were dying. Mark had lost before to Battle Beast, but that was different. In this situation, this was against somebody who was killing people that he was responsible for, people that he wouldn't be able to avenge. And unlike Battle Beast, there was no one who'd be able to save him right now. And the realization was hitting him. This was all his fault. He had wanted everybody on the planet to be strong together. He had wanted to make sure humanity was strong. But now that was being turned against him, not of his own choice, but because a villain decided to use what he was doing for his own gain. But Powerplex was also thinking, this was where he was going to die. His family, everybody he cared about. He was never going to see them again. And he looked over to Invincible, or at least where Invincible was detected to be thanks to his armor. A friend he had grown with through the GDA was going to be where both of them died. Mark didn't have a way out of this. If he teleported, it would have teleported the multipulse on top of him with him. And while Mark was angry and being able to kill them by the tens, it didn't really matter, because more and more of them were taking their place. Every time he landed one blow and killed 10 of them were able to land blows on him. And the damage was building up. As he heard the sound of one of his ribs cracking, a bone had broken. As Multipulse smirked and he said, "I think I'm the first human to ever do damage to you, aren't I? You should have stayed in space, Viltrumite." But then they both heard sparks begin to increase in sound, as a massive burst of lightning forced all of the Rihannapoles off of him. Powerplex rose up, his body completely surrounded in lightning. The only thing that looked human about him was his 2 white eyes remaining, the white eyes from the suit. They could also hear the sound of another rib breaking, and another. The Rihannapoles were trying their best to make sure that Mark wouldn't get up. As Powerplex looked over to his comrade, in a burst of speed, he flew right past them, flying through them and destroying several of them in the process and picking up Mark, before the two of them floated in the air, as Powerplex told Mark that he has it from here. And Mark said, "Make sure that son of a bitch dies," before passing out from the pain, as Mark was teleported away. And all of the Reanipols stared up at Powerplex at once. At the same time, the main multipole said, "I think I figured out your powers now. Anytime you take damage, you get stronger and are able to produce more and more electricity, which makes you the perfect opponent for me in theory. However, that has one flaw to it. That just makes us an infinite loop, because you don't hold on to that power forever. That power is on a time limit. If it wasn't, you would have been able to break out far easier. And so long as I outnumber you, you won't be able to kill me." Powerplex then sent a message over to all the GDA specialists that weren't cloaked on the battlefield, telling them to teleport back to base. And they looked over to Powerplex for a moment, giving him a concerned look, but at the same time nodding, as they each teleported away, leaving Powerplex to fight against Reanipol seemingly alone. As Powerplex then said, "You're right about that, but I'm not going to lose to you." And the swarm of Reanipols then all jumped towards him, as he said, "I beg to differ." Then Powerplex finally got the signal from the GDA specialists that were cloaked. They pinged the locations of each of the Reanipols nearby, the ones that were generating more of them in order to fight. And once he got that, he smiled, as he released a large wave of lightning, one in order to knock away all of the Reanipols from himself before he began to fly higher and higher into the air. The free cloaked GDA specialists knew what he was about to do, so they quickly teleported out the way, as Powerplex focused the lightning around his body, expanding it further and further. And the other Reanipols attempted to jump up towards him in order to reach him, but the ones that were knocked away by the electricity generating from his body, before he sent the massive thunderbolt down, a bolt of lightning so bright and massive that even bystanders nearby were able to see it. One that was so massive inside that it not just destroyed the entire warehouse around them, but several, tens of buildings nearby. Each of them were abandoned, before Powerplex began to fall to the ground, completely out of energy. However, before he could make contact with the ground, he was teleported back to Project Anvil base. The moment he saw they were in a safe place, Powerplex allowed himself to pass out, as he apologized to the GDA soldiers he couldn't save on that day, hoping they could all rest in peace now that they had been avenged. Lunar, Kid 4, Frobolt, as well as Aquarius would have all arrived to the beach of North Carolina, where they would see a massive creature came from the depths of the ocean, fighting against several soldiers from the GDA, as well as some of the robot drones and Reaniman. Aquarius' eyes widened, as he thought for a moment on if this was the same one that came from Atlantis, but he knew it wasn't. It was far too big and powerful to be the one from Atlantis. How? No, he couldn't focus on that. As Lunar scanned it and he blinked, in terms of physical strength, this thing is around the same level as the Hail Mary, about 85% of the strength of the Hail Mary. This meant in terms of sheer raw physical power, it was actually going to be stronger than both Lunar as well as Kid 4. Still, they had quite a few advantages. As Lunar took a moment to think, before he came up with a strategy, immediately activating the comm links to communicate with everybody. Frobolt, Robot, Aquarius, offer range support and try and distract it. Same with every other soldier here. I'm going to try and figure out where its weakest spot is. After I do that, me and Kid 4 will repeatedly apply pressure to that area while everybody else attacks. For now, we'll continue attacking its entire body. Go. And the soldiers each nodded, immediately getting to position and beginning to rapid fire all across its entire body. A slight smile formed onto Frobolt. After all, it felt just like fighting alongside Invincible. Seems like being a good leader runs in the family. Before she launched a lightning bolt right underneath herself in order to launch herself high into the air and started to rapid fire bolts of lightning onto the Depth Dweller, using her lightning to cycle around this beast. At the same time, Aquarius hopped on the water and began to skate around, using his own hydrokinesis in order to move himself as he began to fire rapid streams of water towards its direction. While it didn't do too much damage to the kaiju, it was slightly annoying it. However, Frobolt was actually doing some effects to it, causing the kaiju to focus directly on her and attempt to slam its massive fist right into her. And Frobolt smirked as she clapped both of her hands together and fired a bolt of lightning right towards its fist in order to deflect it, realizing that she was going to be the target. However, when it attempted to slam its other fist into her back, Lunar flew up behind it and punched it away, before activating jet boots as he rapidly launched himself right towards the massive kaiju's face, landing a hard punch, pushing it back by a couple of feet, as it moved its eyes to begin to lock onto Lunar instead, seeing that that was definitely the strongest person here. as Frobolt told Lunar to move, and Lunar gave a thumbs up before spinning out the way while a strong bolt of lightning came right towards the Depth Dweller's eyes. This was a new move she had created, specifically meant to do pinpoint damage, calling it Lightning Spear, causing it to be in slight amounts of pain for a second that Lunar immediately took advantage of, uppercutting it right in the jaw. At the same time, Kid 4 landed on its back, as his hammer glowed brightly, and he released a flurry of blows right onto its back, traveling down his back in the process. It took the beast a moment to restabilize itself, but the second it did, it began to spin around rapidly, trying to force everything away from it. Its sheer raw movement sending waves of water towards all the soldiers, causing them to have to move backwards and stopping them from firing. Though Aquarius was used to having to move on harsh conditions of water like this, he continued to fire the stream of water all across its body, firing pressurized water now specifically at points that Kid 4 hit. At the same time, Depth Dweller's hand got close to reaching Frobolt, but at the last moment Lunar grabbed Frobolt and moved out of the way with them. And the Depth Dweller's eyes focused on the two of them. Those were the two biggest threats and the most annoyances to them. So it took in a large breath before releasing a massive sound attack towards the both of them, as well as whatever soldiers were unlucky enough to get hit by that attack. But more than that, Frobolt noticed something instantly, as she quickly adjusted so she could hold Lunar. When she saw him, Lunar looked to be in pain. Not just that, but also a great deal of pain. And he looked like he was losing his balance. What did that thing just do? The robot drone that was nearby and offering support as well tapped their chin as they noticed that, before they charged up a full laser and fired it right towards the Depth Dweller's face, using that in order to get its attention. As Frobolt landed on the ground, placing Lunar next to them, as she said, "You okay? You look to be off your game." And Lunar slowly looked up to them before nodding, giving a thumbs up as they said, "I'm gonna have to be careful. Can't let it open its mouth anymore." And Frobolt gave them a thumbs up before they began to charge up electricity. Their body, even in their upgraded suit, was now glowing a bright yellow. Kid 4 landed next to them as well. As Lunar said, "New strategy. Lay out constant pressure on its spine. Everybody else, make sure it can't open its mouth. The second it tries to, shoot for the mouth." And everybody nodded, getting their second win as they each began to attack. As the Depth Dweller attempted to land their massive claw right onto Robot, suddenly their hand was shot by several of the GDA's lasers, causing it to growl and look over to them before its eyes were hit directly by a pressurized burst of water. And it turned near instantly, trying to slam its massive fist right down onto Aquarius. But as it did, it felt a hammer land right against it. Kid 4 moved in the way and blocked it, slamming its hammer into that claw and launching it upwards. The Depth Dweller then began to open its mouth, preparing to fire out another sonic attack before it suddenly felt several lasers all aimed from its mouth. Every single soldier here began to rapid fire lasers on it, the commanding officer guiding them all to fire on that mouth, enough so to fully stop its sonic attack from firing. The Depth Dweller was starting to get annoyed, and right when it was about to try and slam both of its massive claws onto Kid 4, it suddenly felt a hard punch land against its spine, followed by another and another. Lunar was now on his spine, before releasing tens of blows in a matter of seconds. He was speeding up further and further to make more and more damage on one specific point, causing cracks to form on that spine, as Frobolt told them that they were ready, and Lunar teleported out the way, teleporting beside Frobolt. Lunar's suit glowed green, while at the same time Frobolt had a massive amount of lightning surrounding her body. As both of them lifted up their hands together, Frobolt firing off a fully charged bolt of lightning, while at the same time Lunar fired out a full power laser. The green and yellow would combine, creating a swirling beam of lightning and light, moving at the exact same speed, before in an instant it pierced right through the spine, causing the massive Depth Dweller to collapse and killing it. Lunar had to admit he was impressed. He wasn't expecting something like that to have that high durability. Of course they were already aware of how strong kaiju were on this planet, but still. Though he looked over to Frobolt, seeing her panting, as he quickly caught her and brought them both down to the surface, letting her rest for a bit and carrying her on his back, before he looked over to the massive corpse of that kaiju, and wondered how his sister and brother were doing. In the capital city of Wyoming, a massive centipede was present and attacking. This centipede was the same size as a skyscraper, and thanks to its massive size, it was causing destruction just by existing. Thankfully, several GDA soldiers and weaker heroes were already here, moving people out of the way and protecting them, but even still, they weren't going to be enough to even hurt this thing. Furthermore, it was made even more difficult with the fact that it was clearly being guided by someone to attack every single civilian here. But as it was heading towards a group of civilians, suddenly two people landed right on top of it, punching it right into the street and causing a massive crater to form. Those two people were Bolt and Knockout. The centipede then began to spin, forcing the two of them off of it as it looked towards them both, a snapping noise coming from its mandibles. And as both of them landed, they saw a green swirl of light fly right past them. In that green swirl of light was Solar, and Solar landed a smack right onto the centipede's face, before she flew above it and began to rapidly spin around its body, landing tens of blows with each meter she crossed, looking like a green whirlpool of light all across its body before she flew up into the air, reaching its tail. She was also happy to see that modification she had requested worked. Instead of having lasers, she requested to turn those into ways to amplify her own speed. While the amplification to her speed was minor, it still did help, causing the centipede to groan in pain before it looked towards her instead, and it started to rush right towards her, trying to hit her with all that massive body weight. Before it could reach her, it felt a massive amount of weight land right on its head. Adam Eve was floating in the air as she created a massive cylinder of weight to land on its head. She was now wondering where this thing even came from, but still, they were going to have to deal with it. Then Adam Eve and Solar looked towards each other and nodded, as Solar quickly grabbed Adam Eve before they began to fly, using that so Adam Eve could conserve energy for her to be able to make more constructs. The centipede growled in pain before it began to chase after them. It was pissed off now. However, the centipede wasn't alone in this city, as somebody else came floating down. That person was Doc Seismic. He was preparing to intercept Adam Eve and Solar, but before he could, 2 teleport sounds landed above him, with both Bolt and Knockout punching him straight in the face, launching him straight through one of the abandoned buildings. Before Bolt said, "Adam Eve, Solar, we're trusting you to handle the centipede. We're gonna deal with its leader." Adam Eve said, "Got it, do your best." As Adam Eve and Solar left the city, now going to a mountain nearby. Then Solar and Adam Eve immediately split off from each other, dodging one of the centipede's attacks. As Solar then said, "Hey Adam Eve, I have a new idea for an upgrade to my suit, and I wanted to know what your opinion was on it." Before her entire body glowed green as she slammed right into its side. Adam Eve raised a brow as she said, sure, shoot, what's your idea?" Before she clapped her hands together and a massive hammer made out of that pink energy launched right towards the beast. This one weighing the exact same amount that she used earlier against Craig, causing it to slam deep into the ground and making a crater where it hit, before changing its form to a more mud-like substance that immediately began to harden on its body, making it even harder for it to get up. As Solar then said, "I kinda wanna add like little blade arms to my arms, that way whenever I do that little speed thing I did earlier, I can do like cutting it at the same time, which I think would be pretty cool against kaiju like this thing." As Solar then landed on the ground before pulling both of her fists back, and she began to rapidly punch one side of its body, releasing a flurry of blows while its face was stuck to the ground before it broke out, as it launched its head right towards her and attempted to bite down on her, trying to poison her with it. Fortunately, Solar's helmet had scanners, so she was able to quickly move out of the way, dodging it just narrowly before it could hit her as she punched it straight in the face. This punch sending several cracks through its face. As Adam Eve tapped her chin a bit before saying, I could see that working, though at the same time we need to find metals that wouldn't break from that speed you'd move at. I thought maybe we could do it with the flax energy, who knows. Before she lifted up her hand, as several constructs were formed in the sky, each of them having magnetic properties. This was something that she had wanted to test out for a while. She had just made a railgun, but it was on a massive scale, so massive that it would hit its entire head in one shot. Solar, seeing what was coming, quickly flew up into the air in order to dodge, before the railgun hit the centipede right in the head, breaking the exoskeleton, covering its face entirely, and causing it to be in quite a massive amount of pain, as Solar floated up next to Adam Eve. And she asked, "When did you learn how to do that?" Adam Eve said, "I kinda have been studying a lot. Ever since we got Viltrumites attacking us, I was like, okay, I definitely need to improve my stuff." Solar nodded and gave a thumbs up as she said, "Keep going, I want to see what more you can do." But the centipede looked at the two of them for a moment, before it then turned around and began to tunnel back into the earth, trying to escape. And Solar was about to try and go after it, but Adam Eve stopped them, as they then said, "It seems like it learned its lesson. I don't think it was actually attacking us out of its own free will. I think that guy was controlling it. So we put enough fear in it for it to leave." At that same time, Knockout and Bolt were both fighting up against Doc Seismic, but two opponents at once that were capable of dodging his attacks were his worst counter. Every time Doc Seismic fired a wave right towards one of them, the other was immediately there to follow it up, and it didn't take long for them to overwhelm him and defeat him, with Knockout landing a punch right onto his cheek, while at the same time Bolt landed a punch on his gut. The two punches combined knocked out Doc Seismic. Several soldiers of the GDA arriving in order to handcuff him, and Adam Eve began to float around, starting to use her powers in order to repair the city and all the damage that was caused. Thanks to all her time studying with the GDA, she was much better at this now. Ultimately, it had been a success, as they could hear reports of centipede all across America going down. So all that was left was to help repair all the damages that were just caused. While all this was happening, the Lizard League were currently attacking a base belonging to the US military. They brought an army of soldiers to fight alongside them, but the soldiers they were currently holding their own. at least when it came to fighting the grunts. However, the massive problem was the true strongest threat, Komodo Dragon. A physical brute that could even go toe-to-toe with the immortal, as well as Iguana, a woman that had claws as sharp as any knife, with their leader King Lizard. While they weren't physically the strongest, they were a good tactician. After getting a tip from an anonymous source about all of the conflict that was going to happen, he saw that now would be the best chance. With how many upgrades the US had been doing to their heroes, he wanted to steal some so he could apply it to his own soldiers. But they had limited time. God knows what would happen if any of the members of Project Anvil arrived, or the Guardians of the Globe. But then they suddenly heard an explosion, as several members of the Lizard League were knocked back or killed by that explosion. As Komodo Dragon, King Lizard, as well as Iguana looked over to see who had appeared, and the two that had appeared were Rexplode and Shrinking Ray. But both of them were wearing brand new armors, covered in head to toe in a metal alloy with glowing eyes. All the members of the Lizard League immediately turned their attention onto them as well. Before King Lizard said, "The rest of you, handle all of the soldiers. Komodo Dragon, Iguana, let's handle these heroes they sent after us." As King Lizard took out his Glock and immediately started to shoot at the two of them, while at the same time King Lizard and Iguana rushed at them, Iguana going for Shrinking Ray while Komodo Dragon went for Rex. As Iguana started by trying to slash right at Shrinking Ray, but Shrinking Ray was able to shrink, shrinking down between her hands and rising up, as she remanifested inside and punched her straight in the face, causing her to spit up a little bit of blood and pushing her back by a couple of feet. At the same time, Komodo Dragon attempted to slam his fist right onto Rex, but Rex was able to dodge out of the way and throw several projectiles, each of them being aimed towards members of the Lizard League and exploding onto them. Right now, the two of them were only going for knockouts. Of course, eliminating themselves when it came to the weaker Lizard League members was a little bit harder, but still, necessary casualties. Komodo Dragon attempted to grab Rexplode by the face, but Rexplode's armor gave him an alert, and he was able to dodge by ducking underneath it as he opened up his palm, before firing out an explosion right towards his stomach. And Rexplode blinked. He didn't even know he could do that. This explosion was insanely potent. Not just did it launch Komodo Dragon backwards, it launched him backwards through several walls. Furthermore, it wasn't even a full potency explosion. As he smirked a bit and said, "Invincible really went out of his way to make sure we were all good." Though I always gotta thank Robot whenever I see him next too. And Komodo Dragon slowly began to get up as he felt his stomach. He felt like his entire body rang from that explosion, not to mention the bruises. As he then heard a voice inside of his helmet say, "Suggestion, would you like to use projectile mode?" And Rexplode said, "Let's test this out," before he lifted up his hands with them glowing in orange, as they began to release what looked like several bullets, each of them glowing orange right towards Komodo Dragon, and each of them the second they made impact caused small explosions to land on him. The armor was right now regulating the potency of the explosions. They didn't want to kill Komodo Dragon. But then Rexplode moved one of his other hands over, instead aiming it towards King Lizard. At the same time, Iguana was trying to release a rapid amount of slashes onto Shrinking Ray, but each time they got close, she immediately shrunk, dodging and moving out of the way. What this upgrade provided them was assistance to their reaction time, allowing them to react and shrink at an even faster rate, before she landed an elbow right onto her stomach, followed by a punch onto her face. Each of these blows, thanks to the armor enhancement, was enough to crack some bones in her body, causing Iguana to take even further damage. As Shrinking Ray then shrunk, before regrowing to be behind her as she grabbed her by the back of her head and slammed her hard into the wall. And with that slam, they completely broke through the wall entirely, knocking out Iguana with that one blow. As Shrinking Ray smiled, closing and opening both of her hands, while at the same time Rexplode was tying up the knocked out King Lizard as well as Komodo Dragon, looking over to see the soldiers were handling the other members of the Lizard League. And they were already close to victory by this point. And Rexplode couldn't help but smile. He was happy at both of their success. They had actually been able to defeat the Lizard League on their own, and truly, they had a lot of fun testing out these powers of Shrinking Ray. Thanks to these upgrades, similar results were happening all across America. Each spot where centipedes were attacking, they were being handled by the heroes. Thanks to these new armor and upgrades, they were able to hold their own against threats they thought would be impossible for them to fight. At worst, they held out long enough for stronger heroes to come to support them, and at best, they were able to handle the kaiju centipedes they were fighting. It was almost a perfect success. Almost. While the mission to take down Multiball had been a success, it was a messy one. For the first time ever, Invincible had lost to a human villain. Not just that, but the source of how they lost was due to government technology. Technology that Invincible was helping to develop by giving them so much data, using himself as a test subject for them to fight against. The upgraded Reaniman models. From that battle, 4 of Invincible's ribs were broken, as well as several bruises all across his body. Fortunately, after driving himself to the limit and surpassing that limit, creating a brand new form, Powerplex was able to win. Now they were back at Project Anvil base, Most of the soldiers that were hit were having operations done on them in order to make sure they were okay. Well, a few of them wouldn't make it, most of them were definitely going to. The ones who died already knew what was going to happen and was more than willing to sacrifice themselves for it. They were going to become the next generation of reanimen. Ultimately, the one that still took the most damage was... Currently, he was knocked out in a coma. Fortunately, thanks to Viltrumite healing, he was likely going to be awake pretty soon. Cecil was currently reading over the mission reports as well, and he was feeling a mix of emotions. A part of him felt like he should just overall be happy. It was a massive success, but Mark was in the med bay and he needed to heal. God knows how long he's gonna be in there for. Not to mention, he wasn't able to tell him about the news he had gotten, about the fact he knew Omniman was alive. Maybe he should have told him the day of. No, this could wait. This could definitely wait. The members of Project Anvil also began to return to the base, arriving as fast as they could the second they heard about the mission report, the second they heard what went wrong and the fact that Mark now needed to heal. Powerplex had been sitting outside the entire time. He couldn't really celebrate the fact that he had awakened a new power. All he could think about right now was why couldn't he have been stronger? Why couldn't he have helped to save Invincible? If he was, this never would have happened. The ones that entered the fastest were Eve, Oliver, and Tara. Frobolt, Kid 4, Bolt, and Knockout all decided they were going to stay outside, and the three of them would come in to see several doctors operating. Invincible wasn't even awake yet. For Adam Eve, she remembered when she saw him after his battle against Battle Beast. Mark wasn't even that badly injured then in comparison to now. Of course, the doctors already told them they were definitely going to survive this, but still. For Tara and Oliver, though, it was a stunning sight. Mark Grayson was the pillar of strength for them. Someone who seemed completely unsurpassable by anyone on Earth. A goal for them to strive to, but now they were seeing him like this. It really was hitting them, that even Mark Grayson, that even Invincible could be beaten. While they were already determined before in order to start training, now they were feeling the determination burn hotter in them like a wildfire. Adam Eve was also feeling a similar effect as well. She wished she could do something to help, but she couldn't. She couldn't affect living matter. She could only affect non-living matter, so no matter what she wanted, she couldn't heal Invincible. But then she looked over at Tara and Oliver, seeing that fire in their eyes, and she realized there was at least something she could do. We're all going to get stronger together, and we'll make sure we make up for the time that Mark needs to heal. And both of them immediately nodded in agreement. When they went down in order to talk to the other members of Project Anvil, they also all agreed. While they were already preparing and training to get stronger, now they felt that need increase even further. Frobolt in particular wanting to train with Solar. She felt the two of them had pretty good chemistry when it came to fighting alongside each other, so they would be able to do good work. And if she could train with him while he's developing his skills, then the two of them could become a lot better as a duo. They also were the only ones that felt a fire to improve. After seeing that display from Invincible, seeing that he was willing to put his life on the line in order to protect his soldiers, not just did loyalty among them increase, but the desire to get better so they'd be better support for everyone in Project Anvil increased. They all were going to need to do everything they could to up their skill, but ultimately they were still just normal humans. Maybe there was something they could do about that, but that was for them to figure out later. Hell, this even ended up moving both the Muller twins and DA Sinclair a bit, as well as a second DA Sinclair that was working with them now. Not just were they training scientists in order to make reanimin, they had made a second DA Sinclair in order to increase their efficiency, but now all four of them were putting their minds together in order to come up with a brand new way to heal bodies. Of course, this would mainly be the Muller twins' work since they were expert biologists, but DA Sinclair felt he could at least offer something, or at least try to. The doctors told them that Mark would be here for about 2 weeks. It might actually be faster though, considering Viltrumite regeneration. Right now though, 2 weeks was their prediction, thanks to how long it took for Mark to heal from the Battle Beast event. But not all was peaceful with the world. Even with Multipol's defeat and execution, he still had an impact. While Multipol was now dead, the scientists that made him into a reanimin still lived. Scientists who had managed to escape during the battle against Multipol. Scientists who now knew the key on how to make reanimin. Currently, they were trying their best to figure out what they should do next. After all, with both Mr. Liu as well as Multipol dead, they weren't sure who to work for. That was until somebody else warped over to them. The brand new head of the Order, the one who took control of it, Machine Head, bringing alongside Kursk as well as Battle Beast. However, he had no intention on killing them. Instead, he brought them to work alongside him. As he said, "You doctors have some brilliant pieces of work. Y'all managed to upgrade Multipol to the point where he could even damage Invincible, which I gotta say, impressive. And you did that with limited resources as well, thanks to the plans you got from the GDA. So what about this? Y'all continue working for me instead. And we can make a boatload of money." and also let your partners and kids have a nice happy life. The doctors also quickly picked up on one fact. Machine Head knew who they were. He knew who their families were. Even though Machine Head was making this seem like a business deal and transaction like he was hiring them, this was also a threat. Work with him or die. So the doctors, having no other choice, decided to agree. And since Machine Head was feeling in such a good mood, he decided that he'd pull out any resources he had in Chicago, letting Titan run it from now on. But he had some plans to make, as all of them teleported away with Isotope. Battle Beats, though, decided he was going to stay in Chicago, mainly because he was waiting for Invincible. He did want to talk with him, check on how he was doing, and just see how much stronger he had gotten in comparison to last time they fought. But he had no idea where they were, though he did know that Invincible was injured, so it likely would be a little bit until he could see them again. Maybe he could see those two heroes who were dressed similarly to Invincible, but for now he was going to have to wait and see. So far, though, there was one thing Battle Beast was certain about. This planet was so much more fun than he had initially thought, and he was so happy to have met Machine Head so long ago. While all this was happening, the coalition of planets' spaceship was returning back to base. Alan and Thaddeus had quite a successful talk with Invincible, getting several new allies for them. Alan by this point had also finished healing. On top of that, he felt much stronger in comparison to before. And as they landed, Alan told Thaddeus he needed to talk to him about something in private. He had heard something they needed to talk about in private. Thaddeus nodded in agreement as the two of them floated away, floating towards Alan's room in order to keep this private. With Thaddeus closing the door before he looked over to him and asked, "What is it, Alan?" And Alan tapped his chin as he took a seat. "So, while I was being loaded onto the ship, I kinda heard something pretty interesting. I heard that old guy named Cecil refer to Void as Nolan. My head was kinda out of it, I was on pain meds, but I definitely heard the word Nolan. So, I think a Void might be an actual Viltrumite and might be Mark's dad." And Thaddeus' eyes immediately widened upon hearing that, though that slowly turned into a smile, because this meant something even better than he could have thought. Not just did half-breed Viltrumites turn good, a full-blooded Viltrumite that was loyal to the Empire had decided to rebel and go against them. "It would seem the tides are shifting, but we must keep this secret from Invincible. I know Invincible hates his father, but we are going to need Nolan in order to win this war. And I know for a fact Invincible, the second he finds out, will kill Nolan. So, we will have to go to Fraxa soon. I need to talk with Nolan and figure out his true goal and true intentions." But the two of them also knew they were going to have to keep this secret. They couldn't let the other members of the Coalition of Planets know. Now that they knew for a fact there was a mole for the Viltrumite Empire, they couldn't let them figure out that Nolan was still alive and that they knew exactly where Nolan was. The two of them were also going to have to make another return trip to Earth later. After all, they were told in Nolan's books lied the secrets on how to defeat Viltrumites. Which, in hindsight, now that they knew that Void was Nolan, yeah, should have been pretty obvious. They were going to have to return to Earth at some point in order to get those, but that could wait. First, they were going to need to do their talk with Nolan. They also agreed both to keep the cloning technology secret, as well as the fact that they were two more half-Viltrumites on the planet that were on the side of good. Until they knew who their enemy was, they were going to need to keep their cards close to their chest. A new thought had also entered into Thaddeus' head. While convincing Mark to make a clone of himself would be impossible, maybe it could be possible to convince him to make a clone of Thaddeus. Maybe that might not breach a moral limit. He shook that off for now. That was for next time. A total of 9 days would pass, 9 days since Multipol's assault. During this time, a lot of the heroes were trying their best to improve themselves, especially the members of Project Anvil. Lunar and Frobolt had both begun their training underneath Warwoman. Lunar having to use a much more weighted suit in order to get the full benefits from it, since he was already much stronger in comparison to Warwoman, but he wanted to learn how to become more skilled. Frobolt had also joined him, both of them working on their blade work skills as well as their hand-to-hand combat skills. But when they aren't training with Warwoman as well as Warwoman's partner, they are working on their own abilities. Frobolt focusing on creating larger and larger amounts of electricity, focusing on having even more pinpoint control over it, as well as focusing it into weapons. While at the same time Lunar was trying to work his way up, trying to get himself further and further in the same exercises that Mark did to try and reach his records. However, during their training, Warwoman was able to discover something pretty interesting. Lunar seemed to be innately skilled with the blade, though the more she thought about it, the more she realized that did make sense. He was a clone of Mark. While he might not have the same body as Mark, it could be very possible that he has the same muscle memory, which means he might have the same skills locked within his body. One day they were having a 2-on-2 sparring session, and while it had a similar result to every other time, where Warwoman and her partner had won, This was the longest both Frillbolt and Lunar had lasted. In total, the battle taking 20 minutes, which War Woman had to admit she was impressed. Still, she could see the fire in their eyes, their desire they had to surpass their limits. And that was even more impressive. Most people would see the hero that is invincible and decide they can't surpass that, decide that growing would be pointless. But they were using that as their motivation. Of course she could understand that for Lunar. Lunar should have the same potential as Mark if anything. But seeing a human try and achieve that level, it truly did put a fire in her as well. Only the gods would know what was going to be next for their potential. Meanwhile in Europe, a lot of people would see 2 flares of light brush right past them. But by this point they were used to this. The first of course was the familiar hero Red Rush, a Russian speedster, while the second was a newcomer, one that had a green and black light to them, that being Solar. The training they were doing was quite simple. There was a lot more to fast combat than simply just moving fast. There was reaction speed, proper form, proper movement. All of these things mattered when it comes to fighting at high speeds, something Red Rush was instilling into Solar. How to move properly, how to exert the most amount of power the quickest, and how to make sure she wouldn't have any wasted movements. Once she could learn that, she would become a speedster on another level, especially with the raw amount of strength she already carried. While Red Rush was a super enhanced human, she was a Viltrumite. So if she could properly apply those teachings, she would become a hero of brand new heights. Furthermore, both Olga as well as Red Rush were becoming more and more familiar with Solar. After all, with their training, she was staying at their house more and more often, and she was honestly starting to see the 2 heroes more and more like her uncle and aunt. All of the other members of Project Anvil were each training together, with of course the other 3 heroes joining them from time to time for sparring as well, even going outside their typical sparring regiments. They also had the assistance of the massive beast known as the Hail Mary as well as Reanimant to help out their skills. On top of that, Adam Eve was spending more and more time studying in order to advance her abilities even further. Tech Jacket has also been rather useful for this. Thanks to his armor having such a vast array of knowledge, it was able to help the other members of Project Anvil become even stronger, giving them tips on how to improve themselves. But they weren't simply just improving themselves and capabilities. The GDA was also working on gaining more knowledge. They had been interrogating Anissa over and over again, trying to get as much knowledge as possible. Of course, they already knew that torture wasn't going to work. Fortunately for them though, they did figure out a way to manipulate her. Robot had informed the GDA that she was trying to manipulate him, though he did keep out the bit of information that Anissa had told him where one of the planets was, and giving him full access to it. So instead the GDA were going to take advantage of that, and pretend the robot was successfully being manipulated by Anissa in order to get more and more information from her. And while they weren't finding out too many things, they were finding out things about Viltrumite technology as well as Viltrumite martial arts. Though interestingly, she was also starting to warm up to another one of the GDA soldiers, an older one that was on the kinder side to her. Because while Robot had mainly just been talking with her about ideology and wanting to learn more, he was just showing genuine kindness out of being human. The effects weren't immediate, but she was starting to warm up to them. Bloodshed ceased to be even more curious. He wanted this to continue. He wanted to see what could happen if they continued to be kind to them. On the 9th day, though, 2 new people were born. Or rather, 2 new bodies to carry one mind. The first was a younger clone of Rexplode. In terms of body age, they were similar to that of Monster Girl. And the second was a man that none of the people there had recognized, using the blood and DNA of Angstrom Levy. For a moment, they looked over to the true body of Robot, of Rudy Connors. All 3 of them were thinking something similar. Was it time for the original body to die? But they each already knew the answer they had come to long before this meeting happened. As the original body said, "Both of you, I want you to live full lives. Whatever that means for you, do it. Whether that's exploring or finding love or some mixture of both, be happy." As the true body of Rudy triggered something, an electricity coursed through True Rudy's body, killing him right on the spot. And the both of them had their roles to do. The clone of Rexplode was going to join Teen Team. After all, the true reason that Rudy had chosen this body was so he could interact more and more with Monster Girl. However, the clone of Angstrom had a different plan. Ever since Anissa had given him the coordinates to one of the planets, Robot had been working on creating a massive spaceship, using data he had scanned from the Coalition of Planets spaceship in order to make an incredibly fast one. He was going to leave protecting the planet to the other body, while this new body was going to explore, see what he could find out about the Viltrumite Empire. With the Angstrom clone returning back to base, while the Rudy clone went to the Teen Team base. The 2 of them, in order to make it easier for themselves, also came up with different names. Robot A for the Angstrom clone, and Robot R for the Rexplode clone. This ship, though, was a rather massive one, containing 600 of Robot's new drones that he had recently upgraded. On top of that, there was also a laboratory inside. That way, if he discovered any new materials, he'd be able to investigate them inside and try and figure out new ways to add them to his bodies. Finally, because he wasn't too sure how long he was going to be gone for, he had enough food stored in there to last him 3 years. And with that, the ship took off, heading into space. But as it did, it also saw another ship starting to approach the Earth, or at least starting to try and get close to it. One that seemed to be Martian. So, Robot Ship did a quick scan over the ship, discovering it was carrying thousands, no, tens of thousands of sequids, as well as a couple of Martians and one human. Robot remembered this. He had heard about it from the Immortal when he had gone to Mars. And Robot had no intention to risk this. So, he activated the weapons on his ship and atomized the Martian ship before it could even get close. Unfortunately, he couldn't save the human, but sacrifices needed to be made. Especially with how massive a threat the sequids were, this was not something they were going to risk. So Robot A activated the ship on autopilot as he headed towards the training room, and he began to meditate, trying to focus and figure out how to activate those portals. He was going to figure out sooner or later. That was something he was certain of. But as he was doing so, he felt a portal open. His first true time seeing the multiverse, and he decided to lean in order to see what was happening. And once he did, he got to see another dimension where a battle was happening. On one side was someone who looked similar to Mark, but instead of the familiar green and black suit he wore, he was wearing a yellow, blue, and black suit, fighting against tens of Mauler twins from different dimensions, and seeing somebody he recognized strapped down to a chair, Angstrom Levy. Even hearing that this hero was also named. He remembered his meeting with Angstrom earlier, about how he wanted to fuse all the other Angstroms into one mind, and how he needed this universe's Mauler twins to help with that. He could see, though, he went to another dimension, another timeline, as he watched him lift up his helmet in order to try and save Mark. But it went wrong and an explosion happened. At the last moment, Robot closed the portal in order to make sure he didn't get hit by the explosion. He took a couple moments to recover, a couple moments to wait it out, before he decided to reopen the portal. And once he did, he saw a cloud of dust. And from the dust, he saw somebody else. It felt like Angstrom, but it felt different. His mind was scattered. His brain was now mutated. And mentally, he was shattered. Robot A could see it. Brand new hatred that had spawned for Invincible. While this was happening, it was a normal day in Chicago. Tara had returned and was currently hanging out with Eve. While both of them were training and trying to get as good as possible, they did want to have a little bit of time to relax themselves. So currently the two of them were flying around Chicago. And as they were flying, Adam Eve decided to ask Solar a few questions, mainly just asking her what she was planning for her life to be after they were a hero. After all, they weren't expecting them to want to be a hero forever, or at least they weren't expecting them to only want to be a hero. Basically asking if she had any passions or anything like that in her life. And Solar took a couple moments to think about that, before Solar explained that she one day wanted to see the stars. After all, she knew she was half alien, and she knew there had to be a whole universe out there, and she wanted to see that universe. Maybe even possibly helping to join the coalition of planets. That would be the best way for her to do that, though that was in the far future. She still wanted to make sure Earth had enough protection. She would always have a soft spot for Earth. Though besides that, she felt she also might have had a little bit of a passion for racing. Which that one made a lot of sense to Eve. After all, they decided to train under the speedster of the Guardians of the Globe. So them having a passion behind racing, that made a lot of sense. Then a third thing she explained, which actually surprised Adam Eve, was that she wanted to become a kaiju researcher. From creatures like the Hail Mary to the Depth Dweller to the centipedes, she had started to grow an interest in kaiju. She wanted to know where these beasts came from and how the Earth was able to develop them. So if the Coalition of Planets job doesn't work, she could end up going for that. But hearing this all made Eve pretty happy. Both the clones had shared that same desire that Mark held in order to help people. However, it was pretty clear that other than that, they were completely different people. And she could see what Mark was talking about now. It was going to be their individuality that truly allowed them to reach Mark's level. They were already going down different training paths in comparison to Mark, different things to specialize in, and they were going to get strong protectors. All Adam Eve hoped she could do was continue to guide her on the right path, which was why she was making sure to encourage her to go down the right path as well. Remembering back to the conversation that she had with Mark about her own parents, and she was happy she could at least help Tara to not go down that same path. She wanted to make sure she was encouraged to be a hero. Though Tara was able to tell there was something on Eve's mind, and Eve thought about it for a moment on if she wanted to explain, before deciding that she might as well. Explaining to her about her situation with her parents, how even though Adam Eve was working with the government and probably in one of those secure positions she could be, her parents still didn't want her to be a hero. Mainly because despite being in a safe position, she was expected to fight against all the dangerous threats of the world, and how they just desperately wanted a normal family. and with little to no hesitation, Tara said, "Your parents are assholes." Hearing that caught Eve completely off guard. Never in her life did she ever hear Tara swear. Granted, she hadn't known Tara for that long, but still. But Tara continued, as she said, "I don't really know much about parents myself, but all I've seen really is examples from Cecil as well as Scott. But what I do know is, parents aren't supposed to be controlling of their child. They're supposed to guide them and help flourish their desires. Teach them the ultimate path while still teaching them right from wrong, that stuff. But your parents just sound like they want to control you. All because you were born differently from them." Which made a saddened expression rise on Tara's face. Of course she knew bad parents existed out there. That was one of many likely reasons of why people became villains. But it was clearly making her sad that this was happening to one of her friends. As she then said, "Maybe you should get Cecil to talk to them about it." And that was an idea Adam Eve hadn't really thought of. Getting Cecil to talk to her parents, especially considering now she worked under him. Worked under Invincible, who worked under Cecil, but still. Maybe that could work. After all, it wasn't like she wanted to sever her bonds completely with her parents. She did have the money and capability to separate from her parents, but she didn't want to. She still loved them, they were still her parents. So the two of them finished their flight around town for now, deciding to head back to Project Anvil base, bringing some food along with them for everybody else who was there as well. Or at least if any of the other members of Project Anvil were there. We now return back to space to Robot's spaceship. After taking some time to properly rest and recover from what he had just seen, Robot decided now was the time to try it again. So Robot closed his eyes once more, trying to look even further deeper into the multiverse, starting from where he saw Angstrom, and using that as a pathway to see other Marks. He saw another world where this time Mark was wearing a very similar outfit to Omniman, but it also seemed to have the same goggles that he saw the other Invincible wearing, and he had just finished killing his own version of Adam Eve. He looked into another world where he saw an Invincible wearing black and blue colors, as well as a full mask to completely cover their face. Standing behind them was Omniman, who had just forced him to kill Debbie, a sign that he was ready to join the Viltrumite Empire. He looked again, seeing another world, seeing a Mark wearing a black and yellow outfit with a cape, executing people who were rebelling against him by the dozens with a smile on his face. He looked into another world, this time seeing a Mark in a blue and yellow outfit with a veil covering his face, currently fighting a total of 20 heroes at once, including some he recognized, including an alternate version of Robot, which that version of Robot felt there was something off for a moment, but it wasn't able to focus on it for too long, with Robot A continuing to look, going to another dimension. This time though, it wasn't on Earth, it was on another planet, a solar system that Robot didn't even recognize, inside of an arena, where he saw Mark fighting against a massive beast, one that was similar to that of a Hydra. This one also looked similar to the black, blue, and yellow Invincible he had saw fight against Angstrom, but his armor had a lot more plating on it, with some parts of it cracked from damage, with Battle Beast nearby watching how this was going, or at least a version of Battle Beast, before their heads slowly turned to look towards the portal, and Robot noticed he was noticed, so he quickly deactivated the portal, vanishing. Of course he knew Battle Beast had super senses, but the fact he could notice him like that was impressive. The next world he looked into was another Mark wearing a similar costume, training at a GDA facility, doing a lesser weight in comparison to what he had seen his Mark do, but they were starting to train themselves and improve. He then looked into another dimension, where this time Mark was actually breaking onto a spaceship, wearing something completely different, fully black armor with green glowing eyes. Robot had begun to see so many worlds, and was starting to chart his own map of the multiverse. Now granted, making a map like that was going to be difficult, but he felt he needed to figure out some way to do it. After all, if a multiverse as expansive as this, he didn't want to get lost. But then his ship warned him. He would be closing in on one of the planets Nissa conquered soon. And when he got closer and closer, he saw an interesting planet. The planet looked to be mostly jungle, however when he got a deeper scan he was able to see a couple of things. Up first he was able to see the cities were mostly connected to the jungles, but not just that, they looked more advanced. Well, that was what he was expecting, Viltrumite technology helping the planet. Second was it looked like a massive battlefield area, where a massive crater that had several burn marks was located. When he scanned deeper, it looked pretty deep into the planet, and he wondered what had fought there. The first thing he got from his scanners were several small underground sites that seemed to contain tens of life forms from these aliens. Robot was curious to what those were, but he could figure that out later. He had a planet to explore. 4 more days would pass. 1 more day until Mark was released from the hospital, until Mark was fully healed and able to come back. He was still currently resting. Currently all of the members of Project Anvil were at base. doing their typical training with each other. Thanks to the assistance from Robot, Lunar had gotten a brand new sword. One that took quite a while to craft, but was suited well. Especially thanks to getting metal from War Woman using the same material that she made to make her mace. And with Adam Eve there in order to help construct those materials, they were able to successfully make this weapon. The main reason why all of them were here though was because they wanted to be here for the moment that Mark woke up. They wanted to be there to see their friend again. However, things couldn't go peaceful forever, as they each got an alarm from Robot. And first they were curious about what this was, but when they ran into it, all of their eyes widened. As Powerplex said, "Why now?" They were sent over the image of a Viltrumite warship, and just told them that had just entered into their solar system. It seems they were now doing an invasion on Earth. Not just that, but thanks to Robot's drone, they also had the entire conversation that played out between the Viltrumites sent over to them. But that was for them to analyze later. Though what was even more troubling was the fact that there were a total of 5 Viltrumites that were arriving to their planet. With the knowledge they had defeated 2 of their own, and one of them were killed, they were making sure they were going to win. This so far was the only successful planet to have ever been able to repel a Viltrumite, let alone repel 2 of them at once. And with the knowledge they had not even seen the full arsenal of the planet, considering Omniman had warned them about the Guardians of the Globe as well, they were taking precautions. This assault was going to be led by General Krieg. Accompanying him was Vider, 2 of Viltrum's executioners, and Conquest. In truth, Conquest was amazed that they were sending this many people out, but he was thankful for this. On top of that were also several servants of the Viltrumite Empire, soldiers from planets they had taken over. Of course, they weren't anywhere near as strong as a Viltrumite, not even close, but they were here to help deal with what was going to be on Earth. And all of this data was relayed back to Earth as well. Robot then explained that judging by the amount of time it took for them to come here, they have a total of 4 hours to prepare themselves. But that was not going to be enough time for Invincible to recover, so all of them knew they were going to have to stall for as long as possible. Either or try their best to fight to win. But they felt they could win. The Guardians of the Globe were also made aware of this information. On top of that, every single hero on Earth was made aware of this information. While not every single one of them were going to have to fight the Viltrumites one-on-one, they were at least going to be of good help when it came to fighting against the army that was coming. Hundreds of Reanimen were also all activated in preparation for this battle. On top of that, several of Robot's drones were also activated in preparation. Robot Rex was also standing in his lab. While he was tempted to go onto the field and attempt to fight, he was more than aware of how big of a threat the Viltrumites were. And he did have something he wanted to test out, but that technology wasn't ready yet, not to use against the Viltrumites, and he didn't want Mark to be aware of that technology either. A special frequency that seemed to be very effective on Lunar, one he picked up during the fight against the Depth Dweller. On the other hand, Cecil was preparing his strategy. Robot thankfully was able to tell him how strong each of the Viltrumites were based on reports. Up first was the most threatening of them, Conquest, a Viltrumite who had surpassed the power of Omniman. Next, of course, were the 2 executioners, both of them who were decently close in power to Omniman. Then finally Krieg as well as Vider, 2 people who weren't as strong as Omniman but pretty close to them and behind the executioners. So Cecil was splitting them up into matchups. For one of the executioners, they were planning to have the entire Guardians of the Globe go to fight him. Under normal circumstances, without the upgrades to their gear, they weren't too certain if they'd be able to beat someone like this, but thanks to all the upgrades to their gear as well as all the training they had done, Cecil was confident they stood a pretty good chance. Against the other executioner, their plan was to send Solar, Lunar, Throwbolt, as well as Tech Jacket. While Solar nor Lunar were individually more powerful than the executioner, together they should be more than enough. Up next, they were going to send the remaining members of Project Anvil up against Vider. And against General Krieg, they were planning to send out the Hail Mary to fight him. Alongside the Hail Mary were going to be several Reanimen as well as several drones. However, there was one massive issue in all of this, as all of them had one question in their mind: who was going to go to fight Conquest? Unless Cecil was implying Mark was healed by now, which they were really hoping was the case. And Cecil shook his head and told them that he had a different plan in mind. Invincible still wasn't healed yet, and they had made a call to somebody else, which that did confuse them. At first they were thinking that maybe they made a call to the coalition of planets, but there was no way they'd be able to reach on time. However, that was when somebody else teleported in as they punched their fists together, and shocked both the members of Project Anvil and the Guardians of the Globe present. This person, of course, was Battle Beast, and he punched both of his fists together, before he then said, "I will take on your strongest opponent for you. Consider it a favor to Invincible for being such a good foe. And in exchange, I will be battling Invincible as soon as he is done healing. But don't worry, I won't be fighting him to the death. Not yet, at least. I think we both still have a little bit more we can grow. This did cause a glare to rise on him from some of the heroes present. Every member of the Guardians of the Globe, Adam, Eve, Solar, Lunar, and Powerplex all glared at him. But Battlebeast himself didn't care. And with that, all of them prepared. Each of them heading over towards the teleporter in order to teleport as soon as they arrived. As Cecil looked at the room where Mark was recovering for a moment before whispering to himself that he was sorry. As he teleported away, preparing to go to the command center in order to help everybody out. Fates were colliding. Viltrum had invaded much faster than they had expected. All of this still while Mark was recovering, as one question filled the air. Would Earth be enough to stop this assault of the Viltrumite Empire? The 5 Viltrumites would all float down on the planet, being led by General Krieg. Deciding they were going to float down to Chicago in order to lure them out, remembering Chicago was where the great Nolan had lived. But before they could fully land, they were met halfway. Met by Solar, Lunar, Adam, Eve, as well as Tech Jacket. As well as being met by tens, no, hundreds of Reanimen all flying in the air. Krieg immediately recognized the both of them. Where is... Solar was the one to speak as she said, "Unfortunately, he's busy. But he made sure we are more than enough for you." And that made a snicker rise from Krieg. If I remember correctly, it took a total of 7 of you with that beast in order to defeat me. And out of everybody here, I'm the second weakest. So what chance do you all think you honestly have? But the Viltrumite Empire is merciful. We have seen the strength of your species, considering the overwhelming might that one of your hybrids had, Invincible. So consider us your final chance to truly join the Viltrumite Empire. We will get what we want. All you can decide is how much blood has to be spilled before we do. And it was as if they could all feel the smirk on Solar and Lunar despite their mask hiding it. Before Solar then said, "Come on, you know we're defiant. We're not giving in to your Viltrumite ways." But that was when Conquest actually chose to stand up, lifting up a hand in order to signal to the other Viltrumites not to attack yet. Gotta admit, Earth is an interesting planet. You pissed off our empire, you managed to stand up to 2 of our own. And for that, I thank you. It's rare when I get to let loose like this. Rare when I'm given an order to take over a planet by any means necessary. As Conquest had put his hands together with a closed smile, before his eyes opened as he looked towards them, excitement brewing. Now there was only one question filling Conquest's mind. Who was going to be first? But then behind each of the Viltrumites, a member of the GDA would appear. Project Anvil soldiers that were cloaked and had placed something on each of their back. And Solar gave them a wave. "Hope you enjoy your matchups." In particular, sending a smirk over to Krieg. After all, she was more than certain that Krieg remembered how this went last time. And that devilish smile gave one message, that was about to happen again. Bye-bye. And before any of them could realize what was happening or any of them could attack, they were each teleported away. From the Viltrumite warship, they were able to see what had just happened. All the Viltrumites that were in charge had just warped over to different parts of the planet. Though once they saw that, that was their signal for them to attack. The first shot on the war on Earth has been triggered, as tens of ships began to come down from the warship in order to attack major cities, with heroes all at the ready on different rooftops looking across, as well as even some villains. This wasn't a battle about good or evil, no, it was a battle about Earth versus an empire, and there was no way anyone on Earth were going to fall to an empire that wasn't their own. One of the executioners would appear on a large plateau, as they looked around, slightly confused at where they were. While they were prepared for this strategy thanks to Krieg's warning, they weren't fully prepared. One thing was to be warned about it, another was to actually experience it. But then suddenly they were slammed into the mountain. This slam came in fast, taking advantage of the fact they were caught off guard. This was done by 2 people, Warwoman as well as the Immortal, as all the other members of the Guardians of the Globe prepared themselves, with Warwoman and the Immortal jumping backwards in order to meet them. But the Executioner slowly got up from the rubble and smirked a bit. Did you guys know that Nolan was at some point planning to ambush you? If I'm being honest, seeing your power, I doubt that was necessary. Or maybe Earth made them that soft, who knows? Meanwhile, the other Executioner was teleported over to what looked like a large river. Or at least they thought it was a large river. It was a man-made structure made by the GDA in order to be utilized for this tactic. As Frobolt lifted up her hand and launched out a giant lightning bolt right into the water. using it to electrocute it with the Viltrumite Executioner inside. Solar and Lunar both teleported here as well, with Tech Jacket flying down. They had to admit they owed Atlantis for being able to help with this on such quick notice. Up next, Vidor was teleported over to the ruins of a city. But once he landed, a hard electrocuting punch landed right on him from a man that looked to be made of pure electricity. Before this battle had started, Powerplex had asked both Solar and Lunar to punch him in order to make sure he could access that form. He wanted to be at full power just in case. And once Vidor made contact with the ground, several pink chains began to wrap around his arms and legs. Or at least attempted to, as he quickly flew out from them. With Vidor spitting out some blood, he had to admit he was impressed. An Earthling with that much power was impressive. If Fula was the one that was sent down, that Earthling might have actually been enough for them alone. But he looked towards their direction, seeing a total of 5 heroes currently present. Adam Eve, Powerplex, Knockout, Bolt, as well as Kid 4 were each prepared in order to fight them. Craig, on the other hand, was teleported back to a familiar site, the location of his first loss. But before Craig could realize it, they felt a massive impact slam right down on them from the Hail Mary. But Craig tunneled through the ground and rose up, staring at his opponent. Before seeing all the reanimen that were in the sky previously in order to meet with the Viltrumites begin to teleport in, alongside even more of them. But among those reanimen were also 3 that were much bigger than the rest of them. All 3 of them being past bodies of the Muller twins, donated by the Muller twins to them for this cause. The Muller twins specifically made armor to wrap around their full body, mainly because they didn't really want to see the dead body of their faces. And finally, Conquest would appear on an abandoned island, though he wasn't looking around. Instead, he was waiting for whoever was here to attack him already. But then a portal opened underneath him, and while the GDA's teleportation was green, this one was orange. And a hand with a surprising amount of physical force pulled him right through the portal onto a new world, bringing Conquest onto Mars. As Battle Beast then said, "I must admit, I have to thank this island in particular as well. This will be the second Viltrumite I hunted down here. Though this time, for the sake of that planet, I will not be fighting you on that island. A shame I couldn't carry on that tradition. Hopefully you prove yourself as worthy for this battle." And hearing this made Conquest grin even wider, as he said, "It's been a while since I've met someone of my own cloth. 'Cause I'll be honest with you, I didn't really come here to make Earth obey. I came here to have fun against the planet that was able to stop a Viltrumite. I came here to enjoy this." And in that moment, the 2 of them were immediately aware that they were one and the same. With that exchange, they knew no more words needed to be shared. This battle was going to be a battle to the death no matter what. Battle Beast also declared that if he was the one victorious, a portal would open back to Earth for Conquest to return to. Conquest flew high into the air before rushing down towards Battle Beast, with Battle Beast deciding to meet him halfway by jumping towards him. And the 2 of them clashed fists, and the shockwave that came from that clash alone was tremendous. If they were fighting in Chicago, the entirety of Chicago would have been turned to ashes. In spite of that though, both Conquest and Battle Beast were smiling, as the both of them were launched away from each other before starting to rush towards each other again. Battle Beast lunging towards Conquest while Conquest flew at him at full speed. Battle Beast landing a slash on Conquest's stomach while Conquest landed a hard punch using his metal arm onto his face. However, Battle Beast smirked as he said, "You know, your metal hand is weaker than your actual hand. Color me surprised. Usually people use cybernetics in order to enhance their strength." That caused a chuckle to come from Conquest as he said, "Normally, but those people are weaklings. I assure you, though, it is fully my physical force going into these punches." And with that, Conquest immediately rushed towards him, attempting to launch another punch into Battle Beast, landing that punch right onto his cheek and pushing Battle Beast back by a couple of feet. And Battle Beast rubbed his cheek for a moment before spitting out some blood, and a smirk rose onto him before he closed the distance, landing 2 slashes right onto Conquest's chest, using his claws to his advantage before elbowing Conquest in the face. But as Conquest was being pushed backwards, he grabbed onto Battle Beast and spun, throwing him right into a wall before rocketing towards him in order to punch him in the stomach. But Battle Beast caught the punch, using it in order to pull Conquest into a punch onto his face again, causing Conquest to have a nosebleed, which caused Conquest to look down to his hand, seeing the blood for a moment before licking it. As a smile began to widen before he looked over to Battle Beast, saying, "I think it's time for us to end our little warm-up. Hopefully you didn't think that was all the power I could wield." And that caused a chuckle to rise from Battle Beast as his claws got sharper. In truth, he was happy about that. If that was all the power that Conquest could wield, this was going to be boring. So seeing that Conquest had more power to wield, that most definitely excited him. The two of them prepared to rush towards each other again, the warm-up now being over as a true battle began. Meanwhile, back on Earth, one of the executioners would find themselves in a massive body of water. Before they could even question what was happening, they saw a massive bolt of lightning enter into the water and shock everything inside, including the executioner. And this lightning bolt was powerful. More powerful than any natural lightning bolt they had ever been hit by on any planet, as the executioner thought to themselves, "Damn, they have an electrokinesis user. They are top-notch among the ones I've fought against in the past." Before he flew out from that wave of water, stopping himself from getting shocked any further. When he flew out, he saw a total of 4 people. In particular, upon seeing Solar and Lunar, he smirked a bit, as he then said, "If I remember correctly, you two are part of the people that fought against Craig. While our general is smart, he's not anywhere near as powerful as I am."
Good, if you were as weak as him, we'd be a lot more bored.
Lunar looked over to his sister for a moment, slightly cautious about this. He wasn't too sure if pissing off the Viltrumite was a good move. However, that just caused a smirk to rise in the executioner's face as he said, "Ah, confident. Good. It'll make it all the more satisfying when I beat that confidence out of you." Which that made Solar laugh a little bit to herself before she said,
Funny, I was thinking something similar.
"Difference is we're going to succeed." At the same time, Lunar opened up his hand, as a sword teleported into it, using a mixture of the materials used to make the reaniman, as well as the materials from War Woman's staff. The executioner could tell time for talk was over, deciding first he was going to kill Solar. Flying towards Solar at full speed. However, to their surprise, Solar was actually the one that met them first, with a green light trailing behind Solar in the process. But as she was doing so, she spun around the executioner and landed a hard punch right on their side, before kicking them right in the back, using that in order to launch themselves backwards. And the executioner was able to immediately notice their speed. It was comparable to that of Anissa's. In terms of raw physical power, those blows were definitely able to cause some damage, but definitely the main factor that was going to be an issue of this was speed. However, he didn't have enough time to finish that thought, as that green light blurred right past him again, this time landing a punch on his spine, moving diagonally to the left in order to avoid any potential counterattack, bruising his body in the process. During the time that he began to recover, Solar began to spin around him faster and faster, making herself look like a black and green tornado of light. Before, on one angle, she clapped, sending a shockwave of force right towards his side. But this time the executioner was just narrowly able to block on time. However, the second they did, another one landed on their back, causing them to groan in pain, but they didn't have a moment to rest as another one hit them straight in the face. Then another one hit them in the leg. And after Solar felt she built enough speed, she rushed right towards him and kicked him straight in the face with both feet, turning herself effectively into a missile. As he was sent rocketing forward, Lunar flew for his back this time, sword drawn, and his blade was glowing a bright yellow light, sparks coming off of it. Bolt's electricity, and he landed a hard slash right onto his back, cutting it right open, the lightning cauterizing the wound. The executioner's eyes widened in surprise. He looked over to Lunar. This kid definitely had a lot more power in comparison to the other one, though they were slower. No, that wasn't it. It had to be whatever that weapon was. Still, they'd be much easier to deal with, as he turned around and attempted to chop right at them. Lunar at the last moment lifted up their arm in order to block, but while they were successful, they could still definitely feel the pain from the impact. But Lunar now went on the offense. He began to repeatedly thrust his blade at him, forcing the executioner to have to attempt to deflect several of the blows. But not all of them were successful, as he felt a cut land on his side, and then another cut land on his arm. Thus, Lunar then swapped over to a slash, slicing right at his chest. And while the executioner tried to move out of the way, they weren't able to fully, still taking some damage. That was when the executioner tried to counterattack, as they rushed towards him when he was finishing the slash, attempting to land a punch on his face. A hair's breadth before the punch could land, a laser hit him straight in the face, launching the executioner into the ground and making a crater with him inside of it. This laser, though, was a blue one. Tech Jacket had fired it out with Bolts on his back, using her own electricity to supercharge his armor and amplify his power even further. The executioner wiped off some blood from his nose as he began to rise from the crater. But as he did, he saw tens of blue lasers begin to approach him, all of them supercharged from the amp that Bolt had given them. At the same time, Lunar flew right at him at full speed, but this time his armor had yellow sparks coming off of it. Bolt was using her other hand in order to fire lightning towards them and amplify Lunar's armor. The executioner glared as he began to fly towards them in order to meet them halfway, avoiding the few of the lasers that were coming its direction, until he felt a punch land right on his side from behind. and when he looked behind himself, he saw a green blur of light fly away. But he didn't have much time to focus as he was knocked into one of the lasers by Solar. The moment he tried to fly out of it, though, Lunar appeared above him, using the teleporter in order to teleport above him, and he landed a hard slash going right down the Executioner's chest, causing the Executioner to cough up some blood before the two of them both punched each other in the face, launching the two of them away from each other and causing quite a bit of damage. Solar took Lunar's place by rushing towards the Executioner at full speed, and landing a rapid flurry of blows on his chest and face. But the Executioner focused, putting his full body into a punch to attempt to punch right through her head, thinking that Solar wasn't that strong. But that was where he was wrong, as Solar lifted up both of her arms and surprisingly tanked that blow. While her arms shook from the blow, she was able to survive it. But still, she was sent back by about 10 or 20 feet. And as Solar was being launched back, Lunar teleported in, now being right in front of the Executioner. Throwbolt also sent him a signal they were ready to go. Lunar activated the muscle enhancement from his suit. He wanted to make sure this hit as hard as possible. While at the same time, Tech Jacket glowed brightly. While at the same time, Throwbolt was still on his back, putting every bit of electricity she could muster into him, amplifying his suit to her very limit, as Lunar stabbed his blade right through the Executioner's chest, following it up with several quick stabs to the chest as well in order to increase the damage, causing the Executioner to cough up even more blood as they tried to focus, tried to land one more final blow, but they didn't get the chance, as Lunar teleported out the way and they felt a massive beam of blue completely overwhelm their entire body, launching the Executioner right through one of the mountains and causing said mountain to collapse. Solar and Lunar both lifted up their hands and fired out a green beam of light from their armor, using their own lasers to amplify Throwbolt and Tech Jacket, and with that final blow, the four of them together have killed their Executioner. Conquest was punched straight into the sky, being sent through several clouds and forcing them to disperse. But as he stopped his momentum, he saw Battle Beast above him and slam him back into the ground, making a crater that was near impossible to see the bottom of. Battle Beast landed back on the ground, causing a massive dust cloud to form underneath him. Both of their outfits were rather dirty from this point from all of their combat. Battle Beast had some holes in his outfit, while Conquest had some slash marks. Still, the both of them had a while to go before either of them were going to die, and they were both absolutely loving this right now. In terms of sheer raw physical strength, Battle Beast was the superior, but Conquest, thanks to his ability to fly, did have an advantage of his own. This fight, at least right now, was truly anyone's game. Out from the crater, a massive shockwave of force was launched right towards Battle Beast. Conquest had clapped his hands, creating enough force to vaporize cities with that clap alone, leading Battle Beast lifting up both of his arms in order to block the force coming towards him. But a moment after he was done blocking, Conquest rushed towards him and punched him straight in the face, causing blood to trickle down from Battle Beast's mouth. But Conquest wasn't done there, he landed a punch straight on Battle Beast's chest, before landing one on his gut and then kicking him straight in the face, launching him into the ground. And as Conquest was about to try and rush at him to land another punch, Battle Beast jumped upwards and slashed him in the chest, following that up by using his two hands to grab Conquest's face before kneeing him straight in the face and then headbutting him right after to slam him into the ground. And as he was falling, he kicked Conquest straight in the face, causing Conquest to break some of his teeth. Conquest spat out the shards of his teeth as he smirked a bit before saying, "I must say, I am impressed. I know you're not from Earth, so I want to know, how did you get this strong?" Battle Beast then spat out some blood himself as he smirked before saying, "How I got this strong doesn't matter too much. I am the Scourge of the Twin Galaxies. I fought many opponents, and each one of them helped to build up that strength, but not a single one could put me down. Not a single one could truly satisfy me. So I want to know something from you. Are you the strongest Viltrumite, or is there one stronger than you?" Once Conquest heard that question, he smirked as he said, "There is one stronger than me, and you currently would not be a match for him. I don't think there's anyone who actually is a match for him yet. The strongest, of course, is our leader. Only the strong deserve to rule." And that caused a wide smirk to rise on Battle Beast. Whether he agreed with Conquest or not didn't matter. The more important thing was, no matter what, this was a win-win for him. Either he died and lost to Conquest, which was going to satisfy him, or he won and had a much more fun fight coming up for him in the future. Not to mention, there was also his investment that was going to be fun as well. He then had one more question as he asked, "I heard a while ago that Viltrumites get stronger with age. Is that true?" Leading to Conquest smirking as he said, "I'm old, not weak. So, yes." And hearing that was more than enough confirmation for Battle Beast. Even if this leader of the Viltrumite Empire wasn't enough, he was going to have Mark as his investment. While he might not be stronger right now, he's definitely going to be in the future. And with that, the two of them rushed towards each other, blood trickling down from both of their faces. As Battle Beast landed a slash right onto Conquest's face, while at the same time Conquest landed a hard punch right on his stomach. Blood leaking down from the slash landed on Conquest's face, while at the same time Battle Beast coughed up some blood from the punch. But out of the two of them, Battle Beast was able to attack first, as he punched Conquest straight in the stomach, before starting to release a rapid flurry of blows onto his face, his stomach, his side. Even though Conquest was able to block some of them, even blocking them caused some small bruising to form. But with one of the blows, Conquest was able to deflect it just slightly and punch Battle Beast straight in the chin, using that in order to give Conquest some room to breathe before he quickly moved towards him and punched him straight in the cheek again. Following that up by clapping his hands right in Battle Beast's face, launching out a shockwave at point-blank range right towards him and launching Battle Beast tens of meters backwards. And Battle Beast blinked as he coughed up some blood and some blood came down from his nose. That most definitely hurt. But right after he licked up the blood, this was so exhilarating for him, he was absolutely loving this. The Viltrumite Empire was the key. That was the key to satisfying him. He could see it now. But he stopped his momentum as he saw Conquest rocketing towards him, preparing to punch him with his robot fist. Battle Beast closed his own as he met the robot fist halfway, the two punches clashing with each other, sending such a massive shockwave and ripple throughout the area. But more importantly, shattering Conquest's robot arm in that single blow, as Battle Beast smirked and said, "That cybernetic was most certainly weaker than your body. Such a shame you had to lose your original hand." As the two of them were launched away from each other while Conquest looked down to the stump where his cybernetic hand once was, before he then said, "I won't need it in order to beat you." Battle Beast and Conquest both flew towards each other. Both were quite battle damaged by this point, but Conquest certainly had more wounds. Still, they both had some energy left to fight with. They weren't going to go down, not until one of them was dead. And Conquest attempted to attack, trying to land a punch on his stomach, but Battle Beast was able to deflect it, moving out of the way and landing an elbow on his cheek, bruising his cheek quite heavily before spinning around him and landing a slash right on his back. And Conquest then spun, landing a kick right on Battle Beast's cheek, something Battle Beast took before he bit off Conquest's ankle, causing Conquest to groan in pain, but before he could finish the groan, Battle Beast grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground. Conquest was trying to push himself up, but Battle Beast didn't let him get up. As Battle Beast then said, "Thank you for being so fun," before punching him in the face over and over and over again. Not just killing Conquest, but completely tearing his body to shreds. Once the battle was done, he threw the remains of Conquest's body into the massive crater they made at the start of the fight, Conquest's blood completely covering his face, as he couldn't help but have such a wide smile on him. General Krieg just narrowly avoided the Hail Mary's tentacles. The Hail Mary most certainly remembered Krieg, and seeing him again pissed the Hail Mary off. After all, it was able to escape last time, and no way was the Hail Mary going to let him go. But when he jumped into the air, he saw 6 Reanimen jump down behind him and punch him back into the ground all at once, punching him into a wave of Reanimen, as several came rushing towards him from all sides, and while Krieg successfully cut through 3 of them, 9 of them landed punches on him all at once, which those hits each caused Krieg to groan in pain. Each of them were bruising him, before he clapped his hands, using that shockwave in order to send all the Reanimen that were around him away. Or at least he was trying to, but the second the shockwave was done, 4 more Reanimen teleported right in that spot. At the GDA base, currently several of the soldiers were controlling the Reanimen, as one of them then said, 7Q, and all 4 of the Reanimen landed a punch on him at once. Each of them aimed for General Krieg's midsection, and while Krieg was able to cut through 3 of their heads, one of them successfully landed a blow on his spine. But Krieg clapped his hands, destroying his head entirely. But as he finished that, a hard punch landed right on his face, far harder than any of the blows he had taken so far, aside from the Hail Mary that they had been dodging. This was from one of the bigger Reanimen, the one that looked blue. As he was taking a moment to process that though, he felt a large foot stomp right on top of them, the foot of the Hail Mary. Krieg quickly tried to fly out from underneath the ground in order to avoid getting stomped on again, but as he did, he saw tens of Reanimen all jump towards him at once. If it was just a Hail Mary, he'd be able to maneuver out of here, but with how many Reanimen were fighting him all at once, he didn't have a chance. And while he was able to deflect some of them away from himself, others had successfully landed blows on him. And as Krieg was launched back into the ground, he felt 2 other hands grab onto him, the 2 other Reanimals. before they both at the same time slammed him into the ground hard. And they jumped out of the way, allowing the Hail Mary to stomp on him again. Then heard a voice come from the announcements. One of the Mauler twins decided to taunt him a bit. You remember that Invincible guy, right? The one who beat Anissa and was certain they were stronger than you. Well, an opponent using a similar tactic was able to brutalize him quite heavily recently. And they didn't even have the Hail Mary. Fortunately for you, though, since you're a general, we're going to keep you alive. We're gonna need that information you have. In that moment, Krieg seemed to realize something else, though. They likely didn't kill Anissa, they just captured her. Was she alive all this time and captured on Earth? So not just did this planet have ways to beat Viltrumites, they had ways to contain them? How did they not know about any of this? And he realized just how much they were preparing ever since Omniman had left the world. He needed to get out of here and fast, but they weren't going to let him. He just needed a moment to breathe, a moment to relax, but he couldn't get that. Each time he tried to block, some reaniman landed blows on his body. Each time he tried to fly up, the Hail Mary was quick to slam him back down, and even if he escaped that range, the reaniman were able to punch him back down to it. Until the Hail Mary wrapped his tentacle around him and slammed him into the ground hard, slamming him again and again and again, slamming him enough times to make sure he was knocked out. But as I said before, they weren't allowed to kill him. They needed him alive. He was going to be one of their best paths for information. Battle Beast was sitting down on Mars, staring down at the crater where Conquest was. Or, at least the remnants of where Conquest was. His body had been torn apart during Battle Beast's bloodlust, but now he was just sitting down staring at the hole. While he could have returned to Earth, he felt that he should at least let Earth defend itself. He dealt with their biggest challenge. But then he got a call from Machine Head. When he answered, he could hear a massive amount of conflict happening outside of Machine Head's base. But Machine Head was currently chilling out and relaxing right now. It was pretty clear that his side of things were winning. Yo, so I know you beat that Viltrumite a while back, or you're fighting a Viltrumite right now, I don't really know. But can you bring back his body if there's anything left when you're done? And Battle Beast blinked before chuckling as he said, unfortunately, no. There is not much left of him. I tore him to shreds. Of course, if you want, I can bring back those body parts so you can try playing... what was the term? It wasn't Jenga. It was making your own Frankenstein's monster. Machine Head couldn't help but laugh a little bit at that before he then said, that will definitely work. Do what you can, please. I've got some plans that I'm going to take advantage of, especially with all these now alien bodies we have and the scientists I got from Multipol. Before hanging up, leaving Battle Beast to collect all the pieces. Vider was staring down at his 5 opponents. Powerplex, Kid 4, Bolt, Knockout, as well as Adam Eve. From what he could tell among them, Powerplex as well as Adam Eve were the 2 big threats. Adam Eve, thanks to her pink chains that she created earlier that were almost able to hold him down, as well as Powerplex, whose punch was strong enough to draw some blood from him. In particular, Powerplex having his interest, as Vider said, you know, I don't expect you Earthlings to actually be capable of damaging me, but the fact you could draw blood from me is impressive, especially for a human. But you guys aren't going to survive for that long against me. Sparks crackled from Powerplex's body, so much lightning being generated from it that it looked like an entire body was coated. Adam Eve then floated backwards, making some distance in order to act as range support before she lifted up her hand, with tens of small pink shards forming in the air. While at the same time, Powerplex and Vider rushed right towards each other, lightning focusing around Powerplex's hand and swirling, and the 2 of them clashed blows, causing a shockwave to rise all around them and destroying some of the buildings nearby, and launching both Powerplex as well as Vider away from each other. Knockout and Bolt then rushed right past Powerplex, heading towards Vider. Vider lifted up his hands, preparing to block a punch from both of them, but before it could land, they both teleported out of the way. As behind the 2 of them, a massive barrage of pink shards immediately hit Vider, instead taking advantage of openings that were now on Vider's body, causing Vider to groan a little bit in pain, but he had to admit that was clever. But then he heard the sound of teleportation above him, with both Knockout and Bolt appearing, landing a punch right on his back. And while he was pushed forward by a couple of feet, it wasn't enough to actually knock him into one of the buildings, as both Knockout and Bolt jumped towards some rooftops. Vider then looked behind him, trying to find where they had gone, but seeing they'd already moved over to one of the rooftops nearby, he locked onto Knockout, deciding he was going to rush her. But to intercept, Kid 4 rushed right towards them. At the same time, Adam Eve waved her hand, and a pink glow surrounded the entire hammer. And he attempted to slam that hammer right into him, but at the same time, Vider clashed with his own fist. Vider was a little bit more interested now in these other humans, though this time there wasn't any pushback or push away from each other, the fist clashing against a hammer, but Knockout then closed the distance again, landing a punch right on Vider's cheek, causing Vider to spit out a little bit of blood. When he looked over to Knockout, he could see that same pink glow around her fist, making her punch feel much heavier than it actually was. No, it was much heavier than it actually was. Adam Eve surrounded it with a construct in order to increase the weight, only increasing it at the last possible moment in order to not get in the way of punches. From all the time Project Anvil had to train amongst each other, this was something Adam Eve had figured out how to do. She had figured out how to do her timing with her teammates, which was made even worse when Bolt showed up as well, rushing down towards him from the other side. A pink glow surrounding his fist, forcing Vider to lift up both of his hands in order to block. But both Kid 4 and Knockout took advantage of that, Kid 4 landing his hammer while Knockout landed her punch. The three of them were starting to release a rapid flurry of blows on Vider, and while Vider was able to successfully block 2 of them at a time, 3 of them was quite a big ask. Not to mention with them being as well timed as they were starting to land hits on him. So he was starting to think on who he should single out. He needed to single out one of them and focus on them, being forced to play on the defensive for now. And as he was blocking, he was starting to notice, out of the 3 of them, Kid 4 seemed to be the most powerful, which made sense due to them mainly using a hammer. And as he blocked the hammer strike, he took a blow to both of his sides, one from Bolt and one from Knockout. This method of testing was painful, but he was able to do it. He figured it out. Out of the 2 of them, there wasn't a power advantage, but Knockout did have one advantage over Bolt that he needed to get rid of. Thanks to Knockout's gloves, she had a slightly longer reach, and if he could remove that, that might be able to allow him to block the other 2 of them at once. And he was about to begin his counterattack, but all 3 of them jumped out of the way as a massive bolt of lightning was sent right towards him. One that was around the same level that he used on Multi-Pol, though powerplex had compressed the sides down as minimal as he could possible, but the Project Anvil members could have more combo attacks more immediately on them. Vider groaned and twitched in pain. This was quite a deep amount of it, but still, he could handle it. And hearing that all 3 of them were coming towards him, he made a quick decision. He clapped, choosing to send Kid 4 away from himself while he took a blow from both Bolt as well as Knockout, sending a shockwave so potent towards Kid 4 that it knocked him through several buildings, but still, he was still standing. Seeing that it was now 2-on-1, powerplex quickly tried to rush down in order to give them some backup. Eve was in a similar boat, but Vider allowed himself to get hit again by Knockout, quickly grabbing Bolt's arm, before throwing him right towards powerplex, and then clapping, sending a shockwave towards Adam Eve, while at the same time kicking Knockout, but Knockout lifted up both of her arms in order to block. But Vider was quick to move, as he landed a punch right on her face. As Adam Eve looked up, she was the closest one there, as she saw Vider open up his hand. She tried to lift up her hand, tried to increase the air pressure, tried her best to stop him, but she wasn't fast enough, as Vider's hand went right through Knockout's stomach, before he pulled his hand out while Knockout's eyes widened. And he was about to try and chop off her head, but before he could, the air pressure increased, which was enough of a delay in order to allow them to teleport her away, teleporting her back to the GDA base. Bolt, Kid 4, as well as powerplex all saw this. Kid 4 and Bolt, the people who knew them the longest in particular's eyes widened. Both Bolt and Kid 4 rushed at speeds faster than they had ever moved before, determined to put Vider down themselves. Powerplex and Adam Eve's eyes both widened. They weren't as emotional about this, even though they did know her well. Of course they were pissed about losing a teammate, but still, they were able to keep rational thought, with them both trying to rush after Kid 4 as well as Bolt, trying to make sure they didn't get consumed by rage. As Vider smirked and thought to himself, "Good, come right to me." Bolt and Kid 4 were launching out attacks with a brand new ferocity, one that was allowing them to surpass their limits. It actually was impressing Vider because each time he blocked a hit, they were now starting to bruise him. So that was what made the human species so unique, the fact they could surpass their bodily limits. Vider was starting to see why Earth was such an interesting and good planet, and why humans were considered a perfect match for making the new generation of Viltrumites. Still, even though they were using more power right now than they were before, it wasn't enough to match someone like him. Before he ducked underneath a hammer strike from Kid 4, and when Bolt was about to try and punch him in the face, Vider was quicker. He landed a palm strike right on his stomach, sending him flying away, before moving backwards and dodging Kid 4, slamming his hammer right into the ground, causing a crater where he previously was. And as Vider flew towards him to try and punch right through his skull, Powerplex reached him first and punched him in the face, releasing a massive burst of lightning and even breaking his nose. As Powerplex then said, "Don't fight, stupid." We have a chance at this, we just can't go in guns a-blazing. And Kid 4 nodded. He lost control for a moment. Vider wiped the blood off of himself. He had managed to defeat one of the weaklings, but he still knew there were 2 heavy hitters still in the field. Speaking of, where was the second one? That thought was interrupted as a massive pink rod hit him straight in the face, sending him flying right into one of the nearby buildings and causing it to crash down on him. During the time where they were fighting, Adam Eve had done something else. She had been making railguns. And when Vider tried to rise out from the building, he felt several pink chains wrap around his hands, as around him several of those pink rods began to launch out, hitting different parts of his body and sending him around like a rag doll, each of them bloodying him to some degree. Before she rushed right towards him, a massive mace in her hand that she spun around before slamming it right down onto Vider's body. Vider was able to break the chains at the last moment and lift up both of his arms to block, but even though he did, he was slammed deep into the ground, turning the destroyed buildings that he had been launched into nothing but a crater. But Adam Eve wasn't done yet, as she spun around again, preparing to slam that mace down onto him before changing its properties into acid, and letting that land right onto Vider, causing Vider to groan in pain as he felt part of his outfit as well as his body being burned. But still, he forced his way through it as he erupted from the acid and flew right towards Adam Eve. However, before he could reach, 2 people intercepted, Kid 4 as well as Powerplex, as they both slammed their attacks right into him and hit him right back into the ground. Immediately after, Bolt teleported in and punched him right in the face, following that up by kneeing him right in the stomach. However, Vider was quick to counterattack as he landed a hard punch right onto his stomach. If it wasn't for Adam Eve, a few of his ribs would have been cracked. Still, he was sent flying through several buildings. At the same time, Powerplex and Kid 4 were both sent rocketing towards Vider, while Adam Eve flew higher and higher into the air. While Powerplex and Kid 4's teamwork wasn't anywhere near as good as their teamwork with the other members of Capes Inc., they were still actually pretty good together. But Powerplex was more than making up for the fact that he had a massive strength advantage in comparison to the other two. But even more than that, every single time Vider tried to attack, Powerplex got in the way. More than that, Powerplex was gradually increasing his power and output. So far, he was actually holding back a little bit so he could catch Vider off guard. He didn't want Vider to become aware of the fact that the more and more damage Powerplex took, the stronger he was becoming. Until suddenly Powerplex ramped up to full power, landing a hard punch right onto Vider's cheek and cracking several of his teeth. Kid 4 followed that up by slamming his hammer right into Vider's face. As Vider was about to attempt to try and counterattack, he felt a massive bolt of lightning hit his back, before it was followed up by Powerplex and Kid 4 both striking him right in the stomach. Powerplex was now starting to blur around, landing several hard blows right onto his body, making several openings for Kid 4. However, as the 2 of them were comboing, suddenly Kid 4 jumped away. Powerplex remained though, but that was followed up by Kid 4 teleporting, and a massive shadow coming over them. Bolt at the same time also teleported away. They were pretty sure this was going to cause quite a massive amount of damage, and when Vider finally got a chance to look up, he saw a massive pink pillar coming right towards them, flying at an immensely fast speed. How high did Adam Eve fly up in order to make this? She had dropped it all the way from the stratosphere. But Powerplex quickly grabbed onto him and held him there, making sure that both of them got hit by this head on. The impact, the shockwave that came from this was immense. Enough force to entirely flatten the abandoned city they were fighting in. Adam Eve was panting heavily. That took a lot out of her, and the pillar completely shattered. She was very thankful for the upgrades that were put onto her suit in order to allow her to fly without needing to use her powers. But suddenly, an extremely bloodied Vider rushed right towards her, several of his bones broken, but he still had some fight left in him. However, a moment before he could reach, Powerplex teleported right in front of them, and he punched him straight in the face, releasing all of the energy that he had stored up as a result of that attack and he had stored throughout this entire fight, making a bolt of lightning so potent and powerful that it was able to clear away several of the clouds around them. With that final blow, Vider was killed. Though the 4 members of Project Anvil were each left exhausted, Powerplex in particular had to breach his limits in order to do this. Still, they ultimately won, though they were each worried about what was going to happen to Knockout considering what happened to her in this fight. Things were looking grim for them, but they couldn't focus on that now. They needed to recover and be prepared to enter back into the fight. The Guardians of the Globe were each preparing to face off against the Executioner. The Executioner smirked while he looked towards them. This was going to be his sign of glory. This was something that no one thought would be a struggle, and that was before they got their upgrades. Imagine what he could do if he could beat this planet's old champions. Imagine the glory he could get. No, that wouldn't be worth much. He needed to take over the planet fully. Either way, he knew what he needed to do. The Executioner flew high up in the air before rushing right down towards both the Immortal and Warwoman. Knowing those 2 were the strongest, he decided to start there. Both War Woman and the Immortal jumped out of the way, allowing him to crash into the ground to make a crater where he landed. War Woman rushed in first, aiming to slam her mace right into his face. However, at the last moment, the Executioner clashed with it, deflecting it using his punch. Then War Woman jumped upwards, moving out of the way for Aquarius to launch a massive burst of water right towards his face. The Executioner, just on time, was able to lift up his hands in order to block, but he was still getting pushed back by it slightly. That was when Darkwing saw his chance, as he began to throw several explosives right towards the Executioner's direction. The explosions only did a minor amount of damage, only really trying to annoy him. But it made a smokescreen cover that two people were quick to take advantage of, as the Immortal flew right down towards him, delaying the Executioner's reaction slightly. Furthermore, the suit also activated an enhancement. The suit that the Immortal was currently wearing was a modified version of one of Mark's older suits, specifically using the enhancement capability that they had access to in order to land a hard punch right onto the Executioner's face. And when the Executioner tried to counterattack, his punch was deflected by Red Rush. At the same time, Green Ghost allowed herself and Immortal to phase through the floor, so when the Executioner looked back, he saw that nobody was there. And that confused him for a slight moment before both the Immortal and War Woman landed a hard punch right on his other side. And as he was disoriented, Green Ghost phased him right into the floor, phasing his feet into the floor before jumping away, trying to minimize as much contact as possible, knowing that the Executioner had more than enough power to kill her in a single shot, even with the upgrades to her armor. But as he tried to free himself from the ground, he felt his arms be wrapped around, Martian Man forcibly holding him still. Both the Immortal and War Woman immediately took their chance, starting to release a flurry of blows right onto his body, with War Woman even using her mace to land a hard hit right onto his head. However, the Executioner had done some reading. With everything they knew about Earth and the fact that the Guardians of the Globe were considered threats to Omniman, to the great Nolan, he knew better than to underestimate them. So the moment he spotted Martian Man's core, he ripped it out and killed Martian Man, something that none of them were actually aware of the fact that the Executioner knew about, before he attempted to land a punch on both the Immortal as well as War Woman's guts. Red Rush was able to move War Woman out of the way on time, however the Immortal was forced to take that blow, but considering Immortal's healing ability, they were confident he'd be fine. But the Executioner wasn't done with Immortal yet, as he attempted to land another punch onto him, but before he could, he felt a massive stream of water hit him. Aquarius pushing him away, but as he was being pushed, instead of trying to block, he lifted up both of his hands, before clapping, sending a shockwave right towards Aquarius and launching him backwards. As the Executioner said, "Thank you for wiping the blood off of me," before flying right to Aquarius. And he was about to land a hard punch on him, one that probably would have been enough to cave in his skull, but at the last moment, once again, Red Rush was able to move, protecting him and moving him out the way. He was starting to get really annoyed by this speedster, constantly getting in the way of landing his hits. But that was when War Woman rushed towards him, now holding two new weapons, instead holding a shield as well as a sword rather than her mace from before. The Executioner smirked as he said, "Bring it on," as War Woman jumped towards him, while at the same time the Executioner prepared to land a punch on her, but the second he tried, he was phased slightly into the ground, causing his punch to miss, as War Woman landed a slash on his chest, while at the same time using her shield to block another counter-strike, before the Executioner broke himself from the ground and attempted to kick her right in the stomach, but a second before that kick could land, Red Rush ran right past them and slammed her mace right into his leg, causing that kick to be off course before she bashed him in the head with his shield, quickly following that up by landing a slash right on his chest again. And then he quickly flew backwards away from them, trying to make some space, War Woman and Red Rush trying to chase after him, or at least appearing to do so. But instead, they were setting up for a trap, as a massive burst of water hit him right in the side, while at the same time Immortal grabbed both of his hands, forcing him to take it head on. And in that burst of water, there were several explosives. A moment before they exploded, Green Ghost caused Immortal to phase, allowing him to not take damage while the Executioner was forcing him to take several hits of the explosions in the water. All of them were still on guard. They knew there was no way he was dead from that. But the Executioner now had a new strategy, as he flew towards both Aquarius and Darkwing. Flying towards Darkwing and preparing to land a punch on him, Red Rush was able to see what he was about to do, so he began to run right towards that direction. The Executioner spun around midair before clapping, sending a shockwave right towards Red Rush's direction, sending him off course. It was a feint, but they realized a little bit too late, as the Executioner spun midair and chopped off Darkwing's head. And that was the last straw. Not just one, but two members of the Guardians of the Globe were now dead. But before any of them could rush towards them, they saw Darkwing's suit begin to glow, a backup plan in case he died. Considering Darkwing was human, he knew there was a high likely chance that he was going to die in a fight like this, with the remaining 5 members of the Guardians of the Globe all teleporting away before that explosion could hit them, teleporting quite a far distance away. before the suit exploded, making an explosion so massive it was able to dwarf over mountains with relative ease. And the Executioner groaned quite a bit from that. It hurt. It hurt quite a bit. He had to admit it was impressive for that to be his final sacrifice. But then Red Rush, the Immortal, and War Woman were all teleported back. They weren't going to let the Executioner recover for even a second. They were going to finish this off, and now. At first he was wondering where was Green Ghost, but then suddenly he felt himself be phased into the floor. Green Ghost now using technology of the GDA in order to cloak herself even further. After all, she knew in her non-phasing form she was still visible. But this wasn't something she wanted to use until the end. She didn't want them to be aware of such abilities, but she had to wonder, if she used this earlier, maybe they could have had a chance. Maybe two of her friends wouldn't be dead today. Red Rush was the first to rush over, pushing himself to speeds he had never moved at before, landing one of the mace strikes on his face, before landing another on his side. He was whirling around him, landing several of those mace strikes a second. While nowhere near as strong as his allies, he was still able to do quite a bit of damage, especially with the mace now in his hands. Especially discombobulating him repeatedly with the mace, making it much harder for him to be able to try and predict where he was moving. While this was happening, Aquarius was also charging up a large burst of water, preparing his strongest burst of water yet. He hadn't teleported back in yet because he needed some more time to charge this, something the others are buying for him right now. As both Immortal and War Woman rushed down, starting to release a rapid amount of blows onto the Executioner's body. War Woman landing several slashes. She wasn't strong enough to decapitate a Viltrumite, but she was strong enough to at least slash him. But they were quickly weakening him, quickly making sure he couldn't fight back, and while he was trying to, they were quick to defend themselves, or Red Rush was quick to intervene. But then Aquarius teleported right in front of the Executioner and clapped his hands together, firing a pinpoint compressed burst of water right towards the Executioner's head. And with how much damage the Executioner had taken up to this point, that was enough to finish them off, killing the Executioner. The Guardians of the Globe were all panting. This was the hardest battle of their life, and they had lost two of their members. Not to mention, with the fact that all of them could have easily died in this fight if they weren't careful, now a lot of them were left thinking on what to do next. But that was for later. They still had an invasion they had to help fight off, but right now they couldn't really fight. They were still exhausted. They needed a bit more time to recover and rest. Cecil was watching the results of each of these battles, and he couldn't help but smile. It was a somber victory. Sure, they had managed to win against all the Viltrumites, but they had also lost comrades. But a look of determination rose onto Cecil, determined to make sure that this wouldn't happen again. Alan the alien was flying towards Earth at full speed right now. Cecil had contacted the coalition of planets, telling them that a total of 5 Viltrumites were invading, the biggest Viltrumite invasion force they had seen in a while, including a man who matched the description of Conquest, someone who had never failed to take over a single planet. Alan was hoping, no, he was praying that he was going to make it on time. He had no idea what he was about to see. At the same time, though, on Earth, several soldiers were fighting. Soldiers of the GDA, soldiers of the military, soldiers of villains, villains themselves, and heroes were all fighting against the alien invaders. Across the map, people who would normally face off against each other were currently working together in order to stop them. Because they all had one thing in common, they were going to make sure that Earth wasn't going to fall under some alien's control. Tens of thousands of small ships had been coming down from the sky, but just as fast as they were coming down from the sky, they were being shot down. Both Rexplode and Kill Cannon at the same time fired some attacks into the sky, Rexplode firing several explosives while at the same time Kill Cannon rapid-fired a bunch of lasers. As Rex said, "You know, I never in a million years thought I'd be working with you." With Kill Cannon laughing as he said, "If anyone's taken over this planet, it's gonna be me, not some damn aliens." Shrinking Ray, meanwhile, had managed to hijack one of the ships, and was now using it to fire on some of the ships as well. Robot had his drones all across the map, firing at several different ships in order to make sure they fell, though he was also taking some of the materials for himself, curious to see what he could come up with once he did. Meanwhile, back at Project Anvil Base, the Mollertones were currently looking over some things. They were doing medical analysis over several of the soldiers. After all, several of them did get injured, including one of their own being knockout. They weren't too sure if they'd be able to help her fully recover, but they'd at least try their best. But then they all suddenly got an alert. Somebody else was waking up earlier than expected, and they had healed even faster than expected as well. The Muller twins quickly both smirked towards each other, as one of them said, "Here comes the cavalry." We now go back over to space, where the alien commander is currently panicking. All 5 of the Viltrumites they had sent here had been defeated, and he was debating on if he should retreat. But this was the Viltrumite Empire. If they were going to retreat, that would mean death for them. They couldn't do it without permission. So he prepared himself. He was about to call their leader, try and see if they would pick up. But before they could, they saw something down below. The ships they were sending were disappearing at a much more rapid rate in comparison to before. The people on Earth were starting to see a green and black light flying incredibly fast, leaving behind destroyed ships as it moved, before it flew past one of the warships, completely destroying it, flying over to another one of the warships and doing the same. And all of the heroes were realizing immediately who this was. And the light eventually flew over to the main warship. And when the alien commanders saw who it was, their eyes widened. Their hands shook as they then called out, "All ships, all cannons, fire on!" Immediately, do everything you can and don't let them get close. Invincible was floating in space, in the war suit, before he had his helmet connect with the ship in order to make sure that all the remaining warships could hear him, alongside the main commanding one. You all chose a horrible day to invade. Under normal circumstances, I would be a lot more merciful. But because of you, one of my allies is in critical condition. 2 of my comrades are dead. So you have one final shot, one final chance. Abandon your warships. Take your smaller ships and abandon the Viltrumite Empire. I never want to see any of you again. Or I kill each and every single one of you. Deactivate your weapons and surrender. This is your last chance for mercy. Under normal circumstances, he would have given them a chance to leave with their weapons, but he wasn't going to do that. It was either they abandon the Viltrumite Empire or he kills them. Half of the warships chose to follow his order, the weapons deactivating on them before the aliens quickly began to evacuate out of fear. They knew how strong he was, and concerned with the fact they were able to defeat the Viltrumites without him being even present, especially someone of Conquest's capability, they knew they stood no chance. A quarter of them only had parts of them abandoned, but the last remaining warships, including the commanding one, all tried to fire on Invincible. And when they did, Invincible simply sighed. And in quick succession he moved, taking out warship after warship, though he moved with clear intentionality, trying his best to not damage technology within the warship. The speed he eliminated the soldiers at was quite immense. Once he was done, he began to direct each of the ships back down to Earth, in particular to the Project Anvil base, doing so slowly for each of them. Ultimately, they had managed to do something that no other planet had been able to do, repelling not just a Viltrumite invasion, but a second attempt of a Viltrumite invasion. And Invincible was making sure they were going to get stronger from this. But truth be told, this victory still had a bad taste in his mouth, mainly because of what happened to Knockout. He hoped that she was going to be doing okay alongside everybody else, but right now that was uncertain. Invincible landed back in front of Project Anvil's base, finally finishing with putting the Viltrumite warships back on Earth. In truth, he had no idea what he was going to do with that technology, but he had a feeling that this would at least be able to help them somewhat. Worst case scenario, they get nothing from it and they have to scrap it for parts. But who knows what they could learn from this technology. Invincible had enough faith in his scientists. Before suddenly he got another report. One from the Guardians of the Globe. They had succeeded in eliminating their Viltrumite, but it was at the cost of Darkwing as well as Martian Man. Invincible closed both of his fists. Every single soldier that was nearby could feel the anger emanating from him. Not just did one of the people directly under him get heavily injured and maybe even dead in Knockout, but also 2 people he considered mentor figures, 2 people that had helped raise him, were now dead. All of this happened because of Multipol. If Multipol didn't put him in the hospital like he did, if he wasn't in a coma for as long as he was, he would have been able to help them. He would have been able to save the Guardians of the Globe. But no, all he could do was wake up at the last moment when he was no longer needed. The Earth could have handled the remaining invaders. In spite of it all, in spite of him being a bit disappointed in himself for the result, he did have to admit this was an overwhelming victory. Nolan alone was expected to be enough to be able to take over the planet. And yet they managed to overcome 4 Viltrumites. He did wonder how the planet would do if they didn't rely on battle beasts to deal with that Viltrumite, but he had confidence that they'd be able to figure out a way to win. Mark right now was heading over to the infirmary. While he was aware of Knockout's condition, he was also aware of the fact that 2 others were already there as well, getting their wounds treated and being there to check up on their friend. Those 2 people of course being Kid 4 as well as Bolt. He was happy to see they didn't have any crippling injuries, mainly just bruises they had to handle as well as some broken bones. While physically they were going to recover, mentally though, it was pretty clear to him they weren't doing the best right now. Invincible leaned against the entrance as he said, "Seems you 2 are physically fine. How are you both feeling? Both of them shrugged, as Kid 4 then said, "We knew what we were fighting against, but man, actually experiencing the Viltrumites were something else. Especially considering we were in smaller teams like that." Mark sent them both a smile as he said, "Still, you guys did incredibly well." "I am sorry about what happened though with Knockout." Both of them shook their head as Bolt said, "No need to worry. We all were aware of the risk that came with this battle, the fact we were fighting against a stronger Viltrumite. But we've both been thinking. We are thankful for this opportunity you presented to us to be able to help Project Anvil, to be able to fight against Viltrumites like this, but we're honestly not built to handle this type of conflict. We don't have the super physical potential of you, Terra, or Oliver. We don't have your flight, we don't have your natural resistances, nor do we have the range capabilities of our other 4 teammates. We're still just human at the end of the day. We're not quitting being heroes or anything like that, it's just, we're not built to be able to handle Viltrumites." And once Invincible heard that, he simply sent them a nod. He understood quite well why they wanted to leave. Before he then said, "Alright, well, I thank the both of you for your services to Project Anvil. You 3 are still always welcome to the base. Our medical bay and training area is all free for you guys to use. You are still family to us after all, so don't be a stranger, alright?" Upon hearing that from Mark, both of them nodded. They knew Mark wasn't like most military bosses, and they were happy that they were right about Mark, that he was actually more on the understanding side of their circumstances. Not to mention they even got the bonus of still being able to use the facilities here to train. And with that, the 3 of them began to discuss things like benefits they would get upon leaving the organization, as well as potential new connections that Mark might be able to set them up with. After all, he wanted to make sure things were ended on good terms. So after finishing talking with them and checking on their mental state, he left, leaving them to rest for now and stay with their teammates. Though now he had a new task he needed to do. He needed to find more members of Project Anvil, as well as maybe helping out to find some replacement members for the Guardians of the Globe. Though that thought did have a slight sting to it, after all, the members of the Guardians of the Globe were like family to him. They were his mentors, people who helped raise him, so having to think about replacing them, while it was a necessity, it wasn't something he enjoyed doing. Still, that was Immortal's team, not his. He would leave it to them for now and focus on his own. Invincible was continuing to walk through the base for now, but as he was walking, he ran into several of the members of Project Anvil. Adam Eve, Solar, Lunar, as well as Frobolt were who he ran into. Powerplex decided to return back home for now, mainly just to check if his family was doing okay. On top of that, pushing himself in the way he did to tank Adam Eve's meteor like that left some marks on his body, and he was definitely going to need to rest it for a few days. Tech Jacket was in a similar boat, wanting to check if his village was okay and making sure it didn't suffer any major damages. The team, similar to Mark, were also feeling conflicted. While they had ultimately won their battles, one of their comrades was currently in the infirmary, which led to Lunar asking, "Are they gonna be okay?" Mark sighed before saying, "Currently, I'm not too sure, but I do know the 3 of them are quitting Project Anvil after this, so we're going to need to find some new members for the team, but that can wait for later." Upon hearing that news, not a single one of them had judgment in their eyes for the choices that they had made. Especially Frobolt and Adam Eve understood them. After all, they were still full humans fighting well out of their depth at the end of the day. Both of them knew they had room to grow. They were going to make sure they caught up to their comrades. Mark then told all of them for now to rest. After all, they still ultimately won and had one of the most physically stressful moments of their lives. They deserved some time to rest and relax after all of this. Leave cleaning up to him. That was going to be his way to make up for the fact that he wasn't awake for the initial part of the invasion. Granted, not a single one of them actually blamed him for that. They knew just how dangerous of an opponent Multipole actually was with their reanimate enhancements, but still they understood how Mark was feeling, and letting him do this would most likely help him out with that. Frobolt and Lunar decided they were going to head over to the city for a bit, mainly just get their minds off of things. Solar, on the other hand, was going to head over to Russia, mainly to check over how Red Rush was doing. After all, since they were their mentor, they were the most immediate thought to them. Adam Eve, on the other hand, wanted to stay behind with Mark. She felt no one should be alone, especially not Mark right now. And if she's being honest, she kind of felt this was going to help her as well. Mark didn't really have any objections to that, so they all split ways. First, Mark and Eve were heading over to the Hail Mary. They wanted to check on their pet, and they could see that Hail Mary was currently doing very good. It was satisfied, it got their revenge on Krieg, which that also reminded him that he was definitely going to need to question Krieg later. Now that Mark had fully seen what a Viltrumite invasion was actually like, a full-force invasion, he was certain now that he was going to go to war with Viltrum. While he was certain before, now his heart was really in it. Eve was also able to tell this change about Mark. There was always an anger in him towards the Viltrumites, though for a little bit it was soothed when he heard that Omniman wasn't part of the Empire, or at least it seemed that way. However, things seemed to take a drastic shift now. Now the Empire was directly responsible for more people close to him dying. One of his comrades and 2 of his mentors. Of course, she was feeling that fire in her too. Viltrum had brought this war upon themselves, and if there was one thing they were certain they were going to teach Viltrum, it was why they should never have messed with Earth to begin with. As the 2 of them were playing with the Hail Mary and talking for a bit, they then got a call from the Muller twins. They had a proposition they wanted to talk with Mark about. Amy told him that she would catch up with him later. She was going to finish up with all the necessary tasks they need to do to take care of something like the Hail Mary. Invincible gave them a thumbs up before leaving in order to head to the Muller twins' lab. When he entered into the Muller twins' office, he was able to notice some upgrades and new things that weren't here before. Up first were 3 much bigger Reanimen than normal, around the same size as the Muller twins each. It didn't take long for Mark to realize that these 3 were clones of the Muller twins, even though they were wearing full armor to make sure the Muller twins didn't have to see their dead bodies. On top of that, it also seemed their lab was a little bit expanded. Now they had 2 more additional cloning pods. Alongside those 2, Robot was also present, and would look like a mini version of Rexplode. That did confuse Invincible at first, as Rudy then said, "Hello, Invincible. I know I currently look like Rex, but this is my new body. I am Robot. And now I'm in a much more suitable form to be able to help the planet, thanks to the assistance of the 2 Muller twins." Invincible gave a nod, understanding. Of course, he was a bit confused at why Robot chose this age. He was more than familiar with the Muller twins' work, so he definitely knew Robot could have picked any age he wanted. But considering everything that had happened today and just how hectic the day was, he didn't decide to question it for too long. In truth, a part of him just wanted to get this meeting or whatever they had planned over with. As Invincible said, "What do you guys want to propose? I kinda have a bunch of work to do since we're going to need to find new members of Project Anvil soon." This caused the Muller twins to smirk, as one of them said, "Fortunately for you, we might actually have something that can help you. As you know, we were able to clone you a while back, though Solar and Lunar weren't exactly on par with you. However, they are most definitely starting to catch up to you now, especially with them finding their own path. But right now, we also have very limited data on why they were so different from you. We never really had that happen with clones before. Granted, we also never tried to clone a Viltrumite before, but you get it. So we want to reattempt the clone experiment with you again. But this time we want to up the Viltrumite DNA rather than upping the human DNA. We are curious to see what would happen. We don't want to mass produce them, but we do at least want to try that with 1, maybe 2 more clones." That was when Robot stepped up as he said, "I ultimately do think it would be better for our planet as well. It gives us another chance to understand Viltrumite DNA. Plus, if the time comes necessary for us to need to make more of you, make more Viltrumites, it might allow us to have more understanding before needing to do it in a rush. And most of all, it can help us to understand more and more Viltrumite inherent nature. We've been able to understand up to this point that Viltrumites are not inherently evil, but still, we are lacking a current understanding of them. Not to mention, we are also lacking proper forces to launch a counterattack. While we were able to defend our planet, we wouldn't be able to send all of our forces out to space. So this experiment might result in a stronger clone that might be able to help protect the planet." And when Invincible heard that, he was quiet for a couple of seconds. He wasn't going to respond impulsively, that wasn't how he was raised. But now he was put on a crossroads. After this show, there was no way in hell the Viltrumite Empire was going to remain stagnant, and even if they did, they were still massively outnumbered in terms of Viltrumites. Going by the info they had gotten earlier, they still had around 7 times more Viltrumites than what Earth had dealt with so far. And Mark knew well that when an empire like this had finally been challenged, there was no way they were just going to stand still. He knew Oliver and Tara should also have the exact same potential as him, so them reaching his level eventually was a guarantee. Then there was Adam Eve, Powerplex, Tech Jacket, as well as Frobolt. All of them evolving in such unique ways, but at the same time you had to question if that was going to be enough. Even with Alan as well as Thaddeus and that bounty hunter helping as well, was that really going to be enough? Even with Battle Beasts on their side, would that be enough? He knew optimally this was the best move, but at the same time he didn't feel right about this. He didn't feel right about making a life with the sole purpose of them joining a war. Especially after the invasion that most recently happened, he didn't feel right about it. He was put in an odd spot, but he ultimately did come to a choice. As he said, "I will allow this experiment to happen, but I do have some conditions for it. Number 1, they are still ultimately a person at the end of the day, and I need to make sure you all remember that. They aren't weapons to be used, they aren't test experiments, they are a person. When he said that, he was of course mainly looking at Robot. He knew the Muller twins more than anybody understood that and why he had that requirement, but Robot he wasn't too sure about. The second requirement is you are not going to force them to be combatants. If they choose to fight in this war, that is up to them. I don't care how much power they have. I don't care if they're even going to be equal or maybe even stronger than me. It will be their choice whether they participate or not. My third and final requirement is rather simple. No placing a backup plan to control them in case things go wrong. If the experiment does start to go wrong, I will handle it. I'm going to be the backup plan, so no need to worry about that. Those are my 3 terms and conditions before we do this. And all 3 of them nodded, understanding exactly why he had those terms. Though, Robot was thinking a little bit more about this. Granted, he did have that counter to all Viltrumites that they had found out about earlier, one he was keeping secret from the GDA for now, just in case. He still wanted that backup plan just in case. So with all 3 of them agreeing, Invincible asked them how long it would take for them to prepare for the project. The Muller twins said they would be ready by the end of tonight. They were only going to need Invincible for about an hour, then they can continue the rest on their own. While they still had DNA from when Mark made Solar and Lunar, they did want to use the more updated DNA since Mark was stronger in comparison to when he had those 2. Hearing that, Mark gave them a thumbs up. He did have a couple things he wanted to do before this, so that was definitely going to be more than enough time for him to wait. So he told him to call them before he was ready before flying out. One of the Muller twins looked over to Robot for a moment and they felt something odd. They weren't sure what, but they felt like he was hiding something right now. They never could really get a read for that guy, and even though he had a brand new body and wasn't in a tin can suit anymore, that honestly made things feel even worse, not better. Still, that wasn't their job, so they decided to leave it, before the both of them got back to work. While this was happening, several leaders from all across the world were currently at the UN. While most people were happy about the fact that Earth had been able to repel the invasion, about the fact they had heroes to protect themselves, leaders were a bit more concerned. In particular, they were concerned about one man. The world's current strongest hero, strong enough to the point where if they wanted to, they could take over the planet, with the only people that could really challenge him being people directly underneath his command. And this was even more proof of that, the fact he could stop a complete alien invasion in a matter of minutes on his own. While the people saw success, the leaders only saw something to be afraid of. More than that, they saw something that they couldn't control. The one who all these leaders wanted to talk with was of course Cecil Stedman, the person who Invincible currently answers to. Cecil entered inside with a total of 5 other GDA soldiers as well as Donald, also having several GDA soldiers acting as security. One of the GDA soldiers though here was one who worked for Project Anvil, someone who most recently been updated to captain of one of their squads. Cecil already knew why they were here as well. They were here because they were afraid of the fact they had no way to control Mark. They had no way to stop Invincible if he turned evil. Now, of course, some of these people were genuinely concerned for their own people, concerned over the fact they had no way to protect them. Others on the more corrupt side of things didn't like the fact that an alien, a hero, had the way to stop them, one that couldn't be corrupted, and one who seemed so far away in power that there was no way to overcome them. Sure, they were aware of the multi-Paul incident, but that was a special case. It required using special upgraded technology Project Anvil had access to, and a meta power no one other than Duplicate currently had access to. As one of them said, "Currently we have an alien that we have no way to control. While you've assured us that he's on our side, we aren't sure how much we can trust it, especially with the level of power it has. Currently, if he wanted to, at the drop of a hat, he could end everybody on our planet. The last time we trusted an alien like that, it ended up with them being a traitor, Omniman. Who this alien is part of the same species. How can we know we can trust him? We need reassurance, Cecil. And how do we know we can always trust him to be on our side?" Cecil simply sighed. In another world, he actually would have agreed with them. In another world, he would have agreed that someone like Invincible needs countermeasures, needs plans just in case to defeat them. But this was not that world. As Cecil then said, "I will keep this short. Such necessities are not necessary for him. And the fact that you all are more blind than the civilians that live on the ground is honestly quite appalling to me. They have been able to see that Invincible is willing to sacrifice himself for all of us. Invincible himself even made sure to drill that into himself, that he is willing and ready to help the world. You're afraid of him because you know you aren't able to control him. But just because you're unable to control him doesn't mean he's not on your side. He has gone out of his way to improve every hero he could. Not just people of his own company, not just people of his own cloth, but everybody, even heroes that aren't associated with him. Learning their powers and ways to upgrade them and advance them so everybody on the Earth can get stronger together. Even working to the point where Earth is going to be able to defend itself without him, something that the Earth had proven today that they could have done. Because of his efforts, something that the world, that civilians all across the world have been able to see, but you all, so blinded by your ego and your desire for control, are blind to that. But understand, Invincible will always be on our side unless you all choose to become idiots and make him not on our side. He has put his life on the line for all of you to defend you. Do not be a self-fulfilling prophecy and turn him into the threat that you are so afraid of him becoming. I will make sure that Invincible continues to be on this right path, but you all are the people who are really going to make a difference. However, I will not be giving you the weapons to take down or turn one of our best heroes against us. The message was clear to all of them. It was their choice whether Invincible became a threat or not. Would they listen to their desire for control? Would they listen to their fear? Or would they trust Invincible? That was the message Cecil left them with. His choice was rather simple. He trusted Invincible. Whether they did or not, that was fully up to them. So after a bit more discussing, Cecil left, leaving them with that choice. Of course, he knew more than likely some of them weren't going to be too happy about this, but ultimately, this was the best thing he could do. Though he was going to at least keep tabs on the leaders that seemed to be not as bought by that speech, mainly because he did want to make sure if some of them did become threats, then he was going to take note of them. After all, if they did somehow pull off making something that could threaten Invincible, it would most definitely be a threat to the planet and something he would have to keep tabs on. And all 7 of them warped back to the GDA base. Cecil did have one more thing he needed to prepare for. He needed to prepare for telling Mark. As Donald said, should we give some security just in case things go wrong with telling Mark about that incident? Referring to the fact they knew Void was Nolan. And they didn't tell him immediately. But Cecil shook his head. He understood that Mark was more than likely not going to be happy about this, but he didn't think that Mark was going to react too violently. So Donald gave them a nod. They were still going to have cameras prepared to observe the situation just in case, but Cecil honestly doubted they were going to need them. Before Cecil could return to Project Anvil base, somebody else beat him to it. That person being Alan the alien. And he landed right in front of Project Anvil base, panting a little bit as he said, "I am so sorry I'm late. Please tell me I'm on time. Please tell me I'm on time." But when the soldiers looked over at him, they couldn't help but laugh a little bit. Alan was in such a rush he didn't even realize that most of the ships that were invading were already gone. And that was when Invincible teleported over right in front of him. Happy to see you were coming to back us up. Though, we handled it. As he took a moment to look Alan up and down and noticed near immediately, Alan was now a completely different beast in comparison to when he fought him. That ability to come back from injuries on near death was really nothing to scoff at, wasn't it? He felt stronger, his muscles and bones felt denser. The scanners were now telling him that even he wasn't anything comparable to what Alan the alien was now. Still, it was something that Invincible was determined to reach. Alan then wiped some sweat off his forehead, happy to hear that they were able to handle this. Before his eyes widened as he had the realization hit him, this planet was strong enough to deal with a total of 5 Viltrumites invading them, including Conquest, who they have heard several reports about. Though Invincible was quick to correct, they couldn't really take credit for beating Conquest, mainly because of the fact that it wasn't them, but rather someone they hired from space being Battle Beast. Still, Invincible was confident he would have been able to handle Conquest on his own, something Alan was quick to point out himself as well. He had to admit Thaddeus was right. Earth was really going to be the keystone in changing everything. It was already having results that several planets thought was impossible. Alan was very curious to see what the coalition of planets' reaction would be once they returned, once he informed them of what was happening. It was made even more impressive when they heard that they didn't just have one Viltrumite captured, but they now had 2. Those 2 of course being General Krieg as well as Anissa. 2 massive wealths of information on the Viltrumite Empire. As Alan said, we really need to get you to meet the coalition of planets pretty soon. The other members of the council are going to want to hear much more about you. Invincible nodded as he said, "Good. I might also be able to help you with your entire spy issue, since you did inform me that you did have a spy in there." Which that made Alan a little bit surprised. He wasn't too sure how he was going to do it, but considering everything that Earth has proven themselves capable of, he didn't doubt there was a way they could. At that same time though, that was when Cecil had arrived, teleporting in. He actually wasn't caught off guard by Alan being here, mainly because he was warned ahead of time. But Alan also being here was going to help a lot with what he needed to tell Mark. So after getting greetings out of the way, Cecil told him that he needed to talk with Mark, and it would be best if Alan came with them. With the both of them able to tell how serious this was thanks to Cecil's tone, they both agreed without much hesitation, though this did make Mark quite curious what this is going to be about. And with that, all three of them headed inside, going to Mark's office in order to talk. Once they arrived and took a seat, Cecil looked towards them as he said, "As you know, a little bit over 2 weeks ago, Alan and Thaddeus both arrived in order to talk with us, alongside a bounty hunter. During the time that you were encountering Thaddeus, I talked with the bounty hunter, and as you know, that's how I found out the information on the Viltrumite weaknesses, how we found out the fact there are currently only around 40 to 50 Viltrumites alive right now." Mark nodded. He was able to see where this was going though, it had something to do with that bounty hunter. Alan, on the other hand, was already prepared for that news. After all, he remembered overhearing Cecil talk to him about it and calling him by that name, which led Cecil to sigh as he said, "There's no easy way to say this, but that bounty hunter is someone very familiar to you. When he came to the planet, I was immediately aware of who he was, but I didn't inform you mainly because I wanted to see why he was here. That bounty hunter was your father, Nolan," which caused Invincible's eyes to widen, as if he was processing it, trying to figure out what to do next with this information. He also remembered that Cecil did want to tell him earlier than this. He remembered back before the multi-pole fight he was planning to tell him, but that fight came first. This must have been it. This must have been exactly what Cecil wanted to tell him. But that shock slowly turned into anger as Mark yelled, "Why didn't you tell me?" He had been training for so long to prepare the planet, but also to get the chance to avenge his mother, and now he had heard his father was here, the person who caused him such pain. Alan was also quick to look over to Invincible, preparing himself just in case he had to stop him, but from what he could tell, Invincible wasn't actually trying to attack or anything like that yet. He was just angry. And Cecil leaned back in the chair as he said, "For a couple of reasons. First, I needed to check if he was actually a threat, and if I let you go, you would have killed him without getting information. Imagine if Nolan was spying, or if he didn't come alone. And then there was the second reason of why I couldn't risk it, which is the potential fact that he wants to fight against the Viltrumite Empire. The fact he even gave us these weaknesses, the fact he told us how to counter the Empire, is a huge sign of that." Those reasons, while they didn't fully calm him down, it at least didn't make him angry at Cecil. He understood the tactics and why. But even with that in mind, even knowing they were an ally, there had to be something else, as he shook a little bit more and said, "Okay, why else? What was it that really sold you that he was worth keeping alive?" Cecil then looked down to the table for a moment before looking back up to Mark, as he said, "It was quite simple. What he told me he had been doing for the past 10 years. And I'm not telling you you need to forgive him or anything like that. Just that having him as your enemy isn't our best situation right now. You have to accept that. What he's been doing is trying to revive Debbie for the past 10 years, trying to find some way, but he ultimately came to nothing. So now he is working to try and help out the coalition of planets." Invincible's eyes then widened. There was no way he could truly believe that, not just from hearing it from Cecil. Sure, he trusted Cecil completely, but he couldn't. This was something that he couldn't just let go. Besides, even if they did succeed in reviving his mom, it wasn't like it was going to change anything. He knew well from people who had come back to life like immortal that that pain was still there, and he had gone 10 years without his mom. So Invincible's eyes looked over to Alan, as he then said, "Bring me to Nolan. I want to talk with him in person. And I know you know exactly where they are, Alan." That caused Alan's eyes to widen as he said, "I can't let you go. We need Nolan alive for this war. Once we are done with this war, you can do whatever you want with Nolan, but I can't let him die right now, and I can't trust that you're not going to kill him." Invincible clutched his fists for a moment before lowering it. He was trying to calm himself down. He understood their perspective. He understood logically why they were doing this. But still, a rage and fire had been opened in him, one that was in the background originally, but now had the fuel to amplify it. But he didn't want to physically lash out at them either. He wasn't some child who would do that to get what he wanted. Mark took a breath in and a breath out, before he then said, "Fine, I won't kill him. But there are some things I need to ask him. I just need to talk to him. I need to learn why. I need to see this new Nolan with my own eyes. And if I do attempt to kill him, you can stop me, Alan. You are now much stronger than me. So please, let me go with you to the planet in order to talk with him. Alan looked over to Cecil for confirmation, and Cecil thought about it for a couple more seconds before nodding. This would be a lot healthier for Mark than getting revenge, and truth be told, he thought this would actually help him a lot more. So Alan sighed before saying, "Fine, I agree. When are we going to go?" Mark told him that he was going to go tomorrow, mainly because he still needed to help out with the Muller twins experiment. It was something he promised, and not something he wanted to make them wait on depending on how long he was about to be in space for. And while that did remind Alan of something he wanted to ask, he figured it might be best to ask that later, considering Mark definitely wasn't in a good mood right now. Hell, he wasn't even in a good mood before he came to meet Alan. And with this information on top of that, yeah, he was definitely going to wait. Though Cecil asked Alan if he can leave the office for a minute so him and Mark could talk alone. Alan nodded before getting up and walking out. Cecil then looked towards Mark as he said, "You do understand why I did this, right? Why I didn't immediately tell you when he arrived?" Mark nodded as he said, "That part I understand considering my reaction, but I wish you at least told me earlier, before he could have left the planet." Cecil looked towards one of the walls as he said, "I would have if I was certain how I wanted to handle it. Truth be told, even at that point I wasn't too certain what I felt. But more importantly, I felt it was necessary to give you some time, which now you're going to have some time yourself. However long you're going to be in space, you're going to have time to think. But I do hope you come to the right decision, Mark. Whatever that right decision is for you, I hope it's not one you regret. No matter what though, you'll have us waiting for you back home and ready." Invincible nodded before saying, "Thank you, but I think I want to be alone right now." Cecil gave him a nod of understanding before leaving, teleporting out in order to give Mark some time to think. In China, at the main base location of the Order, Machine Head was currently sitting down, relaxing in his chair, watching over a recording that was given to him by one of the leaders of the UN, one that was completely under his control and payroll. And as he was watching, he would have smirked if he had a mouth. Isotope then walked in as he said, "Something funny, boss?" Machine Head nodded as he said, "We're about to enter into a very interesting time period, I feel. As you know, I've always had a good eye with prediction. But now Earth has successfully pulled off something that hasn't been done ever across the cosmos. At least from what my sources in space have told me, no one has ever successfully repelled a Viltrumite invasion, let alone two of them where one of them held the Great Conquest. Admittedly, that was because of us since we gave them battle beasts, but that's still beside the point. And now the unassuming planet of Earth has been put on the map. Not to mention some leaders of Earth are definitely not going to take Cecil's warning and gonna become self-fulfilling prophecies in their own right. Not to mention the coalition of planets. I mean, sure, Mark might be an ally of theirs for now, but how long will that last? How long will something out of their control like Earth really last trust-wise? Which is where we're going to come in. If we play our cards right, we'll become one of the most powerful factions on Earth, nay, the cosmos. We are allies of the GDA. We have access to the same technology that allowed Multipole to challenge Merc to begin with. And thanks to Battle Beasts, we have a much wider amount of range for who we can make our Reaniman. All we're missing is the cloning technology that Multipole talked about that the GDA has and will really be good. The gears of conflict are opening, and the one who benefits the most are not the ones who fight the war, but the ones who are selling weapons to both sides. As he looked out the window and said, "Remind me, Isotope, I need to add a mouth to my face. I have been making so many of these facial expressions in my head this entire time, and it is getting annoying." Isotope nodded before smiling as he warped away. Machine Head's ambitions had really been opened, and Isotope was determined to make himself dirty rich from this. A couple of hours would pass after the discussion between Alan the alien, Invincible, and Cecil. During this time, Mark had gotten more than enough of his DNA as sample in order to allow the Muller twins to begin their next cloning experiment. Mark knew they were likely going to be ready by the time he got back, but he was still curious what was going to be the result of this. Fortunately, neither Mark nor Alan needed a ship. Mark also decided to turn on the map system inside of his armor. That way he'd be able to reverse search himself in case he did end up getting lost from Alan. Of course he didn't think that would happen, but just in case, you never know. Mark also made sure to tell the remaining members of Project Anvil that protecting the planet was going to fall on them for a bit, though they weren't really expecting anything too big while he was gone. And while Adam Eve did actually want to go with him, she knew she wouldn't be able to. She just ended up slowing them down because they definitely need a spaceship to carry her. She wouldn't be able to keep up with either of their flight speed. According to Alan though, they were only going to be gone for at most 2 days. So after Mark prepared all of his equipment necessary, the two of them took off, flying into space. And for the first time ever, Mark was properly experiencing the cosmos. Sure, he had been to space before, but he never really got to see all of the planets around them. And even seeing them from this overview, it was something else to him. All of these planets with life forms on them, people similar to him. People with their own cultures, with their own religions, with their own ways of life. Maybe one day, after he was done defeating the Viltrumite Empire, he'd be able to explore these planets, meet the people who are on them once things are safe. As he thought, I understood why you guys were doing what you were doing, but now I feel I can really feel it. All of these people to protect, these planets, everyone here. Which Alan nodded at as he said, a lot of people have suffered from the Viltrumite Empire, you know. Planets have gone completely extinct from them, but now you're shining a new ray of hope, Mark. You should honestly be really proud of yourself for that. Invincible nodded. He was happy he could do whatever he could to help. There were people who would never be able to defend themselves against the Viltrumite Empire, and that was what he was going to exist for. He wasn't just going to help protect Earth, but he was going to help protect everybody. If Alan was being honest, that will and hope that Mark wielded, it was something he found quite admirable about him. Though in truth right now, seeing all of these lives, it was amping up his hatred towards the Viltrumite Empire. How could somebody so selfishly end so many lives at once just for their own self-benefit? Innocent lives like these didn't deserve the fate they were getting from the Empire. It was why they needed to fall. However, that wasn't the only thing Invincible was thinking about. He was also thinking about his father, the fact he was about to meet him again. And in truth, he didn't really know what to think right now. Of course, he still felt hate, and he knew for a fact he wouldn't kill his father, but at the same time, he didn't even know what to expect when he arrived. But there was also something else that was rising in his head, the question of why he decided to turn sides, of why he was trying to revive Mom. From what he saw, other than Thaddeus, no Viltrumite had ever broken like this, but why did he? He couldn't believe that it was just his family. He couldn't believe that for a second. As the two of them were flying though, they also did notice a spaceship fly past them, flying in the other direction. And when he scanned it, it didn't seem like a military type of spaceship. It seemed like a small family was on it. There was also something on that ship that his scanners were detecting as odd, a high power energy source, but he couldn't really figure out what it was, though he also saw the species on there was rather humanoid. However, he and Alan knew not to interfere with that. They were more than likely just travelers. And as they continued to fly, they eventually saw the planet they were looking for, Fraxa. They landed nearby the palace. While it was a surprise visit, it was most definitely a welcome one. After all, they knew who Alan was, and they assumed that it was more than likely something to do with the coalition of planets and the next steps in the war. Nolan came floating out in his void suit equipped, but he was surprised when he saw who else was there. He saw his son again, Mark Grayson. And the second that Mark saw him, the second Mark saw his father again, it was like time froze. Sure, it was one thing to logically understand why he couldn't kill him. It was one thing to give the promise that he wouldn't, but seeing him, seeing the object of his anger in front of him after all this time. And for the first time in almost a decade, Mark acted purely on emotion, in a speed that even caught Alan off guard. He closed the gap and uppercutted Nolan straight in the chin, sending him flying high into the sky. There was one thing ingrained into Mark, even in this state of anger, that he didn't lose, which was his desire to make sure civilians stayed safe. Alan's eyes widened upon seeing that as he said, I knew this wasn't a good idea. Worry entered onto several of the Fraxons, including one that was coming out holding a baby. This one was Andressa. As Andressa said, what's going on? TLDR, we know your king is Nolan. Mark, his son, is very angry at him. Don't worry, I'm not gonna let him die. Andressa's eyes widened, but not in shock. It was a clear sign she knew exactly what was going on, as she said, oh no. And Alan looked over to that baby for a moment and realized something. That was another one of Nolan's kids. Another half Viltrumite. From that hit, Nolan's mask was completely broken, forced off of his face as well. As he spat up a bit of blood, that blow hurt. And he saw green and black light rushing right towards him. As Nolan then said, Mark, please, stop. But before he could finish, Mark grabbed onto his face and began to rocket right back into the ground, sending them both towards one of the mountains and sending Nolan straight through it, before flying through the cavern he made and punching Omniman straight in the gut, causing him to cough up a large amount of blood as he said, "Did you give Mom a chance to talk before you slaughtered her?" Not even giving them a chance to follow up before punching him straight in the chest and then clapping his hands, sending a shockwave right towards his head. Nolan was really starting to realize the power of his son. Of course, he was aware of all of his accolades, but actually feeling it was something else. And he remembered Cecil's threat, the fact that Mark could end his life if he wanted to. And he was seeing now it wasn't an empty threat, but what the hell was he doing? Did Cecil tell him? Why was Mark here? And right as Mark was about to follow it up by trying to punch on his head, that punch was caught, but not by Nolan. It was caught by Alan, before Alan quickly moved and pulled Mark into a bear hug, forcefully holding him still as he said, "Easy, Mark, easy. I can't let you just kill him, remember? And that was the deal. I would stop you if you were going to try. Don't make me knock you out." And Mark was starting to thrash. Rage was entering into him. He wanted Alan to let go. He wanted to keep attacking his father. And Nolan was watching this, watching the son that he had left behind, the hatred that was filling him, and it made all of those emotions of guilt that he had felt. It was making them all swell to levels he had never felt before. But Mark began to calm down as he said, "Okay, I understand. You can let go of me now. I won't attack." Since Mark was on another planet, he wasn't able to teleport out. The teleporter only worked on Earth. So we knew this was going to be the only option. He was going to need to calm down, and after Alan took a few more moments just to make sure he was calm, he eventually let him go. And after he did, Mark looked towards Nolan for a second before flying off, flying back towards the city. Nolan gained a look of worry for a moment before Alan shook his head, as he said, "I really doubt he's going to do anything to your city. After all, if he wanted to do something like that, he would have done so in his first attack. He intentionally uppercutted you into the sky. He intentionally launched you away to make sure you wouldn't kill anybody. Your son is a hero no matter how much rage he's feeling. But I think right now he just needs some time to think alone." And Nolan nodded before he looked over to Alan and asked, "How long did you know?" As Mark continued to fly through the city, but he didn't come down to meet anybody yet. Instead, he just wanted to fly right now and look around at the people here. People that he could tell were similar at least to Earthlings, not in looks, but at least how they acted. Truth be told, seeing this planet did sting a little bit for him. After all, he chose this planet. This was the one he chose to turn good for, not Earth. He still felt immense anger towards Nolan, and he knew that was never going to go away, but he had to wonder why. And as he was flying, he saw somebody else call out to him. This, of course, being Andressa. She wanted to talk with him, and while Mark contemplated it for a couple of seconds, he decided to go through with it, as he landed next to them in order to talk. "Just to make it clear, I have no negative intentions for this planet. I don't blame you all for having him around. But you wanted to talk with me, right? So, what did you want to talk about?" And that was a relief to hear for Andressa before she then said, "I just need to show you some things. Because I do understand your anger. I know what happened to you and your mom. I'm not going to try and convince you not to hate him. So can you walk with me for a second?" And Invincible nodded. This was likely going to be the only way he'd get answers to why. Why this planet? What had he been doing for 10 years? And why he decided to go rogue? And two of them headed back towards the palace. As the two of them walked, Mark had a smile begin to rise on his face as he said, "I must admit, your world looks pretty nice. You've done a good job in guiding these people. I do assume you're one of the rulers, right?" Andressa nodded as she said, "That is correct, though the other ruler here is Nolan. Which, I do know there is a lot I need to talk about with him to you, so please do take a seat." Invincible walked over to the chair, and he was able to see that it was at least somewhat similar to Earth. Granted, that was something he was able to tell about most of the buildings here. While the architecture looked different, it still did feel somewhat similar to Earth. But he took a seat. He was curious to see what they were going to say, as Andressa took a seat as well. "When I met Nolan, he was on the verge of taking his own life. He was about to throw himself into a black hole. One of the few natural phenomena in this universe that could potentially kill a Viltrumite. But he only did that after spending 9 years across the cosmos trying to find some way to revive your mother. but after realizing there was nothing, he planned to end his own life, believing he was nothing more than a scorn on the universe. However, when he saw a spaceship with me included about to fly into said same black hole, he instead chose to save us, giving us his spaceship in order to head back to our home, and while he was planning to fly back into the black hole, we convinced him to stay with us for a bit longer. And it evolved. He eventually changed, and now is our protector of our world. And I had no intention whatsoever to replace you and your family. Truthfully, I didn't really know until later on, and by that point I had already fallen for your father. However, that was when Mark chose to interrupt as he said, "Please stop calling him my father. I've stopped considering him that a long time ago, and I'm not going to start now." Andressa gave a nod of understanding. She could only imagine the pain that he was going through right now. As she then said, "I understand if you hate him. I honestly don't blame you for that considering everything he had done, nor does he. But there is one thing I need you to understand." That was when another Fraxon came into the room, one that was currently carrying a baby. And Mark's eyes widened for a moment as he saw that baby. He saw that child. And he looked to Andressa for a moment before looking back to the child. He was able to realize quite fast what that meant. That was Nolan's son. That was his half-brother. And that stung a lot more than most other blows did. That stung more than even the bones he felt break when he was battling against Multi-Paul. Of course, he already knew they weren't replacements, but still, just see he had moved on. To see that he had gained a new family and become better, it hurt for him. As Andressa then continued, "I can't let you kill Nolan. My people have a much shorter lifespan in comparison to your own. For you, a year is barely any amount of time, but for us, a year is our entire lifespan. Some have gotten lucky, managed to survive for a year and a half, or maybe even 2 years, but those are rare and few in between. And I know I am likely not going to be one of those people. But if Nolan dies, this baby will grow up without a father. This baby will grow up without people to be around them, as every single one of the generations that he'd know here will eventually die. Every connection that he had made will end up dying here. And I don't want that for my son." When Invincible heard that description, he remembered 2 things. The first, of course, was the Immortal. After all, he went through something very similar. He was more than aware of the pain that the Immortal had gone through, the fact he had lived through several connections he had made, lived through their children and grandchildren, all of them going extinct. The difference was that baby would have to grow up with it, and that was the second pain. The second thing it reminded him of, the fact he grew up without parents. Though even then, it wouldn't be close to what this baby would be going through. At least he got 7 years of memory with his mom. But this baby would have nothing. As Mark looked over to the baby again, seeing the baby reach out its small little hands for Mark. Despite the helmet Mark was wearing, it could fully recognize them as their brother. And now, Mark was certain about something. No matter what happened, he couldn't kill Nolan. He refused to put a child through the same pain that he had been put through. He deactivated his helmet for a moment, sending a somber-filled smile over to Andressa. "I hope, for the time you have left, that you're able to enjoy it. But you have my promise that I will not hurt Nolan. But I have no intention whatsoever to forgive them. That pain will never go away. But I won't kill them either." And Andressa nodded, a soft smile forming onto them, thankful to hear that. She did hope one day, maybe, just maybe in the future, their bond might be able to be repaired. But this was at least good enough, as she said thank you. Before Mark smiled, as he then said, "Do you mind if I ask, what do you plan to name him?" Andressa chuckled a little as she said, "With our people, we usually allow them to pick out their own names. Which, from what I understand, isn't really how it works on Earth. Your parents usually give you your name, correct?" Mark would have nodded as he said, "That's correct. Still, if it's okay, I think I will come over to this planet to visit from time to time. They are still my half-brother at the end of the day." And with that, the two of them began to exit, heading out from the palace and heading back towards the courtyard. Mark's anger and hate towards Nolan still remained, and he knew it was always going to be some part of him. But at the same time, it was being mellowed out. Something far more important was in his mind. Making sure a child didn't have to go through the same pain as him. That was much more important than making sure the person who's responsible for his own pain suffered. When they arrived, they saw 2 people waiting at the courtyard. Those 2 people, of course, being Nolan as well as Alan. Alan smiled, happy to see that Mark was definitely a bit calmer now. but he now seemed a bit more on the somber side as well. And when Nolan saw it, he felt all of that guilt returning back to him. He wanted to apologize, he wanted to say sorry, but right now, there was no way, no words that could be given that would be an acceptable apology. But before Nolan could even begin to start speaking, Mark was the one who cut the silence first. If you're going to apologize to me, you can save it. I don't forgive you for anything you have done, and I never will. But I'm not going to kill you either. I'm not going to do what you did. I'm not going to leave a child without their parent. You have a second chance at family now. But if you neglect this one, if you end up doing any harm whatsoever to this one, there will be no empire, there will be no person who will save you from what I will do. Do you understand me? When Nolan heard that, he gave a nod. He immediately understood, and he had no intention whatsoever to screw up this chance again. Invincible then reactivated his helmet, before he then looked over to Alan as he said, "Let's go," not even giving Nolan a chance to respond before flying off, heading back into space. Nolan looked up for a moment, contemplating if he wanted to fly after him, until Alan shook his head as he told him, "I got this, leave that to me." Before Alan took off as well, flying after Mark in order to talk with him. It wasn't long until Mark heard Alan's voice ask, "You doing alright, man?" Mark sighed before thinking, "No, I'm not. My anger hasn't gone away. Just because I'm willing to let him live doesn't mean anything, though I think you could already tell that. I still hate him. I still hate that I have to spare him, but I don't want that kid to suffer. The pain of growing up without a parent is something that I hate far worse than him. Though, this does bring something else up. Maybe there is some way to revive Mom." That made Alan blink as he thought, "Hopeful, aren't you?" Well, sorry to break it, but I doubt it. He'd been searching for 9 years and couldn't find anything. Granted, we have a really big universe, so for all we know, there might be something on the very edge of it that we might actually be able to do, and we just haven't seen it yet. Mark thought about it for a moment before shaking his head, as he thought, maybe it might be best not to bring them back. I don't know if it's right for us to be able to play gods of life and death. I'll think more about it and make another choice later. If that is even a possibility to begin with, which, judging by everything, I kinda doubt. However, I know where I'm gonna at least put these emotions for now. I'm gonna put them fully into the war against the Viltrumite Empire. They are still ultimately to blame for everything that happened, and I can't exactly let them live, especially after the lives they had taken on Earth as well. Speaking of Earth though, I do want to say thank you for guiding me here. However, I think I'm safe to be able to fly back on my own. My helmet recorded the path. Alan would have blinked before thinking, impressive. Do you mind developing one of those types of helmets for me? I get lost pretty often. Invincible would have blinked a little bit in surprise by that before chuckling, as he said, "Well, I would judge you, but I'm kind of in the same boat of having bad direction, to be honest. Still, I think I'm gonna return to Earth now. I definitely want to set up a meeting with the Coalition of Planets later, so we can talk that over another day." And with that, the two of them separated, Mark heading back to Earth, while at the same time Alan headed back to the Coalition of Planets base. This time though, instead of Mark landing at Project Anvil base, he decides to land on a rooftop in Chicago. Looking back at the home he had always lived in, the one he had lived in before becoming a part of Project Anvil, before becoming a part of the GDA. And thoughts continued to enter into his head. Why did things have to be this way? Why couldn't things have gone better for him? Why couldn't his family have been the one that Nolan decided to turn good for? That was when he heard the sound of the teleporter, as Cecil teleported right next to him and asked, "How did it go? Did you get the answer you were looking for?" Mark looked over to Cecil for a second, 2 seconds, but those 2 seconds of silence felt like an eternity. I am feeling mixed. A part of me kinda wishes I never went, I never found out about him. But at the same time, I at least have closure. I at least finally understand some things. And I feel now I can fully focus on becoming Earth's guardian. That caused a laugh to come from Cecil as he said, "What do you mean becoming? You already are." Before he ruffled his hair as he said, "I am proud of you, Mark. Really, I am. You've become a better hero than I ever could have predicted you would. And the world sees that about you now. So, what's the next step for?" And with that, we now close on the first chapter of GDA Mark's life, the Earth's Guardian saga. And with Project Anvil continuing to prepare itself, continuing to get stronger, as well as proving themselves to the world, heaven knows what types of challenges will arrive in order to meet them. Some from Earth preparing to turn their guns on them, some from beyond the stars preparing themselves for a true final battle, and even one of their own cloth, with access to dimensions beyond their own. With threats everywhere on the horizon, will the forces of good be able to stand a chance? Find out on the next season of What If Mark Was Raised by the GDA. However, before I do end this season, I'm going to have 2 more clips play. And if you don't want spoilers for a character that's going to appear in Invincible Season 4, this is where it ends for you. But for everyone else, you've been warned. Deep in the cosmos, a spaceship begins to approach a planet, one that looked like it had a normal debris ring, but this debris ring was different. It was made of bodies. Not just any bodies, but Viltrumites. Millions, maybe even billions of Viltrumites. The spaceship that was arriving was one of the commanders of the invading force of Earth. With no Viltrumites left, they were going to be forced in order to report. They entered into a palace where they saw a man sitting down. 2 Viltrumites were their guard. The person themselves wearing a gray and red outfit with a red cape. The captain looked up towards them. Conquest and Invincible were not able to put this much fear into the commander as the man in front of them, Grand Regent Vrag. And he looked annoyed. He was expecting a Viltrumite to come to report, so what were they doing here? They then bowed as they said, Grand Regent, I apologize, but the invasion was not successful. Earth was far stronger than we could have predicted, and they were able to take out all 5 of us. From what I can tell, General Krieg is still alive, but he was captured. The rest of them are all dead. The only reason I was able to escape was because their representative, Mark Grayson, son of Nolan, decided to spare us, in exchange for leaving the Empire, but that is something I hope you can tell I would never do. All 3 of them were shocked. The 2 Viltrumites standing as guard especially knew what that meant. They were able to overcome 3 of their best. They overcame Conquest, second to only Frag in the Empire. But how? Not a single planet before had been able to overcome 5 Viltrumites coming at them. As one of them looked over to the Grand Regent and said, what should we do? We still have the numbers advantage. If we were to attack now, the Grand Regent raised up his hand as he shook his head. We will not lose any more soldiers to Earth. It is clear to me we have grown far too complacent in our conquest. But not just that, we will need more forces. We need Earth taken over. But we no longer need to find the perfect match in order to create the purest hybrid. Humans were a 99% match. But now we must settle for a lower match, to at least make strong enough soldiers to assist us in taking over Earth. At the same time, every single Viltrumite must begin training properly. Including myself, I will not allow a single planet to undo all of the work I have done to undo the very reason I exist. And once the time comes, I will make sure Earth falls by our hand, and I will bring Invincible to our empire, dead or as a new soldier. All 3 of them nodded, and they said, Sir, yes, sir. Robot ship finally landed on the planet, and with that, Robot took his first step outwards. Several of his new upgraded drones behind him while the main one walked, currently wearing an upgraded version of his armor, using technology from the Reaniman in order to amplify the armor even further. This new species was a rather intriguing one, because while they were humanoid in shape, they almost looked like they were made of shadows, with completely white eyes. Something straight out of a horror film. While there were conflicts with the guard at first, guards that Anissa had directly appointed to watch over the planet while she was gone, it didn't take too long for Robot to get their approval since Anissa had given them the code. Robot was here to explore the planet, to explore something that had been conquered by the Viltrumite Empire, and as he did, he became more and more intrigued. The civilization and architecture were far beyond Robot's years, but at the same time he couldn't help but notice just how quiet it was. People were safe, but they weren't happy. They were afraid of stepping out of line. On the surface, life was better. They had access to better technology, they had access to things that were fixing all of their problems, but at the same time, it felt less free. And from what he could tell, there was such a need for strength here that existed, one that fit far too well with Viltrumite culture. Those who were strong enough were put in higher positions of society, mainly because they were able to fulfill roles in the Viltrumite Empire. Whether it was as enforcers, it was as people who could help with building, or even people who could potentially become partners in the future, though that was far from now. And that was not something that Robot could ever agree with. He didn't think strength should be the deciding factor of someone's place in society. At the same time, though, he didn't mind the removal of freedoms. Things were quite peaceful because of that. And it made a thought start to burrow in Robot's head. Maybe an empire ruling over the universe was for the best. However, strength couldn't be the core part of it, no. But the Viltrumite Empire was on the right track to peace, it was just they were never going to be able to achieve it with how heavy they were focused on strength. However, that did also make another question rise in Robot's head. Now that he had access to these multiversal powers, maybe they did succeed somewhere. Maybe that could show him the results of his actions by looking at another robot who had similar ideals. After all, with a multiverse, anything was possible. But before we could finish that train of thought, there was a massive alarm going off. Some members of the alien species that were against the Viltrumite Empire were now rebelling. Or at least they were attempting to. However, now they utilized new abilities. Robot used one of his drones in order to listen in on what some of the soldiers were talking about, of how these rebels were manifesting the powers of a beast that had attacked here a long time ago. One that had been taken out by a bounty hunter, and its corpse given to one of the heads of the planet. Robot was tempted for a moment to intervene with this, but he ultimately decided not to, instead using one of his drones to watch, and more importantly using a smaller drone in order to get samples of these people. He was rather curious about these powers now. Though as he was doing that, he was also noticing some of their ships beginning to leave the planet. This wasn't made to just be an attack, it was made to be a distraction so the rebellion would live on. This showed Robot another flaw of the Viltrumite Empire. While they had the power, they didn't have the numbers to quell a rebellion. Under normal circumstances, the Viltrumite would be able to return and stop it if things went bad. But because of Anissa being captured and right now them being low in Viltrumites, they weren't able to really send anybody here. Still, this had been a rather useful experience for Robot, and it showed him where he really needed to start in order to properly build something like this. The Empire could have been a success, it was just underneath the Viltrumites it was too flawed, but under him, it had a much greater chance. So he returned back to his ship and left the planet as well.